Arachnophobia, also known as spider phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of spiders. This condition affects approximately 3 to 6% of the global population, making it one of the most common specific phobias worldwide. People with arachnophobia experience extreme anxiety, panic attacks, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and nausea when encountering spiders or even thinking about them. The fear response can be triggered by seeing actual spiders, spider webs, or even images and videos of spiders. The phobia typically develops during childhood, often between ages 7 to 11, though it can emerge at any point in life. Several factors contribute to its development, including evolutionary programming that made our ancestors cautious of potentially venomous creatures, traumatic experiences involving spiders, or learned behavior from observing others who fear spiders. Interestingly, arachnophobia affects women more frequently than men, with studies showing women are 4 times more likely to develop this fear. The intensity can range from mild discomfort to complete avoidance of places where spiders might be present. Treatment options include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and systematic desensitization, where individuals gradually encounter spiders in controlled environments. These methods have shown success rates of 80 to 90% in reducing or eliminating the phobia. Despite most spiders being harmless to humans, the fear persists as a deeply ingrained response that can significantly impact daily life for those who experience it. Claustrophobia, also known as cleithrophobia, is the intense fear of confined or enclosed spaces. This phobia affects approximately 7 to 10% of the population worldwide, making it one of the most common specific fears. People with claustrophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when trapped in small spaces or situations where escape feels difficult or impossible. Common triggers include elevators, airplanes, subway cars, small rooms, crowded areas, and medical imaging machines like MRI scanners. The fear stems from a perceived lack of control and the inability to escape quickly if needed. When exposed to triggering situations, individuals may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, shortness of breath, dizziness, and intense panic. Some people avoid certain buildings, transportation methods, or medical procedures entirely due to their fear. Claustrophobia often develops during childhood or adolescence, frequently after a traumatic experience involving confinement. However, it can also emerge without any clear triggering event. The condition exists on a spectrum, with some people experiencing mild discomfort, while others face debilitating panic attacks. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, or relaxation techniques. Mental health professionals gradually expose patients to confined spaces in controlled environments, helping them build tolerance and develop coping strategies. Modern society presents unique challenges for people with claustrophobia, as urban environments increasingly rely on elevators, subways, and compact living spaces that can trigger their symptoms. Acrophobia, also known as height phobia or fear of heights, is one of the most widespread specific phobias affecting millions of people worldwide. This condition involves an intense and irrational fear of being at significant heights or elevated locations. The fear typically kicks in when someone finds themselves on tall buildings, bridges, cliffs, or even looking down from high windows. People with acrophobia experience genuine terror that goes far beyond normal caution around heights. Their bodies react as if they are in immediate danger, even when they are completely safe. The physical symptoms can be overwhelming. Sufferers often experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, dizziness, nausea, and trembling when exposed to heights. Some people become so overwhelmed they freeze completely, unable to move or think clearly. The severity varies dramatically from person to person. Mild cases might only affect someone when they are on extremely high structures like skyscrapers or mountain peaks. Severe cases can be triggered by something as simple as standing on a chair or climbing a short ladder. This phobia can seriously impact daily activities. Some people avoid certain jobs, refuse to live in apartments above the ground floor, or skip social events held in tall buildings. Air travel becomes impossible for many sufferers, limiting their personal and professional opportunities. Acrophobia often develops during childhood or adolescence, though it can appear at any age. The exact causes remain unclear, but researchers believe it combines genetic predisposition with learned behaviors and possibly traumatic experiences involving heights. Treatment options include gradual exposure therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, and in some cases, medication to manage anxiety symptoms. Agoraphobia, also known as the fear of open spaces or marketplace anxiety, stands as one of the most misunderstood phobias in modern psychology. While many people assume it simply means fear of crowds or public spaces, agoraphobia actually involves the fear of being in situations where escape is difficult, or impossible might be difficult, or help unavailable during a panic attack. People with this condition often avoid places like shopping malls, bridges, public transportation, or even their own neighborhoods. The fear centers around being trapped or embarrassed if panic symptoms occur. In severe cases, individuals become completely housebound, unable to leave their homes for months or even years. Agoraphobia typically develops between the late teens and early 30s, affecting women approximately twice as often as men. The condition frequently begins after experiencing one or more panic attacks in public spaces. The person then starts associating those locations with danger, leading to increasing avoidance behaviors. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and feelings of unreality or detachment. Many sufferers describe feeling like they might faint, lose control, or experience a heart attack, even though these fears rarely materialize into actual medical emergencies. The condition affects roughly 2 to 3% of adults during their lifetime, making it one of the more common anxiety disorders. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, gradual exposure to feared situations, and sometimes anti-anxiety medications. With proper treatment, most people can significantly reduce their symptoms and regain their independence. Social phobia, also known as social anxiety disorder, is the intense fear of social situations where a person might be judged, embarrassed, or humiliated by others. This condition goes far beyond normal shyness or nervousness. People with social phobia experience overwhelming anxiety in everyday social interactions like speaking in public, eating in front of others, or even making small talk with strangers. The physical symptoms can be severe and include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, blushing, and nausea. Many people also experience what feels like their mind going blank or having difficulty speaking clearly. Social phobia typically develops during the teenage years, though it can appear earlier or later in life. It affects approximately 7% of adults in the United States, making it one of the most common anxiety disorders. The fear often centers around the belief that others are constantly watching and critically evaluating every action. This leads to avoiding social situations entirely, which can severely impact work, school, and personal relationships. Simple activities like ordering food at a restaurant, using public restrooms, or attending parties become sources of extreme distress. Some people can only function in social settings with the help of alcohol or other substances, which can lead to additional problems. Treatment options include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and medications like selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. With proper treatment, most people with social phobia can learn to manage their symptoms and participate more fully in social activities. The condition can be particularly challenging because the very act of seeking help often requires social interaction, which is exactly what the person fears most. Hypochondria, also known as health anxiety or illness anxiety disorder, involves persistent and excessive worry about having a serious medical condition. People experiencing this condition interpret normal bodily sensations as signs of severe illness. A minor headache becomes a brain tumor. Muscle soreness transforms into a degenerative disease. Even completely normal functions like heartbeat or breathing patterns trigger intense fear. The cycle typically begins with noticing a physical sensation. This leads to catastrophic thinking about possible causes. The person then searches for symptoms online or repeatedly checks their body for signs of illness. Medical reassurance provides only temporary relief before the cycle starts again with a new concern. Unlike reasonable health awareness, hypochondria involves disproportionate fear that significantly disrupts daily life. Someone might avoid physical activity because they fear triggering a heart attack. Others visit multiple doctors seeking confirmation of their suspected illness, often feeling frustrated when tests come back normal. The condition affects roughly 1 to 5% of the population. It typically develops in early adulthood and can persist for years without treatment. Many people with hypochondria have family members who also experienced significant health anxiety or serious medical issues during the person's childhood. Modern internet access has intensified the condition through what medical professionals call cyberchondria. Online symptom checkers and medical websites provide endless possibilities for self-diagnosis, often suggesting worst-case scenarios for common symptoms. Treatment usually involves cognitive behavioral therapy to help identify and change thought patterns around health concerns. The goal focuses on managing anxiety rather than eliminating all health awareness entirely. Thanatophobia, also known as death anxiety or the fear of dying, stands as one of the most universal human fears. This phobia involves an intense and persistent fear of death, either one's own mortality or the process of dying itself. The fear typically manifests in several distinct ways. Some people fear the physical process of dying, worrying about potential pain or suffering. Others focus on the unknown aspects of death, anxious about what happens after life ends. Many experience distress at the thought of simply ceasing to exist or losing consciousness permanently. Thanatophobia often intensifies during certain life stages. Middle age frequently brings increased awareness of mortality as people witness parents aging or friends facing serious health issues. Major life events like serious illness, accidents, or the loss of loved ones can trigger or worsen death-related fears. The condition can significantly impact daily functioning. Some individuals develop avoidance behaviors, refusing to attend funerals or visit hospitals. Others experience intrusive thoughts about dying or engage in excessive health monitoring. Sleep disturbances are common, as nighttime often brings heightened awareness of mortality. Physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders. Panic attacks, rapid heartbeat, sweating, and difficulty breathing can occur when confronted with reminders of death. Some people report feeling dizzy or experiencing a sense of unreality during these episodes. Treatment approaches typically involve cognitive behavioral therapy, which helps individuals examine and challenge death-related thoughts. Acceptance and commitment therapy has shown effectiveness by helping people develop a healthier relationship with mortality. In severe cases, anti-anxiety medications may provide additional support. The fear connects to broader philosophical questions about existence, meaning, and the human condition that have occupied thinkers throughout history. Ophidiophobia, also known as snake phobia or serpent phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of snakes. This phobia affects an estimated 2 to 3% of the global population, making it one of the most common specific phobias worldwide. People with ophidiophobia experience severe anxiety when encountering snakes, even in controlled environments like zoos or nature documentaries. The fear often extends to images, toys, or even cartoon depictions of serpents. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and difficulty breathing. Some individuals may experience panic attacks or feel the need to flee immediately upon seeing a snake. The phobia typically develops during childhood, often between ages 4 to 8. Evolutionary psychologists suggest humans may have an innate predisposition to fear snakes, as this fear helped our ancestors survive encounters with venomous species. Traumatic experiences with snakes can trigger the phobia, though many sufferers cannot recall a specific incident that caused their fear. Cultural influences, family reactions, and media portrayals also contribute to its development. Treatment options include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and systematic desensitization. During exposure therapy, patients gradually work with their therapist to view snake images, handle toy snakes, and eventually observe live snakes from a safe distance. Virtual reality therapy has shown promising results, allowing patients to confront their fears in a controlled digital environment before facing real snakes. Aerophobia, also known as aviophobia or flight phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of flying or air travel. This condition affects millions of people worldwide and can range from mild anxiety to complete panic attacks when faced with the prospect of boarding an aircraft. People with aerophobia experience a variety of physical and psychological symptoms. These can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, trembling, and difficulty breathing. Some individuals may feel dizzy or experience chest tightness when simply thinking about flying. The fear often stems from multiple sources. Many people worry about turbulence, mechanical failures, or losing control while thousands of feet in the air. Others fear enclosed spaces, making the confined aircraft cabin particularly distressing. Media coverage of aviation accidents, though statistically rare, can reinforce these anxieties. Aerophobia typically develops during adulthood, often after a person's first flight experience or following exposure to news about aviation incidents. The condition can significantly impact personal and professional life, limiting travel opportunities and career advancement. Treatment options include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Some airlines offer specialized courses to help nervous flyers understand aircraft safety and mechanics. Medications may also be prescribed for severe cases. Statistics show that commercial aviation remains one of the safest forms of transportation, with the odds of being in a plane crash being approximately 1 in 11 million. Despite these reassuring numbers, aerophobia persists as one of the most common specific phobias in modern society. Trypanophobia, also known as needle phobia or injection phobia, is the intense fear of medical needles and injections. This phobia affects approximately 20 to 30% of adults and up to 63% of children. Unlike a simple dislike of shots, trypanophobia involves overwhelming anxiety that can cause people to avoid necessary medical care entirely. People with this condition experience severe physical and emotional reactions when confronted with needles. Their heart rate increases dramatically. They may feel dizzy or nauseous, and some even faint at the sight of a syringe. The fear often develops during childhood after a painful or traumatic medical experience. However, it can also emerge without any specific triggering event. Trypanophobia creates serious health consequences when people skip vaccinations, blood tests, or other essential medical procedures. During health crises, this avoidance can become life-threatening. The phobia has a strong genetic component, with studies showing it runs in families more than other specific fears. Some researchers believe this stems from an evolutionary response where fainting at the sight of blood or injury helped ancestors survive by playing dead during attacks. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly work up to handling needles in a controlled environment. Applied tension techniques, where people tense their muscles during medical procedures, can prevent fainting episodes. Some medical facilities now use distraction methods, numbing creams, and smaller gauge needles to help patients cope with their fear. Cynophobia, also known as canophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of dogs. This specific phobia affects approximately 7 to 9% of the global population, making it one of the more common animal phobias. The fear typically develops during childhood, often following a traumatic encounter with a dog, such as being bitten, chased, or knocked over. Even witnessing another person being attacked by a dog can trigger the development of cynophobia. The condition can also emerge without any direct negative experience, sometimes developing through observing fearful reactions from parents or hearing frightening stories about dogs. People with cynophobia experience severe anxiety symptoms when encountering dogs or even thinking about them. Physical reactions include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and nausea. Some individuals may experience panic attacks that include dizziness, chest pain, and an overwhelming urge to escape the situation. The fear extends beyond just large or aggressive-looking dogs. Many people with cynophobia feel terror around all dogs regardless of size, breed, or temperament. Even friendly puppies or dogs on leashes can trigger intense anxiety responses. This phobia significantly impacts daily life since dogs are common in most communities. Simple activities like walking through neighborhoods, visiting friends who own pets, or going to parks become sources of extreme stress. Some people develop elaborate avoidance behaviors, choosing specific routes to avoid areas where dogs might be present. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where individuals gradually encounter dogs in controlled, safe environments while learning relaxation techniques. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps people identify and change negative thought patterns about dogs. In severe cases, anti-anxiety medications may be prescribed alongside therapy to help manage symptoms during the treatment process. Nyctophobia, also known as scotophobia or acluophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of darkness or nighttime. This phobia goes far beyond the normal childhood fear of the dark that most people experience growing up. People with nyctophobia experience intense anxiety when the lights go out or when they find themselves in dimly lit spaces. The fear often stems from the inability to see potential threats rather than darkness itself. Common symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and shortness of breath when exposed to dark environments. Some individuals may refuse to turn off lights at bedtime, avoid going outside after sunset, or sleep with multiple light sources on throughout the night. This condition typically develops during childhood, usually between ages 2 to 5, when imagination is most active and the distinction between reality and fantasy becomes blurred. Most children naturally outgrow this fear, but for some it persists into adulthood and significantly impacts daily life. The fear often connects to evolutionary survival instincts. Throughout human history, darkness meant vulnerability to predators and other dangers. This ingrained response helped our ancestors stay alive, but in modern times it can become problematic when it interferes with normal activities. Treatment options include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Gradual exposure to darkness in controlled settings helps patients build confidence and reduce their fear response over time. Unlike typical nighttime caution, nyctophobia creates debilitating panic that disrupts sleep patterns, work schedules, and social activities that occur during evening hours. Thalassophobia, also known as the fear of the ocean or deep water, affects millions of people worldwide. This specific phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of large bodies of water, particularly the ocean, deep lakes, or any water where the bottom cannot be seen. People with thalassophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when confronted with vast expanses of water. The fear often stems from the unknown depths below the surface and what might be lurking in those dark waters. Unlike a simple fear of drowning, thalassophobia focuses specifically on the vastness and mystery of deep water itself. The phobia can manifest in different ways. Some individuals cannot even look at photographs or videos of the ocean without feeling panic. Others may be comfortable viewing water from a distance, but become terrified at the thought of entering it. Many people with this condition report feeling especially disturbed by images of deep ocean trenches, underwater caves, or the open sea where land is no longer visible. Common triggers include the thought of massive sea creatures swimming beneath the surface, the crushing pressure of deep water, or simply the overwhelming scale of the ocean compared to human size. The darkness and inability to see what lies below often intensifies these fears. Thalassophobia differs from aquaphobia, which is a broader fear of water in general. While someone with aquaphobia might fear even shallow pools or bathtubs, those with thalassophobia typically feel comfortable around smaller, clearer bodies of water, where they can see the bottom. Treatment options include gradual exposure therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, and relaxation techniques to help manage the anxiety response when encountering deep water imagery or situations. Pyrophobia, also known as arson phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of fire, flames, or being burned. This specific phobia goes far beyond normal caution around fire and can severely impact daily functioning. People with pyrophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when exposed to any form of fire, including candles, fireplaces, gas stoves, or even images of flames. The fear often extends to related objects like matches, lighters, or anything that could potentially start a fire. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and nausea when encountering fire or fire-related stimuli. Some individuals may experience panic attacks or feel the need to immediately flee from any situation involving flames. This phobia can develop from various sources. Traumatic experiences involving fire, such as house fires, burns, or witnessing fire-related accidents, often trigger the condition. Some cases stem from childhood experiences or learned behaviors from family members who displayed similar fears. The condition significantly affects everyday activities. Simple tasks like lighting a stove, using a fireplace, or even attending events with candles become impossible. Many people with pyrophobia avoid camping, barbecues, or restaurants with open flames. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where individuals gradually expose themselves to fire-related stimuli in controlled environments. Relaxation techniques and breathing exercises help manage anxiety symptoms. In severe cases, medication may be prescribed to reduce overall anxiety levels. Pyrophobia differs from normal fire safety awareness. While healthy caution around fire is protective, this phobia creates paralyzing fear that interferes with basic daily functions and quality of life. Glossophobia, also known as speech anxiety or the fear of public speaking, affects an estimated 75% of the population to some degree. This phobia involves an intense and persistent fear of speaking in front of groups, whether large audiences or small gatherings. People with glossophobia experience physical symptoms that can be debilitating. These include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling hands, nausea, and difficulty breathing. Some individuals report feeling dizzy or experiencing a complete mental blank when faced with speaking situations. The fear often stems from concerns about being judged, embarrassed, or humiliated in front of others. Many sufferers worry about forgetting their words, saying something foolish, or being perceived as incompetent. This creates a cycle where the anticipation of speaking becomes as distressing as the actual event. Glossophobia can significantly impact career advancement and educational opportunities. Students may avoid participating in class discussions or presentations. Professionals might turn down promotions or job opportunities that require public speaking responsibilities. The condition typically develops during adolescence when social awareness and peer judgment become more prominent. However, it can emerge at any age following a particularly embarrassing or traumatic speaking experience. Treatment approaches include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Some people benefit from joining organizations like Toastmasters International, which provides a supportive environment for practicing public speaking skills. Medication may be prescribed in severe cases to help manage anxiety symptoms. Understanding that this fear is extremely common can help reduce the shame many people feel about their speaking anxiety. Dentophobia, also known as dental phobia or odontophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of dentists and dental procedures. This condition affects millions of people worldwide and goes far beyond normal nervousness about dental visits. People with dentophobia experience severe anxiety when thinking about going to the dentist. The fear can be triggered by the sound of dental drills, the sight of needles, or even just the smell of a dental office. Some individuals become so distressed that they avoid dental care entirely for years or even decades. The physical symptoms can be overwhelming. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when faced with dental appointments. Some people faint at the mere thought of dental work, or when sitting in the dentist's chair. This phobia often develops from traumatic childhood experiences at the dentist, such as painful procedures or feeling helpless during treatment. Fear can also be learned from family members who express their own dental anxieties. Media portrayals of dentistry as painful or frightening can reinforce these fears. The consequences of untreated dentophobia extend beyond oral health. Poor dental hygiene due to avoidance can lead to serious medical complications, including heart disease and infections. Many sufferers feel embarrassed about their teeth, which impacts their social relationships and self-confidence. Treatment options include cognitive behavioral therapy, relaxation techniques, and gradual exposure therapy. Some dental offices now specialize in treating anxious patients with sedation options and calming environments designed to reduce fear and stress. Germophobia, also known as mysophobia or bacteriophobia, is the excessive and irrational fear of germs, bacteria, viruses, and contamination. This phobia goes far beyond normal concerns about cleanliness and hygiene. People with germophobia experience intense anxiety when they think they might be exposed to microorganisms or contaminated surfaces. They often engage in compulsive cleaning behaviors that can consume hours of their day. Common symptoms include excessive hand washing that may continue until the skin becomes raw and damaged. Many individuals avoid public restrooms, doorknobs, handrails, and other frequently touched surfaces. Some refuse to shake hands or hug others, even close family members. The fear can extend to food preparation, with some people becoming unable to eat at restaurants or consume anything they have not personally cleaned and prepared. In severe cases, individuals may isolate themselves at home to avoid potential contamination. Germophobia often overlaps with obsessive-compulsive disorder, though not everyone with this phobia has OCD. The condition can develop after experiencing a serious illness, witnessing someone else become severely sick, or during times of heightened awareness about infectious diseases. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually expose themselves to situations they fear while learning coping strategies. Medication may also be prescribed to help manage anxiety symptoms. The phobia can significantly impact daily functioning, relationships, and quality of life when left untreated. Entomophobia, also known as insectophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of insects. This phobia affects millions of people worldwide and ranks among the most common specific phobias. People with entomophobia experience intense anxiety when encountering insects of any kind. The fear can be triggered by seeing live insects, dead insects, or even images and videos of bugs. Some individuals develop such severe reactions that they cannot enter areas where insects might be present. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing. Many sufferers also experience nausea, dizziness, and an overwhelming urge to flee. In extreme cases, people may have panic attacks or lose consciousness when confronted with insects. The fear often stems from evolutionary survival instincts, as some insects can indeed pose threats through stings, bites, or disease transmission. Cultural factors also play a role, with many societies portraying insects as dirty or dangerous creatures. Entomophobia can severely impact daily life. Sufferers may avoid outdoor activities, refuse to visit certain locations, or spend excessive time checking their homes for insects. Some people develop compulsive cleaning behaviors, or seal their living spaces to prevent insect entry. The phobia tends to be more common in urban environments, where people have less regular contact with insects during childhood. Women are statistically more likely to develop entomophobia than men, though the condition affects people of all ages and backgrounds. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually encounter insects in controlled settings. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps individuals challenge their thought patterns about insects. In severe cases, medication may be prescribed to manage anxiety symptoms. Trypophobia, also known as the fear of holes, is the intense discomfort or disgust triggered by clusters of small holes or bumps arranged in patterns. People with trypophobia experience strong negative reactions when they see images like lotus seed pods, honeycomb, coral, or even everyday objects like crumpets, sponges, and soap bubbles. The holes don't need to be perfectly round. Irregular clusters of bumps, pores, or cavities can trigger the same response. The term trypophobia combines the Greek words trypo, meaning hole, and phobia, meaning fear. It was coined in 2005 by an online community, making it one of the newer named phobias. Unlike many traditional phobias, trypophobia isn't officially recognized in major psychological diagnostic manuals. However, researchers have found that between 15 to 20% of people experience some level of trypophobic reactions. The response typically involves feelings of nausea, skin-crawling sensations, rapid heartbeat, and an overwhelming urge to look away. Some people report feeling like their skin is itching or that something is crawling on them after viewing triggering images. Scientists believe trypophobia may have evolved as a protective mechanism. Many dangerous animals and plants display hole-like patterns. Poisonous creatures like blue-ringed octopuses, certain spiders, and venomous snakes often have spotted or porous textures. Diseased or infected skin also frequently shows similar patterns. This evolutionary explanation suggests that people who felt disgusted by clustered holes were more likely to avoid potential threats and survive to pass on their genes. The internet has significantly amplified awareness of trypophobia. Social media platforms often see viral posts of triggering images, sometimes used deliberately to provoke reactions in others. Autophobia, also known as monophobia or isolophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of being alone or isolated from others. People with this phobia experience overwhelming anxiety when they find themselves without the presence or immediate availability of other people. This goes far beyond normal preferences for social interaction. The fear can manifest even when someone is physically safe in their own home. Simply knowing that no one else is nearby can trigger severe panic attacks, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and difficulty breathing. Those affected often go to extreme lengths to avoid being alone. They may constantly seek out companions, refuse to stay home by themselves, or feel compelled to maintain phone contact with others throughout the day. The phobia can severely impact daily functioning. Simple activities like sleeping alone, working from home, or running errands solo become sources of intense distress. Some individuals may struggle to live independently or maintain employment that requires solitary work. Autophobia often develops alongside other anxiety disorders or following traumatic experiences involving abandonment or isolation. The fear typically centers around concerns of being helpless, having no one to turn to in an emergency, or experiencing complete social rejection. Treatment usually involves cognitive behavioral therapy to help individuals gradually build tolerance for being alone, combined with relaxation techniques and sometimes medication to manage anxiety symptoms. Iatrophobia, also known as white coat syndrome or medical anxiety, is the intense fear of doctors, medical professionals, and medical procedures. People with this phobia experience overwhelming anxiety when faced with any medical situation. This can include visits to doctors, dentists, or hospitals, medical examinations, injections, or even just the sight of medical equipment. The fear often stems from past traumatic medical experiences, fear of pain, loss of control, or receiving bad news about their health. Some individuals develop this phobia after experiencing medical malpractice or feeling dismissed by healthcare providers. Symptoms can range from mild nervousness to full panic attacks. Physical reactions include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, dizziness, and trembling. Some people may faint at the sight of needles or blood pressure cuffs. The most dangerous aspect of iatrophobia is medical avoidance. Sufferers may postpone or completely skip necessary medical care, routine checkups, and preventive screenings. This avoidance can lead to undiagnosed conditions, worsening health problems, and medical emergencies that could have been prevented. Studies show that approximately 3 to 5% of the population experiences some form of medical anxiety, with women being slightly more affected than men. The phobia can be particularly challenging because medical care is essential for maintaining good health. Treatment options include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Some healthcare providers now offer specialized approaches for anxious patients, including longer appointment times and detailed explanations of procedures. Emetophobia, also known as the fear of vomiting, stands as one of the most common yet under-recognized specific phobias affecting millions of people worldwide. This condition involves an intense and irrational fear of vomiting, whether experiencing it personally or witnessing others become sick. The phobia typically extends beyond just the act itself to include fear of nausea, gagging sounds, or even seeing vomit-related imagery. Emetophobia often develops during childhood, frequently triggered by a traumatic vomiting experience or witnessing someone else become violently ill. The fear becomes deeply ingrained and can persist well into adulthood without proper treatment. People with this phobia develop elaborate avoidance behaviors that can severely impact their daily lives. They may refuse to eat certain foods, avoid restaurants, decline social gatherings, or even skip medical appointments where they might encounter sick individuals. The condition creates a vicious cycle where the anxiety about vomiting can actually trigger nausea, which then increases the fear even further. Many sufferers experience panic attacks when confronted with their trigger situations. Emetophobia can lead to secondary conditions including eating disorders, agoraphobia, and social isolation. Some individuals become so restrictive with food that they develop nutritional deficiencies or unhealthy weight loss. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques. Therapists work with patients to slowly desensitize them to vomit-related stimuli, starting with mild triggers like hearing certain words, and eventually progressing to more challenging exposures. The recovery process requires patience and professional guidance, but many people successfully overcome this debilitating fear with proper therapeutic intervention. Xenophobia, also known as the fear of foreigners or strangers from other countries. This phobia involves an intense and irrational fear or anxiety toward people who are perceived as foreign or different from one's own cultural background. Unlike simple cultural preference, xenophobia creates genuine distress and avoidance behaviors in those who experience it. People with xenophobia may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, or panic attacks when encountering individuals they perceive as foreign. The fear often extends beyond direct contact to include foreign languages, cultural practices, or even media from other countries. The condition can develop through various factors, including limited exposure to diverse cultures during childhood, negative personal experiences, or learned behaviors from family and social environments. Some individuals may also develop xenophobic responses following traumatic events involving people from different cultural backgrounds. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy combined with cognitive behavioral techniques. Mental health professionals work with patients to identify the root causes of their fears and develop coping strategies. Group therapy sessions can also be effective, particularly when they include controlled interactions with people from diverse backgrounds. The severity of xenophobia varies significantly between individuals. Some people experience mild discomfort in multicultural settings, while others may have such intense reactions that they avoid entire neighborhoods, workplaces, or social situations where they might encounter foreign individuals. Coulrophobia, also known as the fear of clowns, affects millions of people worldwide and ranges from mild discomfort to severe panic attacks. This phobia centers on an intense and irrational fear of clowns, whether they appear in circuses, parties, movies, or other entertainment contexts. The fear extends beyond just disliking clowns and involves genuine distress that can interfere with daily activities. Several factors contribute to coulrophobia's development. The heavy makeup and exaggerated facial features of clowns create an unsettling effect where the person's true emotions remain hidden behind an artificial mask. This uncertainty about the clown's real intentions can trigger deep-seated survival instincts. The unpredictable and often chaotic behavior associated with clown performances also plays a significant role. Sudden movements, loud noises, and invasive interactions that clowns use for comedy can feel threatening to those with this phobia. Popular culture has intensified coulrophobia through horror movies and stories featuring malevolent clowns. Characters from films in the 1970s through the 2010s have transformed the traditionally cheerful entertainer into a source of genuine terror for many viewers. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and trembling when encountering clowns, or even images of them. Some individuals experience panic attacks, or go to great lengths to avoid situations where clowns might be present, such as circuses or children's parties. The condition typically develops during childhood, but can persist well into adulthood without proper treatment. Hemophobia, also known as hematophobia or blood phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of blood. This condition affects roughly 3 to 4% of the population, making it one of the more common specific phobias. People with hemophobia experience severe anxiety when encountering blood in any form. This can include seeing blood from injuries, witnessing medical procedures, or even thinking about blood-related situations. The fear extends beyond just human blood and can include animal blood, or even realistic depictions of blood in movies or television. The physical reactions to hemophobia are particularly intense compared to other phobias. Those affected often experience what medical professionals call a vasovagal response. This involves a sudden drop in heart rate and blood pressure, leading to dizziness, nausea, and frequently fainting. Some people report feeling cold, sweaty, or experiencing tunnel vision when confronted with blood. This phobia can significantly impact daily life and medical care. Many people with hemophobia avoid necessary medical procedures, blood tests, or dental work. Some cannot donate blood or assist others during medical emergencies. The condition can also interfere with certain career paths in healthcare, veterinary medicine, or emergency services. The origins of hemophobia may stem from evolutionary survival mechanisms. Throughout human history, the sight of blood often signaled danger, injury, or death. This natural alarm system may become overactive in some individuals, creating an exaggerated fear response. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly become accustomed to blood-related stimuli in controlled environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy and relaxation techniques also prove effective in managing the intense physical reactions associated with this phobia. Hydrophobia, also known as aquaphobia, is the intense and persistent fear of water. This phobia can manifest in various forms, from a mild uneasiness around large bodies of water to complete panic at the sight of even small amounts of liquid. People with hydrophobia may experience severe anxiety when encountering swimming pools, lakes, oceans, or even bathtubs. The fear often extends beyond just being in water to include watching others swim, seeing water in movies, or even thinking about water-related activities. The severity of hydrophobia varies significantly between individuals. Some people can tolerate shallow water but become overwhelmed by deeper areas, while others cannot bear any water contact whatsoever. This can make basic hygiene activities like showering or bathing extremely challenging. Common triggers include the fear of drowning, losing control in water, or being unable to see what lies beneath the surface. Many cases develop following traumatic water-related experiences, such as near-drowning incidents or witnessing water accidents. However, the phobia can also develop without any direct negative experience. Physical symptoms during exposure to water often include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and nausea. In severe cases, individuals may experience full panic attacks that can last several minutes. The condition can significantly impact daily life, limiting recreational activities, travel options, and even basic self-care routines. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, cognitive behavioral techniques, and in some cases, medication to manage anxiety symptoms. Achmophobia, also known as ballonophobia or enetophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of sharp or pointed objects. This phobia extends beyond a simple discomfort, with needles to include knives, scissors, pins, pencils, forks, and any object with a sharp point or edge. People with achmophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when confronted with these everyday items. The fear often stems from concerns about accidentally injuring themselves or others, even when the objects pose no immediate threat. Some individuals develop this phobia after experiencing a traumatic injury from a sharp object, while others may have it manifest without any clear triggering event. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and nausea when exposed to sharp objects. In severe cases, even seeing these items in movies or photographs can trigger a panic response. Daily life becomes significantly challenging for those with achmophobia. Simple tasks like cooking, eating with metal utensils, or visiting medical facilities become sources of extreme distress. Many people with this condition avoid kitchens entirely or request plastic alternatives whenever possible. The phobia can interfere with necessary medical care, as individuals may refuse injections, blood draws, or surgical procedures. This avoidance can lead to serious health consequences when medical treatment becomes essential. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy combined with relaxation techniques, helping individuals slowly build tolerance to sharp objects in controlled environments. Ailurophobia, also known as gatophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of cats. This phobia affects people of all ages and can range from mild discomfort around felines to severe panic attacks at the mere sight or thought of a cat. People with ailurophobia experience typical anxiety symptoms when confronted with cats. These include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and an overwhelming urge to escape the situation. Some individuals may even react to pictures of cats, cat sounds, or simply talking about felines. The fear often stems from negative childhood experiences with cats, such as being scratched, bitten, or frightened by an aggressive cat. Traumatic encounters can create lasting psychological associations between cats and danger. Cultural influences also play a role, as cats have been associated with bad luck, witchcraft, and supernatural forces in various societies throughout history. Media portrayals sometimes reinforce negative stereotypes about cats, depicting them as unpredictable or sinister creatures. Horror movies and folklore featuring menacing cats can contribute to developing or worsening this phobia. Ailurophobia affects approximately 2 to 3% of the population, making it one of the more common animal phobias. The condition can significantly impact daily life, especially for those living in areas with large stray cat populations or households with pet cats. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually expose themselves to cats in controlled environments. This process helps rewire the brain's fear response and builds positive associations with felines. Relaxation techniques and medication may also support the healing process. Herpetophobia, also known as ophidiophobia when specifically referring to snakes, is the intense and irrational fear of reptiles and amphibians. This includes snakes, lizards, turtles, frogs, and salamanders. This phobia affects millions of people worldwide and ranks among the most common specific phobias. The fear often stems from evolutionary survival instincts, as humans developed wariness toward potentially venomous creatures over thousands of years. People with herpetophobia experience panic attacks, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and overwhelming dread when encountering these animals. The fear extends beyond dangerous species to include completely harmless creatures like garden snakes or pet geckos. Many sufferers avoid outdoor activities like hiking, camping, or gardening. Some cannot visit zoos, aquariums, or even watch nature documentaries featuring reptiles. In severe cases, people relocate from areas where these animals are common. The phobia can develop through direct traumatic experiences, such as being bitten or startled by a snake. However, many cases arise from learned behaviors, where children observe fearful reactions from parents or other adults. Cultural factors also play a significant role. Many societies portray snakes as symbols of danger or evil, reinforcing negative associations from an early age. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly acclimate to images, videos, and eventually live animals under professional supervision. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps people understand and reshape their thought patterns around these creatures. Medication may be prescribed for severe cases to manage anxiety symptoms during treatment. Anthrophobia, also known as anthropophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of people or human beings. This condition goes far beyond typical social anxiety or shyness. People with anthrophobia experience overwhelming terror when confronted with other humans, whether in crowds, small groups, or even one-on-one interactions. The fear can be so severe that sufferers may become completely isolated, avoiding all forms of human contact. The condition typically develops after traumatic experiences involving other people, such as physical or emotional abuse, bullying, or betrayal. Some cases emerge from extreme social anxiety that progressively worsens over time. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and panic attacks when faced with human presence. In severe cases, even seeing people on television or in photographs can trigger these responses. Treatment usually involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly reintroduce human contact in controlled, safe environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. The condition can be particularly challenging because humans are inherently social creatures, making complete avoidance of people nearly impossible in modern society. This creates a cycle where the necessary exposure for recovery becomes the very source of terror for those affected. Ornithophobia, also known as bird phobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of birds. This condition affects people of all ages and can range from mild discomfort around certain bird species to severe panic attacks triggered by any avian encounter. People with ornithophobia experience intense anxiety when confronted with birds, whether in person, in photographs, or even when hearing bird sounds. The fear often centers around specific characteristics of birds that seem threatening or unpredictable. Sharp beaks and talons represent potential weapons that could cause harm. The sudden, erratic flight patterns of birds can feel chaotic and impossible to predict. Many individuals with this phobia find the flapping of wings particularly disturbing, as the rapid movement creates an overwhelming sensory experience. Some cases of ornithophobia develop after negative encounters with aggressive birds, such as being attacked by a territorial goose or having a large bird fly directly at someone's face. However, many people with this fear cannot identify a specific traumatic event that triggered their condition. The phobia can become severely limiting when it prevents individuals from enjoying outdoor activities, visiting parks, or even walking down streets where pigeons and other urban birds congregate. In extreme cases, people may avoid leaving their homes during certain seasons when bird activity is highest. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly become accustomed to birds in controlled environments. This might begin with looking at pictures of birds, then observing birds from a distance, and eventually working up to closer interactions under professional guidance. Ornithophobia demonstrates how even common, generally harmless creatures can become sources of overwhelming terror for those affected by specific phobic disorders. Equinophobia, also known as hippophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of horses. This specific phobia affects people of all ages and can range from mild discomfort to severe panic when encountering these animals. The fear typically stems from horses' large size and unpredictable nature. An average horse weighs between 800 to 1,200 pounds and stands 5 to 6 feet tall at the shoulder. Their powerful build and sudden movements can trigger anxiety in those with this condition. Many cases develop following a traumatic horse-related incident during childhood. Being knocked down, bitten, or kicked by a horse can create lasting psychological associations with danger. Others develop the phobia through learned behavior, observing fearful reactions from parents or witnessing accidents. The fear often extends beyond direct contact with horses. Some individuals experience anxiety when seeing horses in movies, photographs, or even hearing horse sounds. Others may avoid rural areas, farms, or riding facilities entirely. Physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. Rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and nausea commonly occur during encounters. In severe cases, panic attacks may develop, making normal activities in horse-present environments extremely difficult. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually acclimate to horses under professional supervision. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. Relaxation techniques and medication may provide additional support during the recovery process. This condition can significantly impact those living in rural communities or working in agriculture, where horses remain common in daily life. Gynophobia, also known as gynophobia or feminophobia, is the irrational and persistent fear of women. This condition goes far beyond simple social anxiety or shyness around the opposite gender. People with gynophobia experience intense anxiety, panic attacks, or physical symptoms when encountering women or even thinking about interacting with them. The fear can be triggered by women of all ages, from young girls to elderly women, though some individuals may have more specific triggers. The physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, or difficulty breathing when exposed to their trigger. In severe cases, even seeing images of women in media or hearing female voices can provoke these responses. This phobia often develops during childhood or adolescence. Traumatic experiences involving women, such as abuse or severe rejection, can contribute to its formation. Some cases stem from overprotective parenting or cultural factors that create negative associations with women. Gynophobia differs significantly from misogyny, which involves hatred or dislike of women based on prejudice. Gynophobia is a genuine psychological condition that causes distress to the person experiencing it, while misogyny is typically rooted in learned attitudes or cultural beliefs. The condition can severely impact daily functioning. Sufferers may avoid workplaces with female employees, refuse medical treatment from female doctors, or become unable to maintain relationships with female family members. This isolation often leads to depression and further social difficulties. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, or systematic desensitization. These approaches help individuals gradually confront their fear in controlled environments while learning coping strategies. Anti-anxiety medications may be prescribed in some cases to manage severe symptoms during treatment. Androphobia, also known as the fear of men or males, is a specific phobia that causes intense anxiety and distress when individuals encounter or anticipate encountering men. This condition goes far beyond normal nervousness or social anxiety. People with androphobia experience overwhelming fear responses that can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and panic attacks when in the presence of men or even when thinking about being around them. The fear typically stems from traumatic experiences, though it can also develop through learned behaviors or cultural conditioning. Many individuals with this phobia have experienced abuse, assault, or other harmful interactions with men that create lasting psychological associations between male presence and danger. Androphobia can severely impact daily functioning. Simple activities like going to work, shopping, or using public transportation become challenging when they involve potential contact with men. Some individuals may avoid leaving their homes entirely or only venture out when accompanied by trusted female companions. The condition affects people across all age groups, though it often develops during childhood or adolescence following traumatic events. Women and girls represent the majority of cases, but men and boys can also develop this phobia, particularly after experiencing bullying or abuse from male figures. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually learn to challenge their fear responses and develop coping mechanisms. Exposure therapy, conducted in safe and controlled environments, helps individuals slowly build tolerance to male presence. Medication may also be prescribed to manage severe anxiety symptoms during the recovery process. Carcinophobia, also known as cancerophobia or oncophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of developing cancer. This phobia goes far beyond normal health concerns and can completely dominate a person's daily thoughts and behaviors. People with carcinophobia experience intense anxiety when confronted with anything cancer-related. They may avoid medical checkups, refuse to discuss cancer, or become paralyzed with fear when hearing about someone else's diagnosis. The fear often stems from personal experiences with cancer, either through family members, friends, or media exposure. Watching loved ones battle the disease can create lasting psychological trauma that develops into this phobia. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when exposed to cancer-related triggers. These triggers can be medical facilities, certain foods they believe cause cancer, or even everyday items they associate with the disease. Many sufferers engage in excessive self-examination, constantly checking their bodies for lumps or changes. Others take the opposite approach and completely avoid any form of medical care, believing that ignorance will somehow protect them from the disease. The phobia can lead to significant lifestyle restrictions. Some people avoid certain foods, refuse to use microwaves, or stay away from areas they perceive as having higher cancer risks. This hypervigilance creates a cycle where the fear of cancer becomes more debilitating than any actual health risk. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques to help patients develop healthier relationships with medical care and cancer awareness. Astrophobia, also known as brontophobia, choronophobia, or tonitrophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of thunder and lightning storms. This phobia affects approximately 2 to 3% of the population, making it one of the more common specific phobias. The condition typically develops during childhood, often between the ages of 2 to 8 years old, though it can persist into adulthood or develop later in life. People with astrophobia experience extreme anxiety when thunderstorms approach or occur. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and difficulty breathing. Some individuals may seek shelter in closets, basements, or under beds during storms. The fear often extends beyond the immediate threat of lightning strikes. Many sufferers become anxious when they see dark clouds forming, hear weather forecasts predicting storms, or even during light rain that might develop into a thunderstorm. The phobia can significantly impact daily life. Some people obsessively check weather forecasts, avoid traveling during certain seasons, or refuse to leave their homes when storms are predicted. In severe cases, individuals may relocate to geographic areas with fewer thunderstorms. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, or relaxation techniques. Some people find relief through gradual desensitization, starting with recordings of thunder sounds played at low volumes and slowly increasing the intensity over time. The condition differs from a normal, healthy respect for the dangers of severe weather, crossing into phobia territory when the fear becomes disproportionate to the actual risk and interferes with normal functioning. Lygyrophobia, also known as phonophobia or acousticophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of loud noises or sudden sounds. People with this condition experience extreme anxiety when exposed to loud sounds like fireworks, thunder, construction noise, or even everyday sounds like slamming doors or car horns. The fear goes far beyond a normal startle response that most people experience. Those affected may have physical reactions including rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and in severe cases, panic attacks. Some individuals become so sensitive that they avoid places where loud noises might occur, such as concerts, sporting events, or busy streets. The condition can develop after a traumatic experience involving loud sounds, but it can also appear without any clear trigger. Children with lygerophobia might cover their ears frequently, cry when hearing unexpected noises, or refuse to go to places like movie theaters or amusement parks. Daily life becomes challenging when simple activities like using a blender, vacuum cleaner, or even flushing a toilet can trigger intense fear responses. Some people carry noise-canceling headphones or earplugs everywhere they go as a coping mechanism. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly become accustomed to louder sounds in a controlled environment. Cognitive behavioral therapy and relaxation techniques can also help manage the anxiety associated with this phobia. Megalophobia, also known as the fear of large objects or large structures, affects people when they encounter massive things that tower over them or seem overwhelmingly huge. This phobia typically triggers when someone faces enormous man-made structures, like skyscrapers, massive ships, or giant statues. Natural formations can also cause intense reactions, including mountains, large bodies of water, or enormous trees. The fear often stems from feeling completely dwarfed and powerless compared to these massive objects. People with megalophobia might experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, or panic attacks when standing near something they perceive as unnaturally large. Common triggers include large aircraft, massive industrial equipment, enormous buildings, or even oversized everyday objects when they appear much bigger than expected. Some people specifically fear large underwater objects like submarines or ship hulls, while others react to towering architectural structures. The intensity can vary significantly from person to person. Some might feel uncomfortable around any large object, while others only react to specific categories like vehicles or buildings that exceed a certain size threshold. Unlike many other phobias, megalophobia often involves a physical sensation of being overwhelmed by scale and proportion rather than fear of direct harm. The sheer size difference between the person and the object creates a feeling of insignificance that can be deeply unsettling. This fear can interfere with daily activities, especially in urban environments where large structures are common. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy and techniques to manage the physical symptoms of anxiety when encountering large objects. Astrophobia, also known as the fear of stars and celestial objects, involves an intense and irrational fear of outer space, stars, planets, and astronomical phenomena. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety when looking at the night sky, viewing images of space, or even thinking about the vastness of the universe. The fear often stems from feelings of insignificance when confronted with the enormous scale of space, or terror at the concept of infinite emptiness stretching beyond Earth. Common triggers include stargazing, planetarium visits, space documentaries, and astronomy discussions. Some individuals cannot even step outside at night without experiencing panic attacks, rapid heartbeat, sweating, and nausea. The phobia may develop from various sources: traumatic experiences during childhood astronomy lessons, overwhelming thoughts about cosmic distances measured in millions of light years, or existential dread about humanity's place in an endless universe can all contribute to its formation. For many sufferers, the fear extends beyond just looking upward. They may avoid science fiction movies, refuse to visit observatories, or become distressed when others discuss space exploration missions. The condition can significantly impact daily life, particularly for those living in areas with clear night skies or working in fields related to science and technology. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly build tolerance to space-related content, starting with small images and progressing to more immersive experiences under professional guidance. Hoplophobia, also known as the fear of firearms or weapons phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of guns, firearms, and other weapons. The term was coined in the 1960s by retired United States Army Lieutenant Colonel Jeff Cooper. Cooper created this word by combining the Greek word hoplon, meaning weapon or tool, with phobia, meaning fear. People with hoplophobia experience significant anxiety when encountering firearms, even in controlled environments like museums or shooting ranges. The fear can extend beyond actual weapons to include realistic replicas, toy guns, or even images and videos depicting firearms. Physical symptoms often include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and panic attacks when exposed to weapons. Some individuals may avoid movies, television shows, or video games that feature gunplay. The phobia can develop from various sources, including traumatic experiences, witnessing violence, or exposure to graphic media content. Military veterans and civilians who have experienced armed conflicts may develop this condition as part of post-traumatic stress. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Mental health professionals work with patients to gradually reduce their fear response through controlled exposure and coping strategies. Hoplophobia differs from a general discomfort with weapons, as it involves an overwhelming fear that significantly impacts daily functioning and quality of life. Decidophobia, also known as the fear of making decisions or choice anxiety, is the overwhelming dread of having to choose between options. People with this condition experience intense anxiety when faced with any decision, regardless of how small or insignificant it might seem to others. The fear stems from a paralyzing worry about making the wrong choice and facing negative consequences. Even simple, everyday decisions like what to eat for breakfast or which route to take to work can trigger severe distress. More complex decisions involving career moves, relationships, or major purchases can completely overwhelm someone with decidophobia. This condition often develops from past experiences where a decision led to painful outcomes, creating a mental association between choosing and suffering. Some individuals develop it after being heavily criticized for choices they made, while others may have grown up in environments where decision-making was discouraged or taken away from them entirely. The physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders. Rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing commonly occur when the person must make a choice. Many sufferers will go to extreme lengths to avoid decision-making situations, often asking others to choose for them or simply refusing to engage with options presented to them. Daily life becomes severely impacted as the person struggles with basic choices. They might spend hours staring at a restaurant menu, unable to pick a dish. Shopping for clothes, selecting entertainment, or even choosing which task to complete first at work becomes monumentally difficult. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to help identify and challenge the catastrophic thinking patterns surrounding decision-making. Exposure therapy gradually introduces small, low-stakes choices to build confidence. Learning decision-making frameworks and accepting that perfect choices rarely exist helps many people overcome this debilitating fear. Kinophobia, also known as xenophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of empty spaces or voids. This phobia extends beyond simple discomfort and creates genuine distress when individuals encounter vacant areas. People with kinophobia experience anxiety when faced with empty rooms, vacant buildings, or barren landscapes. The fear can also be triggered by empty containers, hollow objects, or even blank walls and surfaces. Unlike agoraphobia, which focuses on the fear of being trapped in open spaces, Kinophobia specifically targets the emptiness itself. The condition manifests through physical symptoms, including rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing when exposed to vacant spaces. Some individuals may experience panic attacks or feel compelled to immediately leave empty areas. The severity can range from mild discomfort to complete avoidance of potentially empty locations. This phobia often develops from traumatic experiences involving isolation or abandonment in empty spaces during childhood. Some cases stem from existential anxieties about nothingness or void, while others may be linked to claustrophobia in reverse, where the absence of boundaries creates fear rather than their presence. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually expose themselves to empty spaces in controlled environments. Relaxation techniques and breathing exercises help manage the physical symptoms. In severe cases, medication may be prescribed to reduce anxiety levels during the therapeutic process. Kinophobia can significantly impact daily life, as sufferers may avoid certain buildings, rooms, or outdoor areas that appear too vacant or sparse. Metathesiophobia, also known as fear of change, is the persistent and irrational fear of any form of change or transformation in one's life or environment. This phobia goes beyond normal resistance to change that most people experience. Those with metathesiophobia feel intense anxiety, panic, or dread when faced with any alteration to their established routines, relationships, living situations, or circumstances. The fear can manifest in numerous ways. Some individuals become paralyzed when considering career moves, relationship changes, or even minor adjustments to their daily schedule. Others may experience physical symptoms like rapid heartbeat, sweating, or nausea when confronted with unexpected changes. Unlike neophobia, which focuses on fear of new things specifically, metathesiophobia centers on the process of change itself. Even positive changes like promotions, moving to a better home, or entering healthy relationships can trigger severe distress. The condition often stems from a deep need for control and predictability. Many sufferers have experienced trauma or significant loss associated with major life changes, leading their minds to associate any change with potential danger or pain. This phobia can severely impact daily functioning. Individuals may remain in unsatisfying jobs, unhealthy relationships, or uncomfortable living situations simply to avoid the anxiety that change would bring. The fear becomes so overwhelming that staying in known negative circumstances feels safer than risking unknown outcomes. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and sometimes medication to help individuals gradually become more comfortable with controlled, manageable changes in their lives. Traumatophobia, also known as injury phobia or wound phobia, is the intense and persistent fear of trauma, physical injury, or wounds. This condition goes beyond normal concern for safety. People with traumatophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when confronted with injuries, accidents, or even the possibility of harm occurring to themselves or others. The fear can manifest in several ways. Some individuals become terrified at the sight of blood, cuts, or bruises. Others may panic when hearing about accidents or medical emergencies. Many avoid activities they perceive as risky, even mundane tasks like cooking with knives or walking downstairs. Medical settings often trigger severe reactions in those with traumatophobia. Doctor visits, hospitals, and even first aid demonstrations can cause intense distress. The fear may extend to medical shows, news reports about accidents, or conversations about injuries. Physical symptoms typically include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, dizziness, and trembling when exposed to trauma-related stimuli. Some people experience panic attacks, or may even faint at the sight of injuries. This phobia can significantly impact daily life. Individuals may avoid sports, refuse medical care, or limit their activities to prevent potential harm. Some become hypervigilant about safety, constantly checking for dangers that others would consider minimal. Treatment usually involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques. Mental health professionals help patients understand that their fear response is disproportionate to actual danger levels and teach coping strategies for managing anxiety when confronted with injury-related situations. Catagelophobia, also known as the fear of ridicule or the fear of being laughed at, is the intense and persistent fear of being mocked, embarrassed, or made fun of by others. This phobia goes far beyond normal social anxiety or shyness. People with catagelophobia experience overwhelming dread at the thought of others laughing at them or finding them foolish. The fear can be triggered by speaking in public, making mistakes in front of others, or even imagining scenarios where they might be ridiculed. Physical symptoms often include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and difficulty breathing when faced with situations where ridicule seems possible. Some individuals may experience panic attacks or feel completely paralyzed by the fear. The condition can severely impact daily functioning. Those affected might avoid social gatherings, refuse to participate in group activities, or decline opportunities for advancement at work or school. They may isolate themselves to prevent any chance of being laughed at, which can lead to loneliness and depression. Catagelophobia often develops during childhood or adolescence, particularly after experiencing bullying, public embarrassment, or harsh criticism. The fear becomes deeply ingrained and can persist well into adulthood without proper treatment. Unlike typical social nervousness, this phobia creates such intense distress that it interferes with normal activities and relationships. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and sometimes medication to help manage the anxiety symptoms. Inochlophobia, also known as demophobia or ochlophobia, is the intense fear of crowds and crowded spaces. This phobia goes beyond simple discomfort in busy areas. People with inochlophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when surrounded by large groups of people, whether in shopping malls, concerts, sporting events, or even busy sidewalks. The fear often stems from feeling trapped or losing control in crowd situations. Some individuals worry about being crushed or trampled, while others fear they cannot escape if something goes wrong. The unpredictable movement and noise of crowds can trigger intense panic responses. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing. Many people with this condition will go to great lengths to avoid crowded places, which can significantly impact their daily lives and social activities. Inochlophobia differs from agoraphobia, though the two can overlap. While agoraphobia involves fear of open spaces or situations where escape might be difficult, inochlophobia specifically focuses on the presence of many people in one area. The condition can develop after traumatic experiences in crowds, such as being in a stampede or getting lost as a child. Some cases appear without any clear triggering event. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually expose themselves to increasingly crowded situations while learning coping strategies. In severe cases, anti-anxiety medications may be prescribed to help manage symptoms during the recovery process. Ergophobia, also known as ergasiophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of work or working environments. This specific phobia goes beyond typical job stress or workplace anxiety that most people experience. People with ergophobia experience intense fear when faced with work-related situations, tasks, or even the thought of employment. The condition can trigger physical symptoms including rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, trembling, and difficulty breathing. Some individuals may experience panic attacks when confronted with work environments or job responsibilities. The fear typically centers around several workplace elements. These include fear of failure at assigned tasks, anxiety about workplace social interactions, concern over job performance evaluations, or dread of specific work environments like offices or factories. Some people develop ergophobia after traumatic workplace experiences, such as severe workplace bullying, job termination, or overwhelming work pressure. This phobia significantly impacts daily functioning since most adults need to work for financial stability. Individuals with ergophobia may avoid job applications, call in sick frequently, or experience severe distress that affects their work performance. The condition can lead to financial difficulties, social isolation, and decreased self-esteem. The severity ranges from mild discomfort in work settings to complete inability to maintain employment. Some people can work but experience constant anxiety, while others cannot enter workplace environments at all. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where individuals learn to identify and challenge negative thought patterns about work. Exposure therapy gradually introduces work-related situations in a controlled manner. Relaxation techniques and stress management strategies also help manage symptoms. In severe cases, anti-anxiety medications may be prescribed alongside therapy. Didascalinophobia, also known as school phobia or scolionophobia, is the intense and persistent fear of attending school or being in a school environment. This condition goes far beyond typical nervousness about school. People with didascalinophobia experience genuine terror at the thought of entering a school building or participating in academic activities. The fear can trigger severe physical symptoms including nausea, headaches, stomach pain, rapid heartbeat, and panic attacks. Children and teenagers with this phobia often develop elaborate avoidance strategies. They may fake illness, hide in bathrooms, or refuse to leave their homes on school days. Unlike truancy, where students skip school for fun or rebellion, didascalinophobia involves real distress and anxiety that the person cannot control. The fear can stem from various sources: social anxiety about interacting with classmates or teachers, academic pressure and fear of failure, bullying experiences, or separation anxiety from parents all contribute to developing this condition. Some individuals fear being called on in class, taking tests, or being judged by others. Didascalinophobia can severely impact a person's education and social development. Extended absences from school lead to falling behind academically, which often increases the anxiety about returning. The isolation from peers can worsen social skills and create additional fears about fitting in. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where the person slowly becomes comfortable with school-related situations. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. In severe cases, medication may be prescribed to manage anxiety symptoms. Submechanophobia, also known as the fear of submerged man-made objects, affects people when they encounter artificial structures that have been partially or completely underwater. This phobia triggers intense anxiety and fear when individuals see or think about things like sunken ships, underwater statues, submerged cars, drowned machinery, or any human-made object resting beneath the surface of water. The fear often stems from multiple psychological factors working together. Many people experience unease due to the combination of murky water obscuring their view and the unexpected presence of large artificial objects in what should be a natural environment. The deteriorating condition of these submerged items, often covered in algae, rust, or marine growth, creates an unsettling contrast between human creation and natural decay. Common triggers include shipwrecks visible from the surface, submerged playground equipment in flooded areas, underwater sculptures and art installations, drowned vehicles, and partially submerged structures like piers or docks. Swimming pools with visible drains, ladders, or cleaning equipment can also provoke this fear response. The phobia frequently overlaps with other water-related fears, including submecanophobia's close relationship with megalophobia, the fear of large objects. Many individuals report that the size and scale of submerged man-made objects intensifies their fear response significantly. People with submechanophobia describe physical symptoms including rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when confronted with images or real-life encounters with submerged artificial objects. Some individuals cannot even look at photographs or video footage without experiencing distress. Zeusophobia, also known as the fear of Zeus or divine wrath, represents an intense and irrational fear of the Greek god Zeus, or divine punishment from godly figures. This phobia typically manifests as an overwhelming dread of divine retribution, heavenly judgment, or supernatural punishment from powerful deities. People with Zeusophobia may experience severe anxiety when exposed to depictions of Zeus in art, literature, or media. The fear often extends beyond Zeus, specifically to encompass other powerful divine beings, or the concept of divine authority itself. Sufferers might avoid museums with Greek mythology exhibits, classical literature, or even weather phenomena like thunderstorms, since Zeus traditionally controls lightning and thunder. Common triggers include statues or paintings of Zeus, stories from Greek mythology, religious discussions about divine judgment, or natural phenomena associated with the gods such as storms and lightning strikes. The phobia can develop from various sources including strict religious upbringing, emphasizing divine punishment, traumatic experiences during religious education, or exposure to intense mythological content at a young age. Some individuals develop this fear after experiencing guilt or anxiety related to perceived moral transgressions. Physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias and include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and panic attacks when confronted with Zeus-related imagery or concepts. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, gradual exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Mental health professionals work with patients to address underlying beliefs about divine punishment and develop coping strategies for managing anxiety around mythological or religious themes. Cleithrophobia, also known as plesiophobia, is the intense fear of being trapped or locked in an enclosed space. While often confused with claustrophobia, cleithrophobia focuses specifically on the inability to escape rather than just being in small spaces. People with this phobia experience overwhelming anxiety when they feel they cannot leave a room, building, or confined area. The fear typically stems from the loss of control and the panic that comes with feeling trapped. Unlike claustrophobia, where the space itself causes distress, cleithrophobia centers on the blocked exits and lack of escape routes. Common triggers include locked doors, crowded elevators, basement rooms, or any situation where the person feels their freedom of movement is restricted. The phobia can develop after traumatic experiences like being accidentally locked in a room as a child, getting stuck in an elevator, or being in dangerous situations where escape was impossible. Physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and intense feelings of dread when confronted with situations they perceive as trapping. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Therapists work with patients to gradually expose them to controlled situations that trigger their fear while teaching coping mechanisms. The phobia can significantly impact daily life, causing people to avoid certain buildings, refuse to use elevators, or insist on sitting near exits in restaurants and theaters. Chionophobia, also known as pagophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of snow. This specific phobia can severely impact those living in regions where snowfall is common during winter months. People with chionophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when encountering snow or even thinking about snowy conditions. The fear often stems from traumatic experiences such as being trapped in snow, witnessing snow-related accidents, or experiencing hypothermia during childhood. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and panic attacks when snow is present or forecasted. Some individuals may refuse to leave their homes during winter months or relocate to warmer climates to avoid exposure entirely. The phobia can develop from various triggers including car accidents on icy roads, getting lost in snowstorms, or being buried in snow during avalanches. Media coverage of snow-related disasters can also reinforce these fears in susceptible individuals. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure therapy. Therapists may start with images of snow before progressing to small amounts of actual snow in controlled environments. Medication for anxiety may also be prescribed in severe cases. Chionophobia differs from simply disliking cold weather. Those with this condition experience genuine terror that interferes with daily functioning during winter seasons. The fear is persistent and excessive compared to any actual danger snow might present in normal circumstances. Chiroptophobia, also known as bat phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of bats. This phobia affects people of all ages and can range from mild discomfort to complete panic when encountering these flying mammals. The fear often stems from common misconceptions about bats, including the belief that they are aggressive toward humans or that they commonly carry rabies. Many people with chiroptophobia develop their fear through cultural influences, particularly horror movies and folklore that portray bats as sinister creatures associated with vampires and darkness. The erratic flight patterns of bats can also trigger fear responses, as their unpredictable movements make some people feel unsafe. Bats are actually beneficial animals that help control insect populations and pollinate plants. Most bat species are harmless to humans and actively avoid contact with people. Only 3 species out of over 1,000 are vampire bats, and these primarily feed on livestock rather than humans. The phobia can interfere with outdoor activities, especially during evening hours when bats are most active. Some individuals may avoid camping, hiking, or even spending time in their own backyards during twilight hours. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually learn about bats through education, before slowly working up to viewing them from a distance. Cognitive behavioral therapy can also help people challenge their negative thoughts about these misunderstood creatures. Amycophobia, also known as the fear of scratches or being scratched, centers on an intense and irrational fear of claws, scratches, or any sharp objects that could cause scratching injuries. This specific phobia extends beyond just the physical act of being scratched to include the sight of claw marks, scratch wounds, or even the thought of sharp nails or claws making contact with skin. People with amycophobia often experience severe anxiety when encountering animals with prominent claws, such as cats, dogs, or birds. The fear can be triggered by seeing scratched surfaces, observing someone else getting scratched, or even imagining the sensation of nails dragging across skin or other materials. The phobia typically develops through traumatic experiences involving scratches, such as a severe animal attack, painful scratching incidents during childhood, or witnessing someone else being badly scratched. Some individuals develop this fear without direct trauma, instead acquiring it through observational learning or genetic predisposition to anxiety disorders. Daily life becomes significantly impacted for those with severe amycophobia. They may avoid pet ownership, refuse to visit homes with animals, or become extremely distressed around anything with sharp edges or pointed surfaces. Some people cannot tolerate the sound of fingernails on chalkboards or similar scratching noises. Physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias and include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and panic attacks when confronted with their trigger. In extreme cases, individuals may experience these symptoms simply from thinking about scratches or claws. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Gradual exposure to images of claws or scratches, followed by controlled real-world encounters, helps reduce the fear response over time. Asthenophobia, also known as the fear of weakness or fainting. This phobia centers around an intense dread of physical or mental weakness in oneself. People with asthenophobia experience overwhelming anxiety at the thought of becoming weak, losing strength, or appearing vulnerable to others. The fear often manifests in several ways. Some individuals become terrified of fainting or collapsing in public spaces. Others develop an obsessive need to maintain physical strength through excessive exercise or rigid routines. Many sufferers worry constantly about their energy levels depleting or their body betraying them during important moments. The phobia can extend beyond physical weakness to include fears of emotional vulnerability or mental fragility. This creates a cycle where the person exhausts themselves trying to appear strong, which ironically increases their risk of the very weakness they fear. Common triggers include feeling lightheaded, experiencing muscle fatigue, witnessing others faint, or being in situations that demand physical or emotional strength. Medical settings, gyms, and high-stress environments often provoke intense reactions. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address the underlying beliefs about strength and vulnerability. Exposure therapy helps patients gradually confront situations where they might feel weak while learning healthy coping mechanisms. The condition can significantly impact daily life, leading people to avoid physical activities, social situations, or any scenario where they might appear less than completely strong and capable. Pediophobia, also known as doll phobia or automatonophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of dolls and doll-like objects. This phobia affects people of all ages, though it often begins in childhood. The fear extends beyond just traditional dolls to include mannequins, ventriloquist dummies, wax figures, marionettes, and even some toys with human-like features. The uncanny valley effect plays a significant role in pediophobia. This psychological phenomenon occurs when something appears almost human but not quite right, creating an unsettling feeling. Dolls often fall into this category with their human-like faces but lifeless eyes and artificial expressions. People with pediophobia experience genuine panic attacks, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and overwhelming anxiety when encountering dolls. Some cannot even look at images of dolls without feeling distressed. The fear often stems from the belief that dolls might come to life or move on their own. Horror movies and media have reinforced these fears through films featuring possessed or evil dolls. However, the phobia typically develops independently of media exposure. Many sufferers report feeling uncomfortable around dolls from a very young age, even before seeing any scary movies. Cultural factors also contribute to this fear. Various folklore traditions worldwide feature stories of dolls or puppets that gain consciousness or become vessels for spirits. These cultural narratives can reinforce existing anxieties about inanimate objects that resemble humans. Treatment for pediophobia usually involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly build tolerance to doll-related imagery and eventually physical dolls themselves. Automatonophobia, also known as the fear of humanoid figures, involves an intense and irrational fear of objects that resemble humans but are not actually alive. This phobia typically centers around mannequins, wax figures, ventriloquist dummies, dolls, animatronics, and similar human-like objects. People with automatonophobia experience significant distress when encountering these items in department stores, museums, or entertainment venues. The fear often stems from what researchers call the uncanny valley effect. This occurs when an object appears almost human, but contains subtle differences that trigger discomfort in the human brain. The brain recognizes something is not quite right about these figures, creating an unsettling feeling that can escalate into full panic for those with the phobia. Individuals with automatonophobia may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, or the urgent need to leave when confronted with these objects. Some people report feeling like the figures are watching them, or might suddenly come to life. The condition can significantly impact daily activities, as human-like figures appear in many common locations. Shopping becomes difficult when passing store mannequins, and visits to museums or theme parks with animatronic displays can trigger severe anxiety episodes. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become accustomed to these objects in controlled environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy also helps people understand and manage their fear responses to these humanoid figures. Bacteriophobia, also known as bacillophobia or microbiophobia, is the intense fear of bacteria and germs. People with this condition experience extreme anxiety when thinking about microscopic organisms that could potentially cause illness or contamination. This phobia goes far beyond normal hygiene concerns. Those affected may spend hours each day cleaning and disinfecting surfaces, washing their hands until their skin becomes raw, or avoiding public spaces entirely. The fear often centers on the invisible nature of bacteria. Since these microorganisms cannot be seen with the naked eye, sufferers may feel constantly surrounded by potential threats. This creates a persistent state of worry that can interfere with daily activities like eating, touching doorknobs, or shaking hands with others. Bacteriophobia became more widely recognized during the late 20th century as public awareness of germs and disease transmission increased. The condition gained additional attention during health crises when media coverage emphasized the spread of harmful bacteria and viruses. Some individuals develop this phobia after experiencing a serious illness caused by bacterial infection. Others may acquire it through repeated exposure to information about disease outbreaks or contamination events. The fear can also emerge from obsessive-compulsive tendencies related to cleanliness and control. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly build tolerance to situations involving potential bacterial contact. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps individuals challenge their excessive fears and develop more realistic assessments of actual risk levels. Coimetrophobia, also known as cemetery phobia or graveyard fear, is the intense and irrational fear of cemeteries and burial grounds. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety when visiting or even thinking about graveyards, funeral homes, or any location associated with death and burial. The fear extends beyond just the dead bodies themselves to encompass the entire environment of memorial sites. Common triggers include headstones, mausoleums, funeral flowers, and the general atmosphere of cemetery grounds. Some individuals cannot even drive past these locations without experiencing panic attacks or severe distress. The phobia often stems from cultural associations between cemeteries and supernatural activity, childhood trauma involving funeral services, or general thanatophobia, which is the fear of death itself. Media portrayals of graveyards as haunted or dangerous locations can reinforce these fears. Physical symptoms typically include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, trembling, and an overwhelming urge to flee the area. Many sufferers avoid funeral services entirely, which can strain relationships with family and friends during times of loss. Coimetrophobia differs from necrophobia, the fear of dead bodies, because it focuses specifically on the locations where the deceased are laid to rest, rather than the remains themselves. The condition can significantly impact someone's ability to pay respects to departed loved ones or participate in important cultural rituals surrounding death and remembrance. Treatment usually involves gradual exposure therapy and cognitive behavioral techniques to help individuals process their fears in a controlled environment. Demonophobia, also known as demonophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of demons, devils, or evil spirits. This specific phobia goes beyond typical religious concerns and creates genuine terror that can severely impact daily life. People with demonophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when exposed to anything demon-related. This includes horror movies, religious imagery, Gothic architecture, or even discussions about supernatural entities. The fear often extends to darkness, abandoned places, and religious symbols that might be associated with demonic presence. Physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and nausea when confronted with their trigger. In severe cases, panic attacks can occur just from thinking about demons or evil spirits. The phobia typically develops during childhood, often stemming from exposure to frightening religious teachings, horror media, or traumatic experiences involving supernatural themes. Some individuals develop the fear after consuming particularly intense horror content or following exposure to exorcism narratives in movies or books. Cultural and religious backgrounds play a significant role in shaping this phobia. Those raised in environments where demonic entities are frequently discussed or where possession stories are common may be more susceptible to developing demonophobia. Treatment usually involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually confront their fears in controlled environments. Exposure therapy helps individuals build tolerance to demon-related imagery and concepts. Relaxation techniques and anxiety management strategies also prove effective in reducing the intensity of fear responses. The condition can be particularly challenging because demons appear frequently in popular culture, making complete avoidance nearly impossible in modern society. Dysmorphophobia, also known as the fear of physical deformity or disfigurement, centers around an intense and persistent fear of having or developing bodily abnormalities. People experiencing this phobia harbor deep anxieties about their physical appearance becoming distorted, malformed, or somehow altered in disturbing ways. This fear extends beyond normal concerns about looks and develops into a consuming dread that can severely impact daily functioning. The phobia often manifests through obsessive checking behaviors, where individuals repeatedly examine their reflection or specific body parts for signs of perceived defects. They may avoid mirrors entirely, or spend excessive amounts of time scrutinizing their appearance for imagined flaws. Dysmorphophobia differs from body dysmorphic disorder, though the two conditions share similarities. While body dysmorphic disorder involves believing that existing physical features are severely flawed, dysmorphophobia specifically focuses on the fear that deformities will occur or worsen over time. This fear can target any part of the body, but commonly involves facial features, skin texture, body proportions, or limb alignment. The anxiety becomes so overwhelming that it can lead to social withdrawal, avoiding public spaces, or refusing to be photographed. The condition often develops during adolescence when body image concerns naturally peak, though it can emerge at any age following traumatic experiences or exposure to medical conditions involving physical changes. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address the underlying thought patterns and gradual exposure techniques to reduce avoidance behaviors. Febrophobia, also known as fibrophobia or pyrexiophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of fever, or developing a fever. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety when their body temperature rises even slightly above normal. The fear often extends beyond personal concern to include terror of others around them having fevers. This phobia typically develops after traumatic experiences with high fevers during childhood or witnessing someone suffer from fever-related complications. Some individuals develop febrophobia following serious illnesses where fever was a prominent symptom. Those affected become hypervigilant about their body temperature, frequently checking thermometers and avoiding situations where they might develop a fever. They may refuse to be around sick people, obsessively sanitize their environment, or avoid physical activities that could raise their body temperature. The fear can severely disrupt daily life, leading to social isolation and avoidance of medical care when actually needed. Many sufferers recognize their fear as excessive but feel powerless to control their anxiety responses. Physical symptoms mirror those of panic attacks, including rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing. Ironically, the stress response itself can sometimes cause body temperature fluctuations, creating a cycle of increased anxiety. Treatment approaches include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Gradual exposure to fever-related scenarios in controlled therapeutic settings helps individuals build tolerance and reduce their fear response over time. Geraskophobia, also known as the fear of aging or growing old, is an anxiety disorder centered around the natural process of getting older. This phobia goes beyond normal concerns about aging and develops into an intense, irrational fear that can significantly impact daily life. People with geraskophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when thinking about their own aging process or witnessing signs of aging in others. Common triggers include birthdays, looking in mirrors, seeing wrinkles or gray hair, and observing elderly individuals. The fear often focuses on losing physical abilities, mental sharpness, independence, or attractiveness as time passes. Physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and difficulty breathing when confronted with reminders of aging. Some individuals avoid mirrors, refuse to celebrate birthdays, or obsessively use anti-aging products in attempts to halt the natural aging process. The condition typically develops during midlife transitions, often between ages 30 and 50, when people first notice significant physical changes. Social media culture and society's emphasis on youth can intensify these fears. Some individuals develop geraskophobia after witnessing the decline of aging family members or experiencing their own health issues. Treatment approaches include cognitive behavioral therapy, which helps patients challenge irrational thoughts about aging, and exposure therapy, where individuals gradually confront age-related triggers in controlled settings. Medications for anxiety may also provide relief when combined with therapeutic interventions. The fear can lead to social isolation, depression, and extreme measures to appear younger, including excessive cosmetic procedures or dangerous anti-aging treatments. Hatophobia, also known as stygiophobia or fear of hell, is the intense and persistent fear of damnation or eternal punishment in the afterlife. This phobia goes beyond normal religious concern or spiritual reflection. People with hatophobia experience overwhelming anxiety about the possibility of being condemned to hell after death. The fear can be so severe that it interferes with daily functioning and mental well-being. Those affected may experience panic attacks when thinking about death, the afterlife, or religious concepts related to judgment. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing. Some individuals become hypervigilant about their moral behavior, constantly worrying that any mistake could lead to eternal damnation. The fear often stems from strict religious upbringing, traumatic religious experiences, or exposure to vivid descriptions of hell and punishment. Religious texts, sermons, or artwork depicting hellish imagery can trigger intense anxiety responses. Hatophobia can manifest in different ways depending on cultural and religious background. Some focus on specific religious interpretations of hell, while others fear more general concepts of eternal suffering or separation from divine grace. The condition can lead to compulsive religious behaviors, excessive guilt, or conversely, complete avoidance of religious settings and discussions. Some individuals may seek constant reassurance about their spiritual status or engage in repetitive prayer or confession. Treatment typically involves therapy approaches that address both the anxiety component and any underlying religious trauma or conflicts. The goal is helping individuals develop a healthier relationship with their spiritual beliefs while managing the overwhelming fear response. Harpaxophobia, also known as kleptophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of being robbed or of encountering robbers and thieves. People with this condition experience severe anxiety when thinking about potential theft or burglary situations. The fear extends beyond normal safety concerns that most people have about crime. Those affected may avoid carrying valuable items, refuse to go out after dark, or become extremely anxious in areas they perceive as unsafe. Some individuals develop elaborate security routines for their homes, checking locks multiple times, or installing excessive security systems. The phobia can stem from personal experiences with theft, witnessing crimes, or consuming too much crime-related media content. Traumatic events involving property loss often trigger the development of this fear. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and panic attacks when confronted with situations that could potentially involve theft. Some people experience these reactions even when hearing about crimes that happen to others. Harpaxophobia can significantly impact daily life, limiting where people feel comfortable going and what activities they're willing to participate in. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques to help individuals manage their fear responses. The condition affects both urban and rural populations, though urban dwellers may report higher rates due to increased exposure to crime statistics and news coverage. Kinemortophobia is the intense fear of zombies and the undead, particularly as they appear in movies, television shows, and other forms of media. This phobia is also known as zombie phobia, or the fear of the living dead. People with kinemortophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when exposed to zombie-related content. This can include horror films, video games, books, or even discussions about zombies. The fear often extends beyond fictional portrayals to include anxiety about potential zombie apocalypse scenarios. The phobia typically develops after exposure to particularly frightening zombie media during childhood or adolescence. Classic films from the 1960s and 70s, as well as modern zombie entertainment, can trigger the initial fear response that grows into a lasting phobia. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when encountering zombie imagery. Some individuals cannot even look at movie posters or book covers featuring undead characters without experiencing distress. The fear stems from several psychological factors. Zombies represent a loss of human consciousness and control, which taps into deep anxieties about death and identity. Their decomposing appearance triggers natural disgust responses, while their relentless pursuit behavior activates primitive fight or flight instincts. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly build tolerance to zombie-related content under professional guidance. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that maintain the fear response. Melissophobia, also known as apophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of bees. This specific phobia goes far beyond the normal caution most people feel around these stinging insects. People with melissophobia experience overwhelming anxiety at the mere thought, sight, or sound of bees. The buzzing noise alone can trigger panic attacks, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and an immediate urge to flee the area. This fear often develops after a traumatic bee sting experience, especially during childhood. However, some individuals develop melissophobia without ever being stung, simply from hearing frightening stories or witnessing others react fearfully to bees. The phobia can severely impact daily life during warmer months when bees are most active. Sufferers may avoid outdoor activities, gardens, parks, or even refuse to leave their homes during peak bee season. Some people go to extreme lengths, such as sealing windows completely, or moving to urban areas where bees are less common. What makes melissophobia particularly challenging is that bees are beneficial insects found almost everywhere outdoors. Unlike fears of exotic animals, bees are encountered regularly in most environments, making complete avoidance nearly impossible. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually face their fear in controlled settings. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps individuals understand and change their thought patterns about bees. In severe cases, anti-anxiety medications may be prescribed to manage symptoms during treatment. Interestingly, melissophobia is distinct from the fear of wasps or hornets, though some people experience multiple insect-related phobias simultaneously. Motophobia is the specific fear of moths. This phobia goes beyond simple discomfort and creates intense anxiety when encountering these winged insects. People with motophobia experience genuine panic responses when they see moths or even think about them. Their heart rate increases, they may sweat profusely, and some individuals feel nauseous or dizzy. The erratic flight patterns of moths often trigger the most severe reactions. This fear differs from lepidopterophobia, which covers both moths and butterflies. Motophobia focuses specifically on moths, often due to their nocturnal nature and attraction to artificial light sources. Several factors contribute to developing this phobia. Moths appearing suddenly near light fixtures can startle people, creating lasting negative associations. Their fuzzy bodies and unpredictable movements make some individuals extremely uncomfortable. Cultural depictions of moths as omens or symbols of death also influence these fears. The condition can significantly impact daily life. Sufferers may avoid outdoor evening activities, struggle with moths entering their homes, or feel distressed when moths gather around porch lights. Some people cannot sleep if they know a moth is in their bedroom. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become accustomed to moths in controlled environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps people understand and change their thought patterns about these insects. Relaxation techniques and breathing exercises can manage immediate anxiety symptoms. Motophobia affects people across all age groups, though many cases begin in childhood after a particularly frightening encounter with moths. Myxophobia, also known as blenophobia, is the intense fear of slime, mucus, or any slimy substances. People with this phobia experience overwhelming anxiety when encountering anything with a wet, sticky, or gooey texture. Common triggers include snails and slugs, raw egg whites, certain foods like oysters or okra, and bodily secretions such as saliva or nasal mucus. The fear often stems from the unpredictable and uncontrollable nature of slimy substances. Many individuals with myxophobia describe feeling disgusted by the way these materials cling to surfaces or change shape when touched. Physical reactions can include nausea, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and an urgent need to wash or clean themselves after any perceived contact. Some people develop elaborate avoidance behaviors, such as wearing gloves while cooking or refusing to eat certain textures of food. This phobia can significantly impact daily life, making activities like gardening, cooking, or even basic hygiene challenging. The condition often overlaps with other texture-related fears, and can be particularly difficult for parents who need to handle various substances while caring for children. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become accustomed to slimy textures in a controlled environment. Cognitive behavioral therapy also helps people challenge their thoughts about these substances and develop coping strategies. Ophthalmophobia, also known as omatophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of eyes. This phobia extends beyond simple discomfort with eye contact and encompasses a deep fear of eyes themselves, whether human or animal. People with ophthalmophobia experience intense anxiety when looking at eyes or being looked at by others. The fear can be triggered by direct eye contact, photographs containing visible eyes, or even artistic depictions of eyes. Some individuals may feel comfortable with their own eyes but become distressed when encountering the eyes of others. The phobia manifests in several ways. Some sufferers avoid looking at faces entirely, focusing instead on other parts of a person when speaking. Others may wear sunglasses indoors, or seek out dimly lit environments to minimize the visibility of eyes around them. This condition can severely impact social interactions and daily functioning. Simple activities like having conversations, watching movies, or walking through public spaces can become overwhelming challenges. The fear often stems from feelings of vulnerability, as if the eyes can see into one's thoughts or judge their character. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become accustomed to images of eyes before progressing to real-life interactions. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the phobia. With proper treatment, most people can learn to manage their symptoms and engage more comfortably in social situations. Parasitophobia, also known as the fear of parasites, is an intense and persistent fear of organisms that live on or inside other living beings. This phobia centers around creatures like tapeworms, fleas, ticks, lice, and various microscopic organisms that depend on host bodies for survival. People with parasitophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when thinking about these organisms potentially entering or living within their own bodies. The fear often stems from the invasive nature of parasites and their ability to cause harm while remaining hidden from view. Many individuals with this condition become obsessively concerned about contamination through food, water, or contact with infected animals or people. Common triggers include travel to areas known for parasitic infections, eating undercooked meat, swimming in natural bodies of water, or even hearing stories about parasitic diseases. The phobia can manifest as compulsive hand washing, extreme food preparation rituals, or complete avoidance of certain activities and locations. Some people develop parasitophobia after experiencing an actual parasitic infection, while others may develop it through exposure to graphic medical content or horror media featuring parasitic themes. The condition can severely impact daily life, leading to restricted diets, social isolation, and constant worry about invisible threats. Medical documentaries and films depicting parasitic infections often intensify this fear, creating vivid mental images that persist long after viewing. The knowledge that many parasites are microscopic and undetectable without medical testing adds another layer of anxiety for those affected by this phobia. Pathophobia, also known as nosophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of disease or becoming ill. People with this condition experience intense anxiety about contracting any form of sickness, from common colds to serious medical conditions. Those affected by pathophobia often engage in excessive hygiene behaviors. They may wash their hands dozens of times per day, avoid public spaces, or refuse to touch surfaces that others have contacted. Some individuals become so concerned about germs that they sanitize everything in their environment repeatedly. The fear extends beyond personal illness to include witnessing sickness in others. Many people with pathophobia cannot visit hospitals, attend to sick family members, or even watch medical shows on television without experiencing panic attacks. This phobia can severely limit daily activities. Sufferers might avoid restaurants, public transportation, or crowded events entirely. Some refuse to travel to certain countries due to concerns about foreign diseases. In extreme cases, individuals may become housebound, believing their home is the only safe environment. Pathophobia differs from normal health consciousness. While most people take reasonable precautions to stay healthy, those with this phobia experience debilitating anxiety that interferes with their ability to function normally. The fear response is disproportionate to actual health risks and persists even when medical professionals provide reassurance about their well-being. Pecatophobia, also known as hamartophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of sinning or committing acts considered morally wrong within one's belief system. This phobia extends far beyond normal moral consciousness or religious devotion. Individuals with pecatophobia experience overwhelming anxiety about potentially violating religious commandments, cultural taboos, or personal moral codes. The fear typically manifests as constant worry about unintentional wrongdoing, excessive guilt over minor perceived transgressions, and compulsive behaviors aimed at avoiding any action that might be considered sinful. People with this condition often engage in repetitive prayer, confession, or purification rituals. They may avoid certain activities, foods, or social situations entirely out of fear that participation could lead to moral transgression. The phobia can severely impact daily functioning, as sufferers may spend hours analyzing their thoughts and actions for potential moral violations. Simple decisions become paralyzing as they weigh every possible ethical implication. Pecatophobia frequently develops within religious communities, but can also emerge in secular contexts, where individuals hold rigid moral frameworks. The condition often overlaps with obsessive-compulsive disorder and scrupulosity, which involves excessive concern about religious or moral issues. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to help individuals develop more balanced perspectives on morality and reduce the anxiety response to perceived moral threats. Phasmophobia, also known as spectrophobia, is the intense and persistent fear of ghosts, phantoms, or supernatural spirits. This specific phobia goes beyond the typical unease many people feel when watching horror movies or walking through supposedly haunted locations. People with phasmophobia experience genuine terror at the thought of encountering ghostly apparitions or supernatural entities. The fear can be triggered by darkened rooms, old buildings, cemeteries, or even fictional depictions of spirits in media. Physical symptoms often include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and shortness of breath when exposed to situations where ghosts might be present. Some individuals may avoid certain locations entirely, such as historic buildings, basements, or areas with reported paranormal activity. The phobia typically develops during childhood, often after exposure to frightening ghost stories, movies, or claimed supernatural encounters. Cultural background plays a significant role, as societies with strong beliefs in spirits and the afterlife tend to see higher rates of this fear. Unlike a general interest in the paranormal or mild spookiness, phasmophobia significantly interferes with daily functioning. Sufferers might refuse to enter certain buildings, avoid being alone in dark spaces, or experience sleep disturbances due to fear of nocturnal visitations. Treatment approaches include cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually confront their fears in controlled settings. Exposure therapy helps individuals understand that their intense reactions are disproportionate to any actual threat. Relaxation techniques and systematic desensitization prove effective for many cases. Pupophobia, also known as puppet phobia or marionette phobia, is the intense fear of puppets and puppet-like figures. This specific phobia affects people of all ages, but commonly begins in childhood after exposure to puppets in entertainment or educational settings. The fear typically centers around the uncanny valley effect that puppets create. Their human-like appearance combined with unnatural movements and expressions can trigger deep discomfort. Many people with pupophobia describe feeling unsettled by the fixed facial expressions, glass or painted eyes, and the way puppets move in jerky or unnatural patterns. Common triggers include marionettes with strings, hand puppets, ventriloquist dummies, and even some animatronic figures. Television shows featuring puppet characters, puppet theaters, and toy stores with puppet displays can all provoke anxiety responses in those affected. The phobia can range from mild discomfort to severe panic attacks. Physical symptoms often include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and trembling when encountering puppets. Some individuals may experience anticipatory anxiety just thinking about potential puppet encounters. Mental health professionals typically treat pupophobia through exposure therapy and cognitive behavioral techniques. Gradual exposure to puppet images, then videos, and eventually real puppets can help reduce the fear response over time. Relaxation techniques and anxiety management strategies also prove effective for many patients. The condition gained wider recognition through popular culture references and social media discussions, helping people realize their puppet-related fears have a clinical name and treatment options. Samhainophobia, also known as Halloween phobia, is the intense fear of Halloween, or the ancient Celtic festival of Samhain. Samhain, pronounced Samhain, was a traditional harvest festival marking the end of summer and the beginning of winter in Celtic culture. The Celts believed this time represented a thin boundary between the world of the living and the dead. Modern Halloween evolved from these ancient traditions. People with Samhainophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when exposed to Halloween-related imagery, activities, or celebrations. This can include fear of costumes, particularly masks and scary outfits, decorations like jack-o'-lanterns, fake spider webs, or skeleton displays. The phobia might also extend to supernatural themes commonly associated with the holiday. Horror movies, haunted houses, ghost stories, and references to death or spirits can trigger intense panic responses. For some individuals, the fear centers specifically on the spiritual or occult aspects tied to the original Samhain festival. They may feel distressed by what they perceive as connections to witchcraft, paganism, or supernatural practices. Symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and an urgent need to avoid Halloween-themed environments. This can significantly impact daily life during October, when Halloween imagery becomes widespread in stores, neighborhoods, and media. The condition may develop from traumatic Halloween experiences during childhood, religious or cultural beliefs that conflict with Halloween practices, or general anxiety around supernatural themes and imagery. Satanophobia, also known as Satan phobia or devil phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of Satan, the devil, or demonic entities. This specific phobia goes beyond typical religious reverence or healthy spiritual caution. People with Satanophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when encountering anything they associate with Satan or evil supernatural forces. The fear can be triggered by religious imagery, certain symbols, horror movies featuring demonic themes, or even discussions about evil in religious contexts. Some individuals become afraid of specific numbers, colors, or objects they believe are connected to satanic influence. Physical symptoms mirror those of other phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, or panic attacks when confronted with their triggers. In severe cases, people might avoid churches, religious discussions, or entire genres of entertainment. The phobia often develops during childhood, particularly in households with strict religious upbringing, where Satan is frequently discussed as a very real and immediate threat. Traumatic religious experiences, exposure to intense evangelical preaching, or consuming frightening religious media can contribute to its development. Cultural factors play a significant role. Societies with strong religious traditions that emphasize the presence and power of evil supernatural forces tend to see higher rates of this phobia. Satanophobia differs from general religious anxiety because it focuses specifically on malevolent supernatural entities rather than divine judgment or religious performance. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address the irrational thought patterns and gradual exposure techniques. Mental health professionals often work alongside religious counselors to help individuals develop a healthier relationship with their faith while managing their fear responses. Cephalophobia, also known as the fear of decaying matter or rotting material, is a specific phobia that triggers intense anxiety when confronted with decomposing organic substances. This condition involves a morbid fear of decaying matter that can range from mild discomfort to severe panic attacks. The severity of symptoms depends on the underlying cause of the phobia, the individual, and the intensity of their fear. People with cephalophobia may experience overwhelming anxiety when encountering rotting food, decomposing leaves, dead animals, or any organic material in the process of decay. In severe cases, they don't only avoid situations or objects with the decaying matter, but also the thoughts about it. The brain can trigger the same fearful response even when the person is not physically near decaying matter, simply by thinking about it. This is because fear is a physical response to our patterns of thinking, the thoughts we attach to decaying matter. Symptoms most of the time happen suddenly and without any prior signs or warnings. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and nausea. In some very severe cases, a person suffering a panic attack triggered from cephalophobia may feel completely overwhelmed by their fear response. Treatment options exist, with some techniques that can be done on your own, while others require professional help. Cognitive behavioral therapy focuses on changing thought patterns associated with the fear, while exposure therapy gradually introduces the person to their fear in controlled settings. Tocophobia, also known as tocophobia, is the intense and persistent fear of pregnancy and childbirth. This phobia can affect both people who are capable of becoming pregnant and those who are not. The condition manifests in two distinct forms. Primary tocophobia occurs in individuals who have never experienced pregnancy or childbirth, but develop an overwhelming fear of the process. Secondary tocophobia develops after a traumatic birth experience, causing severe anxiety about future pregnancies. People with tocophobia may experience panic attacks, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and nausea when confronted with pregnancy-related topics or imagery. The fear often centers around concerns about pain during labor, potential complications, or losing control during the birthing process. This phobia can significantly impact life decisions and relationships. Some individuals may avoid intimate relationships entirely to prevent the possibility of pregnancy. Others might seek permanent sterilization procedures or rely heavily on multiple forms of contraception to eliminate any chance of conception. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and sometimes medication to manage anxiety symptoms. Support groups and counseling specifically focused on birth-related fears have shown effectiveness in helping people overcome this condition. Tocophobia gained increased recognition in medical literature during the 1990s, though the fear itself has likely existed throughout human history. Mental health professionals now consider it a legitimate anxiety disorder that requires proper treatment and understanding. Wiccaphobia, also known as fear of witches or fear of witchcraft, is the intense and irrational fear of Wiccan practices, witches, or anything associated with modern witchcraft and paganism. People with this phobia experience extreme anxiety when confronted with Wiccan symbols like pentacles, ritual tools such as athames or cauldrons, or discussions about spellcasting and magical practices. The fear often extends to encountering people who identify as Wiccans or practitioners of other earth-based spiritual paths. This phobia can manifest through physical symptoms, including rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and panic attacks when exposed to Wiccan materials or environments. Some individuals may avoid entire sections of bookstores, refuse to watch movies featuring witchcraft themes, or become distressed by seemingly harmless items like crystals or tarot cards. The fear typically stems from cultural conditioning, religious upbringing that portrayed witchcraft as dangerous or evil, or exposure to negative media portrayals of witches and magical practices. Horror movies and sensationalized media coverage can reinforce these fears by presenting distorted versions of Wiccan beliefs and practices. Wiccaphobia differs from a general fear of the supernatural because it specifically targets modern pagan and Wiccan spiritual practices rather than broader paranormal concepts. The phobia can significantly impact daily life, especially in areas where Wiccan shops, festivals, or practitioners are common. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address the underlying misconceptions and gradual exposure therapy to reduce the fear response. Education about actual Wiccan practices versus Hollywood portrayals often helps sufferers understand that their fears are based on fictional representations rather than reality. Abductophobia, also known as the fear of abduction or kidnapping phobia, is an intense and irrational fear of being taken against one's will by strangers or unknown individuals. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety when thinking about potential abduction scenarios. The fear typically centers around being forcibly removed from familiar environments and taken to unknown locations by malicious individuals. This phobia can develop from various triggers, including exposure to news reports about kidnappings, watching crime documentaries, or experiencing traumatic events either personally or through close family members. Some individuals develop abductophobia after viewing fictional media that depicts abduction scenarios in graphic detail. Physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders and include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, difficulty breathing, and nausea. Mental symptoms involve intrusive thoughts about abduction scenarios, constant vigilance in public spaces, and avoidance of certain locations or situations deemed risky. The condition significantly impacts daily functioning, as sufferers often avoid crowded places, refuse to travel alone, or become overly protective of family members. Many individuals with abductophobia develop elaborate safety routines and may carry multiple communication devices to maintain contact with trusted individuals. Treatment approaches include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy conducted in controlled environments, and anxiety management techniques. Mental health professionals work with patients to identify triggers and develop coping strategies that allow for gradual reintegration into normal social activities. Severe cases may require medication to manage underlying anxiety symptoms alongside therapeutic interventions. Amathophobia, also known as coniophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of dust. This phobia goes far beyond a simple dislike of dusty environments or a preference for cleanliness. People with amathophobia experience genuine terror when encountering dust particles, dusty surfaces, or environments where dust might be present. The fear can be triggered by seeing dust floating in sunlight, walking into an unused room, or even thinking about dust accumulation in hidden spaces. This condition often stems from concerns about contamination or health risks associated with inhaling dust particles. Some individuals develop the phobia after experiencing respiratory issues or learning about dust-related health problems. Others may have underlying obsessive-compulsive tendencies that manifest as an extreme aversion to dust. The physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when confronted with dusty environments. In severe cases, people might avoid certain locations entirely, such as attics, basements, construction sites, or older buildings. This fear can significantly impact daily functioning. Some individuals engage in excessive cleaning rituals, spending hours each day dusting and redusting surfaces. Others may refuse to enter spaces they perceive as dusty, limiting their social and professional activities. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques, helping individuals develop coping strategies and reduce their anxiety response to dust-related situations. Amaxophobia, also known as driving phobia or vehicular anxiety disorder, is the intense and persistent fear of driving or being a passenger in vehicles. This condition goes beyond normal nervousness about driving. People with amaxophobia experience overwhelming anxiety at the thought of operating a motor vehicle or even sitting in one as a passenger. The fear can extend to cars, trucks, buses, motorcycles, and any form of motorized transportation. Physical symptoms often include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and nausea when confronted with driving situations. Some individuals may experience panic attacks that make it impossible for them to get behind the wheel or enter a vehicle. The phobia typically develops after traumatic experiences such as car accidents, witnessing crashes, or hearing about serious vehicle collisions. For others, it emerges gradually through repeated exposure to stressful driving situations like heavy traffic, bad weather conditions, or aggressive drivers. Amaxophobia significantly impacts daily life in societies built around automobile transportation. Affected individuals may struggle to maintain employment, attend social events, or access essential services. Many become dependent on public transportation, rideshare services, or other people for mobility. The condition often creates a cycle where avoidance reinforces the fear. The longer someone avoids driving, the more intimidating it becomes to return to the road. Some people develop the phobia later in life after years of confident driving, particularly following accidents or as age-related concerns about reflexes and vision increase. Treatment approaches include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Professional driving instructors who specialize in anxious drivers can also provide structured support for gradual re-engagement with driving. Aphantasmophobia, also known as haplophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of being touched or of touching others. This specific phobia involves both physical contact and emotional intimacy, making it one of the more complex touch-related fears. People with aphantasmophobia experience severe distress when faced with any form of physical contact. The fear can be so overwhelming that it becomes paralyzing. Unlike conditions that cause physical pain from touch, this phobia creates intense psychological distress rather than actual physical discomfort. Symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and in severe cases, panic attacks. Some people may experience hives, hyperventilation, or even fainting when touched. The fear extends beyond stranger contact to include touch from family members, friends, and romantic partners. The exact cause remains unknown, but several factors contribute to its development. Past traumatic experiences involving unwanted physical contact, childhood abuse, or assault can trigger this phobia. Genetic factors also play a role, as people with family histories of anxiety disorders are more likely to develop aphantasmophobia. This condition significantly impacts daily life, making normal social interactions extremely challenging. Simple gestures like handshakes, hugs, or accidental bumping can cause severe anxiety. Romantic relationships become particularly difficult to maintain. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure therapy. Therapists help patients slowly become comfortable with the idea of touch, starting with imagined scenarios and progressing to actual contact in controlled environments. Medications like anti-anxiety drugs may also be prescribed to manage severe symptoms. The phobia gained wider recognition through its portrayal in various media, including the 2019 video game Death Stranding, where the main character suffers from this condition. Agoraphobia, also known as the fear of being forgotten or fear of forgetting. This phobia manifests as an intense anxiety about being forgotten by loved ones, friends, or society as a whole. People with agoraphobia experience overwhelming dread at the thought that their existence, achievements, or memories will fade from others' minds. The condition can also involve a paralyzing fear of forgetting important information, events, or people themselves. Sufferers may obsessively document their lives through photos, journals, or recordings to preserve every detail. Those affected often struggle with social situations, constantly seeking reassurance that they matter to others. They may become clingy in relationships or develop compulsive behaviors around memory preservation. The fear extends beyond personal relationships to concerns about legacy and historical significance. Some individuals worry that their contributions to work, family, or community will be erased over time. Physical symptoms mirror other anxiety disorders, including rapid heartbeat, sweating, and difficulty breathing when confronted with situations that trigger these fears. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address the underlying anxieties about self-worth and permanence. Exposure therapy may help patients gradually become comfortable with the natural process of some memories fading while others endure. The phobia highlights humanity's deep-seated need for connection and meaning, representing an extreme manifestation of universal concerns about mortality and significance. Adicophobia, also known as the fear of failure or kakoraphiophobia, is an intense and persistent fear of not succeeding or making mistakes. People with this phobia experience overwhelming anxiety when faced with situations where they might fail or perform poorly. This goes far beyond normal nervousness about important tasks or events. The fear can manifest in several ways. Some individuals avoid trying new activities entirely, while others become paralyzed when making decisions. Many people with atachophobia set impossibly high standards for themselves, believing that anything less than perfection equals failure. Physical symptoms often accompany this fear. These can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing when confronted with challenging situations. Some people experience nausea or dizziness when thinking about potential failure. The phobia frequently develops during childhood or adolescence, often stemming from overly critical environments or traumatic experiences with failure. Academic pressure, demanding parents, or public embarrassment can contribute to its development. Adicophobia can significantly impact daily life. Students might avoid taking advanced classes or pursuing higher education. Workers may turn down promotions or refuse to take on new responsibilities. Some people become so afraid of failing that they stop setting goals altogether. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where individuals learn to challenge negative thought patterns about failure. Exposure therapy gradually helps people face their fears in controlled environments. Many find success through techniques that reframe failure as a learning opportunity rather than a devastating outcome. Bovinophobia, also known as the fear of cattle, is a specific phobia centered around cows, bulls, and other bovine animals. This condition goes beyond simple caution around large farm animals and involves an intense, irrational fear that can trigger significant anxiety responses. People with bovinophobia may experience panic attacks, sweating, rapid heartbeat, or overwhelming dread when encountering cattle or even thinking about them. The fear often extends to related imagery, sounds like mooing, or visiting places where cattle might be present, such as farms, rural areas, or petting zoos. Several factors can contribute to developing this phobia. Direct traumatic experiences with cattle, such as being chased or knocked down by a cow, frequently serve as the initial trigger. The sheer size and weight of these animals, which can reach 1,500 to 2,000 pounds, naturally makes them intimidating to many people. The unpredictable nature of cattle behavior also plays a role in this fear. Despite their generally docile reputation, cattle can move suddenly, make loud noises, or display protective behaviors that some individuals find deeply unsettling. Cultural and media influences may reinforce bovinophobia as well. Stories about aggressive bulls, horror movies featuring cattle, or childhood exposure to negative portrayals of these animals can embed lasting fears. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become accustomed to cattle-related stimuli in controlled environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps people challenge and reframe their fearful thoughts about these animals. Cacophobia, also known as the fear of ugliness. This phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of ugly or aesthetically displeasing things, people, or situations. People with cacophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when confronted with anything they perceive as ugly or visually disturbing. The fear extends beyond simple aesthetic preferences. Individuals with this condition may avoid mirrors, certain public spaces, or even specific people based on their appearance. They might refuse to look at artwork, photographs, or movies that contain imagery they find unattractive. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when exposed to triggers. Some people develop compulsive behaviors like excessive grooming, or constantly rearranging their environment to avoid anything they consider unsightly. The condition can severely impact daily functioning. Sufferers may isolate themselves from social situations, struggle with self-image issues, or spend excessive time and money on appearance-related activities. Shopping for clothing, home decorating, or even choosing restaurants can become sources of extreme stress. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to help individuals challenge their perceptions and develop coping strategies. Exposure therapy may gradually introduce patients to their triggers in controlled environments. In severe cases, medication might be prescribed to manage anxiety symptoms. The fear often stems from cultural beauty standards, past traumatic experiences, or underlying anxiety disorders that manifest through aesthetic concerns. Chronophobia, also known as time anxiety, is the persistent and irrational fear of time or the passage of time itself. This phobia can manifest in several different ways, making it one of the more complex anxiety disorders. People with chronophobia may experience intense dread when thinking about time moving forward, the aging process, or their own mortality. The fear often centers around the concept that time is constantly slipping away and cannot be controlled or stopped. Some individuals become fixated on clocks, watches, or calendars, feeling overwhelmed by the visual reminder that seconds and minutes are continuously passing. Others may avoid these timekeeping devices entirely, removing clocks from their homes or covering them up. The phobia can also present as an extreme fear of deadlines, appointments, or any time-sensitive situations. This can severely impact a person's ability to function in work or school environments where schedules and time management are essential. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when confronted with time-related triggers. The anxiety may worsen during significant life transitions, birthdays, or New Year celebrations, when the passage of time becomes more prominent in social consciousness. Chronophobia often develops in conjunction with other anxiety disorders or existential fears. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and sometimes medication to help manage the underlying anxiety that fuels this time-based terror. Contraltophobia, also known as agoraphobia, is the intense and irrational fear of sexual assault or abuse. This specific phobia goes far beyond the normal, healthy caution most people have about dangerous situations. People with contraltophobia experience overwhelming anxiety and panic when faced with any situation they perceive as potentially threatening in this way. The fear becomes so severe that it disrupts their daily functioning and relationships. Common triggers include being alone with others, watching certain movies or television shows, reading news stories about assault, or even discussing the topic. The phobia can develop from personal traumatic experiences, witnessing abuse happen to others, or from excessive exposure to media coverage of such incidents. Children are particularly susceptible to developing this condition when well-meaning adults repeatedly warn them about dangers without providing balanced context. Overprotective parenting or family environments where safety concerns dominate conversations can inadvertently plant seeds of excessive fear in young minds. Physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, difficulty breathing, nausea, and dizziness when confronted with their triggers. Some people have full panic attacks that can feel like heart attacks or create fears of losing control completely. The behavioral impact can be devastating. Adults with contraltophobia might avoid forming close relationships, refuse to be alone with others, or become unable to function in normal social situations. Children may struggle to bond with teachers, coaches, or other non-parental adults, severely limiting their social development. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, which helps patients identify and challenge their irrational thought patterns. Exposure therapy gradually introduces feared scenarios in controlled, safe environments. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy can be particularly effective for trauma-related cases. Unlike many phobias where complete avoidance is possible, contraltophobia affects such fundamental aspects of human interaction that professional treatment becomes essential for recovery. Distichophobia is the intense and irrational fear of accidents. This phobia can also be referred to as the fear of mishaps or unexpected harmful events. People with distichophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when thinking about potential accidents that could happen to themselves or others. This fear extends beyond normal caution and becomes debilitating in daily life. The phobia typically manifests as excessive worry about car crashes, falls, workplace injuries, or any sudden event that could cause harm. Those affected often avoid activities they perceive as risky, even when the actual danger is minimal. Common symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and panic attacks when exposed to situations where accidents might occur. Some individuals become hypervigilant, constantly scanning their environment for potential hazards. This fear can severely limit a person's ability to function normally. They might refuse to drive, avoid certain jobs, or become overly protective of family members. The constant state of alertness and worry can lead to exhaustion and social isolation. Distichophobia often develops after witnessing or experiencing a traumatic accident. However, it can also emerge without any direct exposure to harmful events, sometimes triggered by media coverage of accidents or hearing about others' experiences. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients learn to challenge their catastrophic thinking patterns and gradually expose themselves to feared situations in a controlled manner. Abuliophobia, also known as the fear of bubbles or boiling liquids. This specific phobia centers around an intense and irrational fear of bubbling substances. People with abuliophobia experience anxiety when encountering boiling water, carbonated beverages, bubble baths, or even simple soap bubbles. The fear typically stems from the unpredictable movement and popping sounds that bubbles create. Some individuals become distressed by the visual appearance of bubbles forming and bursting, while others are triggered by the associated sounds of bubbling or boiling. Those affected may avoid activities like cooking with boiling water, taking bubble baths, or drinking carbonated drinks. In severe cases, even seeing bubbles in movies or hearing the sound of boiling water can trigger panic responses. The phobia often develops during childhood, sometimes after a traumatic experience involving hot liquids or from observing someone else's negative reaction to bubbling substances. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and in extreme cases, panic attacks when exposed to their trigger. Like other specific phobias, abuliophobia can significantly impact daily life, making basic activities like cooking or bathing challenging. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy and cognitive behavioral techniques to help individuals manage their fear response. While relatively uncommon compared to other phobias, abuliophobia demonstrates how the human mind can develop intense fears around seemingly harmless everyday phenomena. Ecclesiophobia, also known as ecclesiophobia, is the persistent fear of churches and church-related environments. This specific phobia extends beyond simple discomfort and creates genuine anxiety responses when individuals encounter religious buildings, ceremonies, or symbols. People with ecclesiophobia experience intense fear reactions when approaching or entering churches, chapels, cathedrals, or other places of worship. The fear typically manifests through physical symptoms including rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and shortness of breath. Some individuals may feel overwhelming panic even when viewing churches from a distance or seeing religious imagery. The phobia can develop from several underlying causes. Traumatic experiences during childhood religious services, such as frightening sermons about punishment or judgment, often contribute to the condition's formation. Some cases stem from claustrophobia, triggered by the enclosed spaces and towering architecture common in traditional church buildings. The combination of dim lighting, echoing acoustics, and formal atmosphere can amplify feelings of being trapped or overwhelmed. Social anxiety plays a significant role for many sufferers. The structured nature of religious services, with their specific rituals, responses, and behavioral expectations, creates pressure that some individuals find unbearable. Fear of making mistakes during ceremonies or feeling judged by congregation members intensifies the anxiety response. Ecclesiophobia can severely impact daily life, particularly in communities where churches are prominent architectural features. Sufferers may avoid entire neighborhoods, wedding ceremonies, funeral services, or cultural events held in religious venues. This avoidance can lead to social isolation and missed important life moments. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, combined with relaxation techniques to help individuals manage their fear responses effectively. Epistaxiophobia, also known as the fear of nosebleeds, is a specific phobia centered around the occurrence or sight of nasal bleeding. This condition affects individuals who experience intense anxiety, panic, or avoidance behaviors when confronted with nosebleeds, whether their own or those of others. The fear typically stems from several factors. Nosebleeds can appear sudden and dramatic, with blood flowing unexpectedly from the nose. For many people, any sight of blood triggers distress, but epistaxiophobia specifically focuses on nasal bleeding episodes. Those with this phobia may worry about the underlying causes of nosebleeds. While most nosebleeds result from dry air, nose picking, or minor trauma to the nasal passages, the sight of blood can create fears about serious medical conditions. Some individuals become convinced that a nosebleed indicates a major health problem, even when medical professionals have ruled out serious causes. The phobia can manifest in various ways. Some people experience panic attacks when they or others have nosebleeds. Others go to great lengths to avoid situations where nosebleeds might occur, such as dry environments or contact sports. In severe cases, individuals may seek excessive medical attention for minor nosebleeds or develop compulsive behaviors around nose care to prevent bleeding episodes. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients learn to manage their anxiety responses and develop more realistic thoughts about nosebleeds. Gradual exposure therapy may also help individuals become more comfortable with the sight of nasal bleeding in controlled settings. Erotophobia, also known as genophobia or sexual phobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of sexual love, intimacy, or anything related to sexual feelings and behaviors. This phobia extends beyond typical nervousness about intimate situations. People with erotophobia experience intense anxiety, panic attacks, or physical symptoms when confronted with sexual topics, imagery, or the possibility of intimate contact. The fear can be so severe that it interferes with forming romantic relationships or maintaining existing ones. The condition can manifest in several ways. Some individuals fear all aspects of physical intimacy, while others may be comfortable with emotional closeness but become distressed at the thought of sexual contact. Even discussions about reproduction, sexual health, or seeing mildly suggestive content in movies or advertisements can trigger overwhelming anxiety. Erotophobia often develops from traumatic experiences, strict religious or cultural upbringing that portrayed sexuality as shameful, or negative early experiences with intimate situations. Sometimes it stems from other anxiety disorders or body image issues that become focused specifically on sexual contexts. The phobia creates significant challenges in adult relationships. Partners may feel rejected or confused, not understanding that the avoidance stems from genuine fear rather than lack of attraction. This can lead to relationship strain, isolation, and feelings of inadequacy for the person experiencing the phobia. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where individuals work with mental health professionals to gradually address their fears through exposure techniques and anxiety management strategies. The goal is to help people develop healthier attitudes toward intimacy and reduce the anxiety response that prevents normal relationship development. Gamophobia, also known as marriage phobia or commitment phobia, is the intense and persistent fear of marriage or long-term romantic commitment. The term comes from the Greek word gamos, meaning marriage, combined with phobia, meaning fear. This condition goes beyond normal pre-wedding nerves or relationship anxiety. People with gamophobia experience genuine terror at the thought of getting married or entering into serious committed relationships. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when confronted with marriage-related situations or discussions. The fear often stems from various sources, including witnessing traumatic divorces during childhood, fear of losing personal independence, or past relationship trauma. Some individuals develop this phobia after experiencing betrayal or abandonment in previous relationships. Gamophobia can severely impact a person's ability to form lasting romantic bonds. They may sabotage relationships as they become more serious, or avoid dating altogether to prevent reaching the point where marriage might be discussed. The condition affects both men and women, though it may manifest differently between genders. Some people with gamophobia can maintain long-term relationships as long as marriage is never formally discussed or pursued. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address underlying fears and negative thought patterns. Exposure therapy may also be used, gradually introducing marriage-related concepts in a controlled therapeutic environment. With proper treatment, many people with gamophobia can overcome their fear and develop healthy, committed relationships. Globophobia, also known as balloon phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of balloons. People with this condition experience extreme anxiety when encountering balloons in any form. This includes latex balloons, foil balloons, balloon animals, and even images or videos of balloons. The fear often stems from the unpredictable nature of balloons. The sudden loud pop when a balloon bursts can trigger intense panic responses. Many individuals with globophobia become hypervigilant around balloons, constantly anticipating that startling sound. The texture and static properties of latex balloons also contribute to the phobia. Some people find the squeaky sound of rubbing against latex deeply disturbing. Others fear the balloon will stick to them due to static electricity. Childhood experiences frequently play a role in developing this fear. A traumatic balloon popping incident during early years can create lasting psychological associations with danger and balloons. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and nausea when exposed to balloons. Some individuals experience full panic attacks, complete with difficulty breathing and feelings of losing control. This phobia can significantly impact daily life. Birthday parties, celebrations, and public events become sources of dread rather than joy. Parents with globophobia may struggle to attend their own children's parties. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly build tolerance to balloon-related stimuli. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps people restructure their thought patterns around balloons and develop coping strategies. The condition affects both children and adults, though it often begins in childhood. Many people feel embarrassed about fearing something others consider harmless and fun. Hylophobia, also known as xylophobia or dendrophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of forests, woods, or trees. People with hylophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when thinking about or being near wooded areas. The fear can range from mild discomfort around single trees to complete panic attacks when entering forests, or even seeing dense woodland in movies or photographs. Common symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and an urgent need to escape when confronted with forest environments. Some individuals may avoid hiking, camping, or any outdoor activities that involve trees or wooded areas. The phobia often develops from traumatic experiences in forests, such as getting lost as a child, encountering dangerous wildlife, or being involved in accidents near wooded areas. Cultural influences also play a role, as many folklore tales and horror stories feature forests as dark, threatening places where dangerous creatures lurk. Hylophobia can significantly impact daily life, especially for people living in heavily forested regions. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly build tolerance to tree-filled environments, starting with images and progressing to actual forest visits under professional guidance. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps patients recognize and challenge the irrational thoughts that fuel their fear, replacing them with more realistic assessments of forest safety. Hypegyophobia, also known as the fear of responsibility. This specific phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of taking on responsibilities or being held accountable for outcomes. People with hypegyophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when faced with situations where they might be responsible for decisions, tasks, or the well-being of others. The fear extends beyond normal nervousness about important duties. Individuals with this condition may avoid leadership roles, refuse promotions at work, or decline opportunities that come with increased responsibility. They might also struggle with everyday responsibilities like caring for pets, managing finances, or making decisions that affect family members. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and panic attacks when confronted with responsible situations. The fear often stems from perfectionism, low self-esteem, or previous experiences where the person felt they failed in a responsible role. This phobia can significantly impact career advancement and personal relationships. Many sufferers recognize their fear is excessive, but feel powerless to overcome it without professional help. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually expose themselves to small responsibilities while learning coping strategies. The goal is to build confidence and reduce the catastrophic thinking patterns that fuel the fear of accountability. Kakoraphiophobia, also known as the fear of failure or fear of defeat, is an intense and persistent anxiety disorder centered around the possibility of not succeeding. The term comes from Greek origins, combining kakos, meaning bad, raphi, meaning failure, and phobos, meaning fear. People with this condition experience overwhelming dread at the thought of failing at tasks, whether big or small. This phobia goes beyond normal concerns about performance. Those affected may avoid trying new activities, taking tests, applying for jobs, or pursuing relationships because the potential for failure feels unbearable. The fear can be so severe that it leads to complete avoidance of situations where success is not guaranteed. Physical symptoms often include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when confronted with situations that might result in failure. Some people experience these reactions even when thinking about potential failure scenarios. The condition frequently develops during childhood or adolescence, especially in environments with high pressure to succeed or perfectionist expectations. It can severely limit personal and professional growth, as sufferers may choose safe but unfulfilling paths rather than risk experiencing failure. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients learn to reframe their thoughts about failure and gradually expose themselves to low-risk situations where they might not succeed. The goal is helping people understand that failure is a normal part of learning and growth, rather than something catastrophic to avoid at all costs. Mastigophobia, also known as the fear of punishment. This phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of being punished or disciplined. The term comes from the Greek word mastigos, meaning whip or scourge, though the modern understanding extends far beyond physical punishment. People with mastigophobia experience severe anxiety when faced with any form of correction or consequence for their actions. This can include workplace reprimands, academic penalties, legal consequences, or even mild social disapproval. The fear often develops during childhood, particularly in individuals who experienced harsh or unpredictable punishment growing up. Traumatic experiences with authority figures can create lasting associations between making mistakes and facing severe consequences. Those affected may become perfectionists, avoiding any situation where they might fail or face criticism. They often struggle with decision-making, fearing that any choice could lead to negative outcomes. In severe cases, people may avoid school, work, or social situations entirely. Physical symptoms mirror other anxiety disorders and include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and panic attacks when confronting potential punishment scenarios. The fear can be so overwhelming that it interferes with daily functioning and personal relationships. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address the underlying thought patterns and gradual exposure to low-stakes situations where minor consequences might occur. This helps individuals recognize that most punishments in adult life are manageable and not catastrophic. Microphobia, also known as microphobia, is the intense and irrational fear of small things or small objects. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety when confronted with tiny items like insects, grains of sand, pins, needles, or even small beads. The fear extends beyond just living creatures to include any diminutive object that the person perceives as threatening or disturbing. This phobia differs from entomophobia, which specifically targets insects, because microphobia encompasses all small objects regardless of whether they are alive or inanimate. A person with microphobia might feel distressed by something as harmless as scattered rice grains or small buttons. The fear often stems from concerns about losing control over these tiny objects, worry about them getting into body openings like ears or nose, or anxiety about their unpredictable movement patterns. Some individuals develop this phobia after negative childhood experiences involving small objects or through learned behavior from observing others with similar fears. Physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias and include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and difficulty breathing when exposed to triggering objects. In severe cases, people may go to great lengths to avoid environments where they might encounter small items. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly work with their therapist to build tolerance to increasingly smaller objects over time. Philemophobia, also known as the fear of kissing, stems from the Greek word philema, meaning kiss. This specific phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of kissing or being kissed. The condition can range from mild discomfort to severe anxiety that completely prevents any form of kissing behavior. People with philomophobia may experience physical symptoms when confronted with kissing situations. These can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, trembling, or panic attacks. The fear often extends beyond just romantic kissing, to include social kisses like greeting pecks on the cheek. Several underlying factors can contribute to this phobia. Some individuals develop it due to concerns about germs and contamination. Others may have experienced trauma or negative associations with kissing in their past. The condition can also connect to broader fears of intimacy or physical contact with others. Philomophobia can significantly impact romantic relationships and social interactions. Those affected might avoid dating entirely or struggle to maintain intimate partnerships. They may also feel uncomfortable in cultures where social kissing is common. Treatment approaches include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Mental health professionals work with patients to gradually reduce their anxiety response through controlled exposure and coping strategies. The condition affects people across all age groups, though it often becomes more apparent during teenage years when romantic relationships typically begin developing. Sceophobia, also known as scytophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of shadows. People with this condition experience intense anxiety or panic when confronted with shadows, whether their own shadow or shadows cast by objects, people, or structures around them. The fear can extend to darkened areas where shadows naturally form. The phobia typically develops during childhood, often after a traumatic experience involving darkness or shadows. Some individuals develop this fear after watching horror movies that feature threatening shadow figures, while others may have experienced a frightening event that occurred in a shadowy environment. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and nausea when encountering shadows. In severe cases, people may avoid going outside during certain times of day when shadows are more prominent, or they might rearrange their living spaces to minimize shadow formation. This fear can significantly impact daily activities. Simple tasks like walking down hallways, being outdoors during sunrise or sunset, or even seeing their own reflection can trigger episodes. Some individuals become hypervigilant about lighting conditions and may insist on keeping all lights on to eliminate shadows entirely. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually expose themselves to shadows in controlled environments. Relaxation techniques and breathing exercises help manage the physical symptoms that arise during exposure to the feared stimulus. Turophobia, also known as cheese phobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of cheese in any form. This condition affects a small percentage of the population, but can significantly impact daily life for those who experience it. People with turophobia experience intense anxiety, nausea, and panic attacks when exposed to cheese. The fear can be triggered by the sight, smell, texture, or even the thought of cheese products. Some individuals cannot tolerate being in the same room as cheese, while others may feel distressed just seeing it on television or in photographs. The severity of turophobia varies greatly among sufferers. Mild cases might involve discomfort around strong-smelling cheeses like blue cheese or aged varieties, while severe cases can include fear of all dairy products or even the word cheese itself. Several factors can contribute to the development of turophobia. Childhood trauma involving cheese, such as choking or severe food poisoning, may trigger the phobia. Some people develop the fear due to the texture or appearance of certain cheeses, particularly moldy varieties like blue cheese or brie. The phobia can also stem from cultural or religious dietary restrictions that become deeply ingrained psychological aversions. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, gradual exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Mental health professionals work with patients to slowly desensitize them to cheese-related stimuli, starting with images and progressing to physical proximity when appropriate. For severe cases, medication may be prescribed to manage anxiety symptoms during treatment. Virginity phobia, also known as rape phobia or sexual assault phobia, is the persistent and intense fear of being sexually violated or assaulted. This condition goes far beyond normal caution or awareness of personal safety. People with virginitophobia experience overwhelming anxiety and terror at the thought of potential sexual violence, even in situations that others would consider relatively safe. The phobia can manifest in numerous ways. Sufferers might avoid going out alone, especially at night. They may refuse to enter certain locations like parking garages, elevators, or isolated areas. Some individuals become extremely uncomfortable around strangers or in crowded spaces where they feel vulnerable. In severe cases, virginity phobia can lead to complete social isolation. The person might stop dating entirely, avoid physical intimacy even in committed relationships, or refuse to leave their home without trusted companions. The fear often stems from past traumatic experiences, but it can also develop without any direct personal history of assault. Media exposure, hearing about others' experiences, or general anxiety disorders can all contribute to the development of this phobia. Physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. These include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, trembling, and panic attacks when confronted with triggering situations, or even just thinking about potential scenarios. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy conducted in carefully controlled environments, and sometimes medication to manage anxiety symptoms. Support groups and trauma-informed therapy approaches have shown significant success in helping individuals reclaim their sense of safety and autonomy. Zoophobia, also known as animal phobia, is the irrational and persistent fear of animals. This condition can range from a mild discomfort around certain creatures to a debilitating terror that interferes with daily activities. People with zoophobia may experience intense anxiety, panic attacks, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and nausea when encountering animals or even thinking about them. The fear often develops during childhood, typically between ages 7 to 9, following a traumatic experience with an animal such as being bitten, chased, or witnessing an animal attack. The phobia can be specific to certain animals like dogs, cats, or insects, or it can encompass all animals regardless of size or perceived threat level. Some individuals may only fear wild animals, while others cannot tolerate even the most domesticated pets. Zoophobia significantly impacts quality of life, as animals are present in many everyday situations. Sufferers may avoid parks, zoos, pet stores, or visiting friends and family who own animals. In severe cases, people may refuse to leave their homes due to the possibility of encountering stray animals. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually expose themselves to animals in controlled environments. Therapists may start with pictures or videos before progressing to real animals. Relaxation techniques and medication can also help manage the physical symptoms of anxiety. The condition affects approximately 7 to 9% of the population, making it one of the more common specific phobias documented by mental health professionals. Acousticophobia, also known as phonophobia or lygyrophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of sounds or noise. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety when exposed to various auditory stimuli. Unlike typical sound sensitivity or annoyance, acousticophobia triggers genuine panic responses that can be debilitating. The fear can target specific sounds like fingernails on chalkboards, sudden loud noises, or mechanical sounds like vacuum cleaners and blenders. For others, the phobia extends to nearly all sounds above a whisper. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing when confronted with triggering sounds. Some individuals may experience nausea or feel the need to immediately flee the area. This phobia often develops after traumatic experiences involving loud or startling sounds, such as explosions, car accidents, or prolonged exposure to industrial noise. In some cases, it can emerge alongside other anxiety disorders or sensory processing issues. Daily life becomes severely restricted for those with severe acousticophobia. Simple activities like grocery shopping, attending movies, or even having conversations can become impossible challenges. Many sufferers resort to wearing noise-canceling headphones constantly or avoiding public spaces entirely. The condition can be particularly isolating since sound is an unavoidable part of human environments. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy and cognitive behavioral techniques to help individuals build tolerance to everyday sounds. Electorophobia is the intense fear of chickens and roosters. This phobia can also be called gallinophobia. People with electorophobia experience severe anxiety when encountering these birds, whether in person, in images, or even when thinking about them. The fear often stems from the unpredictable and sometimes aggressive nature of roosters, which can chase, peck, or scratch with their sharp claws and beaks. Many cases develop during childhood after a frightening encounter with a protective hen or territorial rooster. The bird's sudden movements, loud crowing, and flapping wings can be particularly overwhelming for those with this condition. The phobia can significantly impact daily life, especially for people living in rural areas or those who work around farms. Some individuals cannot even visit petting zoos, farms, or areas where chickens might be present. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly become accustomed to chickens, starting with pictures, then videos, and eventually real birds from a safe distance. Cognitive behavioral therapy can also help people understand and manage their fear responses. While chickens are generally harmless to humans, the combination of their sharp features, unpredictable behavior, and association with childhood trauma makes this a surprisingly common specific phobia. Algophobia, also known as algoneurophobia or odonophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of pain or experiencing physical discomfort. This phobia goes far beyond the normal human instinct to avoid harmful situations. People with algophobia experience severe anxiety at even the thought of potential pain, whether from medical procedures, injuries, or everyday activities that might cause discomfort. The condition can severely impact daily life. Individuals may avoid necessary medical care, refuse dental work, or skip routine procedures like vaccinations. Some become so fearful that they avoid physical activities entirely, worried about potential injuries. Algophobia often develops after traumatic experiences involving significant pain, such as serious injuries, surgical complications, or chronic conditions. However, it can also emerge without any direct painful experience, sometimes triggered by witnessing others in pain or hearing detailed accounts of painful situations. The physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, trembling, and panic attacks when confronted with situations they associate with pain. These reactions can occur even when discussing pain or seeing medical equipment. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually confront their fear in controlled environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps individuals challenge their catastrophic thinking patterns about pain. In some cases, medications may be prescribed to manage severe anxiety symptoms. The phobia can create a dangerous cycle where avoiding medical care leads to worsened health conditions, which then require more intensive and potentially painful treatments. Allodoxophobia, also known as the fear of opinions, or the fear of other people's opinions. This specific phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of hearing or encountering the viewpoints and beliefs of others. People with allodoxophobia experience significant distress when confronted with opinions that differ from their own, or sometimes any opinions at all. The condition goes far beyond simply disagreeing with someone or feeling uncomfortable during debates. Those affected may experience physical symptoms like rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, or panic attacks when exposed to opposing viewpoints or even neutral opinions on various topics. This fear can severely impact daily functioning. Sufferers might avoid social media platforms, news outlets, discussion forums, or even casual conversations where opinions might be shared. Some individuals may isolate themselves from friends, family members, or co-workers to prevent exposure to differing perspectives. The phobia can manifest in different ways. Some people fear only strong or controversial opinions, while others become distressed by any expressed viewpoint, regardless of the topic's significance. The fear may extend to written opinions in books, articles, or online comments, making it difficult to consume most forms of media or literature. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques. Mental health professionals work with patients to slowly introduce them to mild opinion-based content in controlled environments, helping them build tolerance and develop coping mechanisms over time. Allodoxophobia represents one of the more isolating social phobias, as opinions are fundamental to human communication and social interaction. Apeirophobia, also known as the fear of infinity or the fear of eternity. This phobia involves an intense and overwhelming dread of concepts that have no end or boundary. People with apeirophobia experience severe anxiety when confronted with the idea of something continuing forever without limit. This can include mathematical concepts like infinite numbers, philosophical ideas about eternal existence, or even practical concerns about endless time or space. The fear typically manifests when individuals contemplate the vastness of the universe, the concept of life after death lasting forever, or mathematical infinity symbols and equations. Some sufferers become distressed thinking about endless loops, recurring decimals, or the idea that space might stretch on without boundaries. Common triggers include astronomy documentaries discussing the infinite expanse of space, religious discussions about eternal afterlife, mathematics classes covering infinity, or even simple concepts like counting numbers that theoretically never end. The phobia can develop from existential anxiety about one's place in an unlimited universe, or from feeling mentally overwhelmed when trying to comprehend something without boundaries. Some individuals report feeling trapped or suffocated by the thought that certain things might continue forever. This fear can interfere with education, particularly in mathematics and science courses. It may also cause distress during spiritual or philosophical conversations about existence and meaning. People with severe apeirophobia might avoid certain academic subjects, religious services, or documentaries about space and cosmology to prevent triggering their anxiety about endless concepts. Erythrobutyrophobia is the fear of peanut butter sticking to the roof of your mouth. This highly specific phobia combines the Greek word erychi, meaning peanut, butyro, meaning butter, and phobia, meaning fear. People with erythrobutyrophobia experience genuine anxiety and distress when faced with the possibility of peanut butter adhering to their palate. The fear centers around the sticky, thick texture of peanut butter and the uncomfortable sensation it creates when it clings to the mouth's roof. This condition can manifest in different ways. Some individuals avoid peanut butter entirely, while others may eat it only in very small amounts, or mixed with other foods to reduce its stickiness. The phobia can extend beyond just eating peanut butter to include watching others consume it, or even seeing advertisements featuring the spread. The fear often stems from a past negative experience, such as choking or feeling trapped when peanut butter became stuck in the mouth. For some people, the inability to easily remove the substance with their tongue creates a sense of panic or claustrophobia within their own mouth. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where individuals gradually work with mental health professionals to reduce their fear response. This might start with looking at peanut butter, then touching it, and eventually consuming small amounts while learning coping techniques. While arachibutyrophobia might sound amusing to some, it can significantly impact daily life for those who experience it, affecting social situations, meal planning, and overall quality of life. Atelophobia, also known as the fear of imperfection or the fear of not being good enough. This psychological condition involves an intense and persistent fear of making mistakes, being flawed, or failing to meet perceived standards. The term comes from the Greek word atelo, meaning imperfect, combined with phobia, meaning fear. People experiencing atelophobia often struggle with perfectionist tendencies that go beyond normal self-improvement goals. They may experience severe anxiety when facing situations where they could make errors or fall short of expectations. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing when confronted with tasks or situations where perfection feels required. Mental symptoms often involve obsessive thoughts about potential mistakes, excessive self-criticism, and overwhelming worry about disappointing others. This fear can significantly impact daily functioning. Individuals may avoid starting projects, submitting work, or engaging in activities where they might not excel. They might spend excessive time checking and rechecking their work, leading to missed deadlines or abandoned tasks entirely. The condition often develops during childhood or adolescence, particularly in environments with high expectations or criticism. Academic pressure, demanding parents, or competitive social settings can contribute to its development. Professional treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, which helps individuals recognize and challenge perfectionist thought patterns. Exposure therapy may also be used, gradually introducing situations where minor imperfections are acceptable and manageable. Support groups and stress management techniques can provide additional help for those working to overcome this limiting fear. Automysophobia, also known as the fear of being dirty or smelling bad. This specific phobia centers on an intense and persistent fear of having poor personal hygiene or emitting unpleasant odors. People with automysophobia experience overwhelming anxiety about their own cleanliness and body odor, even when others assure them they appear and smell perfectly normal. The condition goes far beyond typical concerns about personal hygiene. Those affected may shower multiple times per day, apply excessive amounts of deodorant or perfume, or constantly seek reassurance from others about their appearance and smell. Automysophobia differs from mysophobia, which is the broader fear of germs and contamination. While mysophobia focuses on external sources of dirt and germs, automysophobia specifically targets the individual's own body and hygiene status. Common behaviors include avoiding social situations where the person might be in close contact with others, excessive grooming rituals that can take hours each day, and frequent clothing changes. Some individuals may carry multiple hygiene products with them at all times or excuse themselves repeatedly during social interactions to check their appearance. The fear can become so severe that it interferes with work, relationships, and daily functioning. Many people with this condition experience significant distress when they cannot immediately access cleaning facilities or when they perceive any change in their body's natural sense. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to help individuals challenge their distorted thoughts about their hygiene and gradually reduce compulsive cleaning behaviors. Batrachophobia, also known as rhinidophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of amphibians, particularly frogs and toads. People with this phobia experience intense anxiety when encountering these creatures, whether in person, in images, or even when thinking about them. The fear often extends beyond just frogs and toads to include other amphibians like salamanders and newts. Common triggers include the slimy texture of amphibian skin, their unpredictable jumping movements, and the croaking sounds they make. Some individuals find the bulging eyes particularly disturbing, while others are bothered by the way these animals inflate their throat sacs. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and difficulty breathing. In severe cases, people may experience panic attacks or go to great lengths to avoid areas where amphibians might be present, such as ponds, gardens, or wooded areas after rain. The fear often develops in childhood, sometimes after a startling encounter with a frog or toad. Cultural factors may also play a role, as amphibians appear in various folklore and fairy tales, sometimes portrayed as magical or transformative creatures. Like other specific phobias, batrachophobia can be treated through exposure therapy, where patients gradually become accustomed to amphibians in a controlled environment. Cognitive behavioral therapy and relaxation techniques are also effective treatment options. The phobia affects both children and adults, though exact prevalence rates are not well documented in research literature. Caligonophobia, also known as venistrophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of beautiful women. This specific phobia goes beyond normal social anxiety or shyness around attractive people. Those with caligonophobia experience intense distress and panic when encountering or even thinking about being near women they perceive as beautiful. The fear often stems from deep-rooted feelings of inadequacy, social rejection, or past traumatic experiences involving attractive women. Some individuals develop this phobia due to overwhelming anxiety about being judged, rejected, or humiliated by someone they find physically appealing. Symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and shortness of breath when in the presence of beautiful women. In severe cases, sufferers may go to great lengths to avoid social situations, workplaces, or public spaces where they might encounter attractive women. The phobia can significantly impact daily functioning, relationships, and career opportunities. Many people with caligonophobia struggle with dating, professional networking, and basic social interactions. Unlike general social anxiety, this fear is specifically triggered by the perceived attractiveness of women rather than social situations in general. The individual's own definition of beauty determines what triggers their phobic response. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and sometimes anti-anxiety medications. Therapists work with patients to address underlying self-esteem issues and develop coping strategies for managing their fear responses. Carnophobia, also known as the fear of meat or flesh. This specific phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of meat in various forms. People with carnophobia may experience anxiety when seeing, touching, smelling, or even thinking about meat products. The fear can extend to raw meat, cooked meat, or both. The phobia often develops through several pathways. Some individuals experience trauma related to meat processing, witnessing animal slaughter, or severe food poisoning from contaminated meat products. Others develop the fear gradually through repeated exposure to disturbing images or information about meat production. Carnophobia differs from dietary choices like vegetarianism or veganism. While someone might choose not to eat meat for ethical or health reasons, carnophobic individuals experience genuine panic responses, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and overwhelming anxiety when confronted with meat. The severity varies significantly between cases. Some people can tolerate being around others who eat meat, but cannot handle raw meat themselves. Others cannot enter grocery stores, restaurants, or kitchens where meat is present. In extreme cases, the sight of meat packaging or even meat-related advertisements can trigger panic attacks. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly build tolerance to meat-related stimuli under professional guidance. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear response. The condition can significantly impact daily life, making social dining, grocery shopping, and food preparation challenging for those affected. Chaetophobia, also known as trichophobia, is the intense fear of hair. This phobia can manifest in several different ways. Some people with chaetophobia fear loose hair that has fallen from someone's head or body. Others experience anxiety around hair that is still attached to people, including their own hair or the hair of others. The fear often centers around specific situations. Many individuals with this condition become distressed when they encounter hair in places they consider inappropriate, such as in food, on clothing, or clogging bathroom drains. The texture and appearance of hair can trigger strong reactions. Some people find wet hair particularly disturbing, while others cannot tolerate the feeling of hair touching their skin. Certain individuals may even avoid haircuts or styling due to their fear. Chaetophobia can stem from various sources. Past traumatic experiences involving hair, concerns about hygiene and cleanliness, or sensory sensitivities may contribute to its development. The fear can also be linked to contamination anxieties or obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The severity ranges from mild discomfort to debilitating panic attacks. In extreme cases, people may avoid social situations, public restrooms, or even their own reflection to prevent encounters with hair. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where individuals gradually confront their fear in controlled settings. Cognitive behavioral therapy can help address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the phobia. Cyberphobia, also known as computer phobia or technophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of computers, technology, or digital environments. This condition encompasses a broad spectrum of technological anxieties, from simple discomfort around basic computer use to severe panic when confronted with any digital device. People with cyberphobia experience genuine distress when faced with computers, smartphones, the internet, or even automated systems like self-checkout machines. The fear often stems from feelings of being overwhelmed by rapid technological advancement, concerns about privacy invasion, or worry about making costly mistakes while using unfamiliar technology. Physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, or nausea when required to interact with digital devices. In severe cases, even thinking about using technology can trigger panic attacks. The condition became more recognized during the 1980s and 1990s as personal computers entered homes and workplaces. Many older adults who grew up without technology struggle to adapt, though cyberphobia can affect people of any age. The fear often intensifies with concerns about online security, identity theft, or the perceived complexity of modern devices. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become comfortable with basic technology before progressing to more complex systems. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying anxious thoughts that fuel the phobia. In our increasingly digital world, cyberphobia can significantly impact daily functioning, from employment opportunities to basic communication and shopping tasks. Dendrophobia, also known as the fear of trees, affects individuals who experience intense anxiety or panic when encountering trees, forests, or even tree imagery. The term comes from the Greek word dendron, meaning tree, combined with phobos, meaning fear. This phobia can manifest in several ways. Some people fear large, towering trees that seem to loom overhead, while others become distressed by the rustling sounds of leaves or the way branches sway in the wind. Dense forests or wooded areas often trigger the most severe reactions, as the combination of multiple trees creates an overwhelming environment for those affected. The shadows cast by trees can also serve as a trigger, particularly when they move and shift throughout the day. Some individuals specifically fear dead or bare trees, finding their skeletal appearance particularly unsettling. Others may experience anxiety around specific types of trees, such as weeping willows with their drooping branches or ancient oaks with their massive gnarled trunks. Several factors can contribute to the development of dendrophobia. Traumatic childhood experiences involving trees, such as falling from one or being trapped in a forest, may create lasting associations with danger. Cultural influences also play a role, as trees appear in countless horror stories and folklore as threatening or supernatural entities. From an evolutionary perspective, some researchers suggest this fear may stem from ancestral survival instincts. Trees could hide predators, and dense forests presented navigation challenges and potential dangers for early humans. The severity of dendrophobia varies significantly among individuals. Some people simply feel uncomfortable walking through parks or wooded areas, while others cannot tolerate seeing trees in photographs or movies. In extreme cases, individuals may avoid entire neighborhoods with tree-lined streets or refuse to live in areas with significant vegetation. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly acclimate to tree-related stimuli under professional guidance. Cognitive behavioral therapy also helps individuals identify and challenge the irrational thoughts that fuel their fear. Dextrophobia, also known as the fear of objects on the right side. This specific phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of anything positioned to the right of a person's body. People with dextrophobia experience anxiety, panic attacks, or extreme discomfort when objects, people, or even empty spaces exist on their right side. The condition can manifest in different ways. Some individuals feel distressed when someone sits to their right at a table or in a theater. Others become anxious about walking past objects on their right side or even thinking about their right hand or right foot. Dextrophobia belongs to a category of directional phobias that includes levophobia, the fear of things on the left side. These conditions often develop from traumatic experiences involving specific directions or sides of the body. A person might develop dextrophobia after being injured from their right side or experiencing something frightening that occurred on their right. The fear can severely impact daily activities. Driving becomes difficult when the person must navigate traffic approaching from the right. Sitting in classrooms, restaurants, or offices requires careful positioning to avoid having people or objects on their right side. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure therapy. Mental health professionals help patients slowly become comfortable with right-sided stimuli through controlled exposure sessions. Relaxation techniques and anxiety management strategies also play important roles in recovery. The exact prevalence of dextrophobia remains unknown due to limited research on directional phobias, but case studies suggest it affects both children and adults across various age groups. Isoptrophobia, also known as spectrophobia, is the intense fear of mirrors or seeing one's own reflection. People with this phobia experience anxiety, panic attacks, or extreme discomfort when confronted with reflective surfaces. The fear can range from mild uneasiness to complete avoidance of any room containing mirrors. This condition manifests in different ways for different individuals. Some fear all mirrors regardless of size or location. Others specifically dread catching a glimpse of their own reflection, while some become terrified of what supernatural entities they believe might appear alongside their reflection. The origins of isoptrophobia often trace back to cultural superstitions surrounding mirrors. Many belief systems throughout history have suggested that mirrors can trap souls, serve as gateways to other dimensions, or reveal hidden truths about a person's fate. Breaking a mirror bringing 7 years of bad luck remains one of the most widespread mirror-related superstitions in Western culture. Horror movies and urban legends frequently portray mirrors as portals for malevolent spirits, reinforcing these existing fears. For some individuals, the phobia develops from body dysmorphic disorder, or dissociative episodes triggered by seeing their reflection. Others trace their fear to specific traumatic experiences involving mirrors during childhood. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly build tolerance to reflective surfaces, starting with small, non-threatening mirrors before progressing to larger ones. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. Electrophobia, also known as electrical phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of electricity, electrical devices, or being electrocuted. This specific phobia goes far beyond normal caution around electrical hazards and can severely impact a person's daily functioning. People with electrophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when confronted with electrical outlets, power lines, lightning, or even common household appliances like toasters and hair dryers. The fear often stems from concerns about electrical shock, electrocution, or fires caused by electrical malfunctions. The condition typically develops following a traumatic experience involving electricity, such as receiving a significant shock or witnessing an electrical accident. Some individuals develop the phobia after hearing detailed accounts of electrical injuries or deaths. In children, the fear may emerge from scary movies or stories involving electricity as a dangerous force. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and panic attacks when near electrical sources. Sufferers may go to extreme lengths to avoid electrical devices, sometimes refusing to use basic appliances or enter buildings with visible electrical equipment. This avoidance behavior can become debilitating, preventing people from working in modern offices, using public transportation with electrical systems, or even living comfortably in their own homes. Some individuals with severe electrophobia may avoid going outside during storms or refuse medical treatments that involve electrical equipment. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually confront their fear in controlled environments, starting with images of electrical devices and progressing to actual interaction with safe electrical equipment. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps patients understand the difference between reasonable electrical safety and irrational fear responses. Geniophobia, also known as the fear of chins, is a specific phobia that causes intense anxiety or distress when encountering human chins. This includes both viewing other people's chins and sometimes even one's own chin. People with geniophobia may experience panic attacks, sweating, rapid heartbeat, or nausea when exposed to chins. The fear can be triggered by various aspects of chins, including their shape, size, texture, or even the way they move during speaking or chewing. This phobia often develops during childhood and can be linked to traumatic experiences involving chins, such as injuries to the face or negative associations formed during early development. Some individuals may fear specific types of chins, like prominent or unusually shaped ones, while others experience anxiety around any chin. The condition can significantly impact daily life, making social interactions challenging since chins are prominent facial features that cannot easily be avoided. Sufferers might avoid looking at people's faces directly, struggle with close conversations, or feel uncomfortable during meals when chins are more noticeable due to chewing motions. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly become accustomed to viewing chins in controlled settings. Like other specific phobias, geniophobia responds well to professional treatment when individuals seek help. Genophobia, also known as genuphobia, is the intense and irrational fear of knees or the act of kneeling. This specific phobia can manifest in several different ways. Some people with genophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when looking at their own knees or the knees of others. Others may feel distressed by the act of kneeling or watching someone else kneel down. The physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. Individuals may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and nausea when confronted with knees or kneeling situations. In severe cases, even thinking about knees can trigger a panic attack. The fear often stems from past traumatic experiences involving knee injuries. Dislocations, fractures, or painful medical procedures on the knee can create lasting psychological associations. Some people develop this phobia after witnessing graphic knee injuries in sports, accidents, or medical settings. Genophobia can significantly impact daily activities. Simple tasks like getting dressed, bathing, or exercising become challenging when they involve seeing or touching knees. Religious or cultural practices that require kneeling may become impossible to participate in. The condition can also affect relationships and social situations. Beach trips, swimming, or wearing shorts may cause distress due to exposed knees. Some individuals avoid certain sports, yoga classes, or activities where kneeling is common. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques. Therapists help patients slowly become comfortable with knee-related imagery and situations, starting with less threatening scenarios and gradually progressing to more direct exposure. Hodophobia, also known as the fear of travel or road travel phobia, is an intense and persistent fear of traveling or going on journeys. The term comes from the Greek word hodos, meaning road or path, combined with phobia, meaning fear. People with hodophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when faced with the prospect of traveling, whether by car, plane, train, or any other form of transportation. This fear can range from mild discomfort to complete panic attacks that make travel virtually impossible. The symptoms typically include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, trembling, and difficulty breathing when thinking about or preparing for travel. Some individuals may also experience dizziness, chest tightness, or a sense of impending doom. This condition can severely impact daily life, as it may prevent people from visiting family, attending important events, or pursuing career opportunities that require travel. In extreme cases, individuals might avoid leaving their immediate neighborhood or even their homes entirely. Hodophobia often develops after traumatic travel experiences, such as car accidents, severe motion sickness, or panic attacks during previous trips. It can also stem from a general fear of losing control or being in unfamiliar environments. The fear may be specific to certain types of travel or apply to all forms of transportation. Some people fear only long-distance journeys, while others become anxious about even short trips to nearby locations. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Gradual exposure to travel situations, starting with short and familiar routes, can help individuals slowly overcome their fears and regain their to travel comfortably. Lachanophobia, also known as the fear of vegetables. This phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of vegetables in any form. People with lachanophobia experience significant anxiety, panic attacks, or avoidance behaviors when confronted with vegetables, whether fresh, cooked, or even depicted in images. The fear typically develops during childhood, often stemming from negative experiences with certain textures, tastes, or smells associated with vegetables. Some individuals develop this phobia after choking incidents or being forced to eat vegetables against their will. Physical symptoms include nausea, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and trembling when exposed to vegetables. The fear can extend beyond consumption to simply seeing, touching, or smelling vegetables. This condition can severely impact nutrition and social situations. Grocery shopping becomes challenging, and eating at restaurants or social gatherings creates significant stress. Some people with lachanophobia limit themselves to extremely restrictive diets. Treatment approaches include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and systematic desensitization. Therapists gradually introduce vegetable-related stimuli in controlled environments, helping patients build tolerance over time. The severity ranges from mild discomfort with specific vegetables to complete avoidance of all plant-based foods. Some individuals can tolerate vegetables when they are heavily processed or disguised in other foods, while others cannot tolerate any form. Lichenophobia affects both children and adults, though it more commonly persists from childhood into adulthood rather than developing later in life. Magirocophobia, also known as the fear of cooking, affects individuals who experience intense anxiety or panic when faced with preparing food or meals. This specific phobia goes beyond simple nervousness about cooking skills or making mistakes in the kitchen. People with magirocophobia may feel overwhelming dread at the thought of operating kitchen appliances, handling raw ingredients, or being responsible for preparing meals for themselves or others. The fear often stems from concerns about food safety, such as worries about undercooking meat and causing illness, or fears of kitchen accidents like burns, cuts, or fires. Some individuals develop this phobia after experiencing a traumatic cooking-related incident, while others may have learned the fear through observation of anxious family members in the kitchen. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and shortness of breath when confronted with cooking situations. The severity ranges from mild discomfort when preparing simple meals to complete avoidance of all kitchen activities. This phobia can significantly impact daily life, as affected individuals may rely heavily on takeout food, pre-prepared meals, or depend on others for cooking. The financial and nutritional consequences can be substantial over time. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where individuals gradually work with therapists to build comfort and confidence in kitchen environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address underlying thought patterns and safety concerns. Cooking classes specifically designed for anxious individuals, combined with relaxation techniques and mindfulness practices, can also provide effective support for overcoming this fear. Omphallophobia, also known as belly button phobia or navel phobia, is the intense fear of belly buttons. The term comes from the Greek word omphalos, meaning navel, combined with phobia, meaning fear. People with omphallophobia experience significant anxiety when confronted with belly buttons, whether their own or others. This fear can manifest in several ways. Some individuals cannot look at belly buttons without feeling nauseous or panicked. Others cannot touch their own navel or allow anyone else to touch it. The phobia often stems from the unique appearance and sensation of belly buttons. Many people find the inward cavity unsettling, especially deeper navels that seem to disappear into the body. The fear may also relate to concerns about cleanliness or the possibility of something being inside the belly button. For those with severe omphallophobia, everyday activities become challenging. Taking showers or baths can cause distress when they need to clean around their navel. Medical examinations that require exposing the stomach area can trigger panic attacks. Even seeing belly buttons in movies, on television, or at the beach can cause intense discomfort. The condition typically develops during childhood or adolescence, though the exact causes remain unclear. Some researchers suggest it may be linked to early negative experiences involving the belly button or general body image concerns. Treatment usually involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become accustomed to looking at and eventually touching belly buttons in a controlled therapeutic environment. Pogonophobia is the intense fear of beards. This specific phobia can also be known as beard phobia or facial hair anxiety. People with pogonophobia experience overwhelming distress when they see beards or even think about them. The fear can range from mild discomfort around light stubble to severe panic attacks when encountering full beards. The phobia often develops from negative childhood experiences or cultural conditioning. Some individuals may have had traumatic encounters with bearded figures, while others develop the fear through learned associations or media portrayals. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing when exposed to beards. In severe cases, sufferers may avoid social situations, workplaces, or public spaces where they might encounter bearded individuals. The condition can significantly impact daily life, especially in cultures or professions where facial hair is common. Some people with pogonophobia may also fear their own potential to grow facial hair, leading to compulsive shaving behaviors. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, gradual exposure therapy, and sometimes anti-anxiety medications. Therapists help patients understand that beards pose no actual threat while slowly increasing their comfort level through controlled exposure. The phobia affects both men and women, though statistics on its prevalence remain limited. Support groups and online communities provide resources for those struggling with this specific fear of facial hair. Selenophobia, also known as lunar phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of the moon. The name comes from Selene, the Greek goddess of the moon, combined with the suffix phobia, meaning fear. This condition involves an overwhelming anxiety response to seeing the moon in any of its phases, though many sufferers report that full moons trigger the most severe reactions. Some individuals with selenophobia also fear moonlight itself, experiencing distress when exposed to the pale illumination that enters through windows at night. The fear often stems from cultural associations between the moon and supernatural phenomena. Folklore connecting lunar cycles to werewolf transformations, strange behavior, and otherworldly events has persisted across many societies for centuries. While these beliefs lack scientific foundation, they can create lasting psychological impressions that develop into genuine phobic responses. People with selenophobia may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and intense urges to flee when confronted with views of the moon. Some individuals go to great lengths to avoid nighttime activities or block windows during evening hours to prevent accidental moon sightings. The condition can significantly impact daily life, particularly for those who work night shifts or live in areas with frequent clear skies. Social activities that take place outdoors during evening hours become sources of anxiety and avoidance. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly acclimate to moon-related imagery and eventually direct lunar observation under professional guidance. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear response. Ablutophobia, also known as ablutophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of washing, bathing, or cleaning oneself. This condition goes far beyond simply disliking bath time or preferring quick showers. People with ablutophobia experience intense anxiety when faced with the prospect of washing their body, hair, or even hands. The fear can extend to soap, shampoo, washcloths, and bathing areas themselves. Some individuals may fear the sensation of water on their skin, while others panic at the thought of being wet or the process of drying off afterward. This phobia creates significant complications in daily life. Basic hygiene becomes a source of extreme distress, which can lead to social isolation and health problems. The condition often develops during childhood, sometimes following a traumatic experience in water or during bathing, such as nearly drowning, slipping in a bathtub, or experiencing abuse during bath time. The fear may also connect to other anxieties like mysophobia, the fear of germs, creating a paradox where someone simultaneously fears both dirt and the act of cleaning. Some individuals develop elaborate rituals to minimize contact with water or cleaning products, while others may avoid bathing entirely for extended periods. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually work with mental health professionals to reduce their anxiety response to washing and bathing situations. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps individuals identify and challenge the thought patterns that fuel their fear. Acerophobia, also known as the fear of sour tastes or sourness. This specific phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of anything with a sour flavor profile. People with acerophobia experience genuine anxiety and distress when confronted with sour foods, drinks, or even the thought of consuming something acidic. Common triggers include citrus fruits like lemons and limes, vinegar-based products, pickled foods, sour candies, and fermented items. The physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, trembling, and difficulty breathing when exposed to sour substances. Some individuals cannot even watch others consume sour foods without feeling uncomfortable. This fear often develops during childhood, sometimes after a particularly unpleasant experience with an extremely sour food or drink. The intensity can vary significantly between individuals. Some people can tolerate mild sourness, but panic at the thought of very acidic items, while others avoid any hint of tartness entirely. Acrophobia can impact daily nutrition and social situations. Affected individuals may struggle to maintain a balanced diet if they avoid citrus fruits and fermented foods that provide essential vitamins and probiotics. Restaurant visits and social gatherings involving food can become sources of stress and embarrassment. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly build tolerance to increasingly sour tastes under professional guidance. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear response. Allium phobia, also known as the fear of garlic and onions. This specific phobia centers around an intense and irrational fear of plants in the allium family. The allium genus includes garlic, onions, shallots, leeks, chives, and scallions. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety when exposed to these common cooking ingredients. The fear can be triggered by the sight, smell, taste, or even just the thought of these plants. Some individuals may only fear one specific type, like garlic alone, while others fear the entire family of plants. The pungent aroma that these vegetables produce when cut or cooked often serves as the primary trigger. Physical symptoms mirror those of other phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, trembling, and difficulty breathing when confronted with their trigger foods. In severe cases, even seeing these ingredients in grocery stores or restaurants can provoke panic attacks. Daily life becomes complicated for those with allium phobia. Cooking at home requires careful ingredient checking, and dining out presents constant challenges since garlic and onions appear in countless dishes across virtually every cuisine. Social gatherings centered around food become sources of stress rather than enjoyment. The origins of this phobia vary among individuals. Some trace their fear to negative childhood experiences, perhaps choking on a piece of onion or being overwhelmed by strong garlic breath. Others develop the phobia without any clear triggering event. Cultural or religious beliefs about these plants may also contribute to the fear's development. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy combined with relaxation techniques, helping individuals slowly build tolerance to their feared foods. Arithmophobia, also known as numerophobia, is the intense fear of numbers and mathematics. This phobia goes far beyond typical math anxiety that many students experience in school. People with arithmophobia experience genuine panic when confronted with numerical situations. Simple tasks like calculating a tip at a restaurant, balancing a checkbook, or even looking at prices while shopping can trigger severe anxiety attacks. The fear often stems from traumatic experiences with mathematics during childhood education. Being embarrassed in front of classmates, harsh criticism from teachers, or repeated failures with math problems can create lasting psychological scars. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and trembling when exposed to numbers or mathematical concepts. Some individuals may completely avoid situations involving basic arithmetic, which can significantly impact their daily lives and career opportunities. The condition affects people differently. Some fear specific numbers due to cultural superstitions, while others experience panic around any mathematical equation or calculation. Certain individuals may only struggle with complex mathematics, while others cannot handle even simple addition or subtraction. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure to numerical concepts. Therapists work with patients to rebuild positive associations with mathematics through controlled, supportive environments. The phobia can severely limit educational and professional choices, as many careers require basic mathematical skills. Without proper treatment, arithmophobia can lead to social isolation and reduced quality of life. Allophobia, also known as the fear of flutes or wind instruments. This specific phobia centers around an intense and irrational fear of flute-like instruments, though it can extend to other wind instruments as well. People with allophobia experience anxiety, panic attacks, or extreme discomfort when exposed to flutes, piccolos, recorders, or similar instruments. The fear can be triggered by seeing these instruments, hearing them being played, or even just thinking about them. The phobia may develop from various sources. Some individuals trace their fear back to negative childhood experiences with music lessons or being forced to play these instruments in school. Others develop the condition after hearing particularly shrill or unpleasant sounds from poorly played wind instruments. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and nausea when confronted with the feared object. In severe cases, people may go to great lengths to avoid concerts, music stores, or educational settings where they might encounter these instruments. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques. Therapists work with patients to slowly introduce them to images and eventually sounds of wind instruments in a controlled environment. The condition falls under the broader category of specific phobias and affects a small percentage of the population. Like other phobias, it can significantly impact daily life if left untreated, particularly for those who work in educational or musical environments. Agoraphobia, also known as gold phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of gold in any form. This includes gold jewelry, coins, decorative objects, or even the metal itself. People with agoraphobia experience genuine panic when exposed to gold items. The fear can manifest as sweating, rapid heartbeat, nausea, or the overwhelming urge to flee when encountering anything made of this precious metal. The condition often stems from negative associations formed during childhood. Some individuals develop the phobia after traumatic experiences involving gold objects, while others may have learned the fear through cultural or family influences. Agoraphobia can severely impact daily life since gold appears in many common items. Wedding rings, watches, dental work, and even gold leaf on picture frames can trigger intense anxiety. Some sufferers avoid jewelry stores, museums with gold artifacts, or social events where gold accessories might be present. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually encounter gold objects in controlled environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps individuals understand and reshape their thought patterns around gold. The phobia differs from a simple dislike of gold's appearance. True agoraphobia creates measurable physical and psychological distress that interferes with normal functioning. While relatively uncommon, agoraphobia demonstrates how specific fears can develop around objects that most people consider valuable or beautiful. Chorophobia, also known as the fear of dancing. This phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of dancing, whether performing dance movements oneself or watching others dance. People with chorophobia experience significant anxiety when confronted with dancing situations. The fear can manifest in several ways. Some individuals become extremely anxious at the thought of being asked to dance at social events like weddings or parties. Others may feel panic when watching dance performances or even dance scenes in movies and television shows. Physical symptoms often include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and nausea when exposed to dancing situations. Some people may experience shortness of breath or feel dizzy when confronted with their trigger. The phobia can stem from various sources. Past embarrassing experiences while dancing, such as falling or being ridiculed, can contribute to its development. Social anxiety and fear of judgment from others also play significant roles. Some individuals develop this fear after witnessing accidents or injuries that occurred during dance activities. Chorophobia can significantly impact social life. Sufferers may avoid weddings, parties, clubs, and other social gatherings where dancing is expected. This avoidance can lead to isolation and missed opportunities for social connection. The severity varies among individuals. While some people simply prefer not to dance, those with true chorophobia experience genuine distress and panic that interferes with their daily functioning and social relationships. Chronometrophobia is the fear of clocks and timepieces. This specific phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of clocks, watches, and other timekeeping devices. The name comes from the Greek word chronos, meaning time, the Latin word ment, meaning means of, and the Greek word phobos, meaning fear. Unlike chronophobia, which is the fear of time itself, chronometrophobia focuses specifically on the physical objects that measure time. People with this condition experience severe anxiety when exposed to clocks or watches. The fear can be triggered by various aspects of timepieces, including the ticking sounds, chiming noises, the visual appearance of clock faces with moving hands, or even the internal mechanics and gears inside the devices. Some individuals have particular difficulty with grandfather clocks, finding their presence, ticking, and chiming especially distressing. Digital clocks may be less frightening for some sufferers since they lack the moving hands that rotate continuously, though others find themselves overwhelmed by the constant presence of time displays on modern electronic devices. Physical symptoms can include trembling, chest pain, rapid heartbeat, sweating, shortness of breath, and dizziness. Many people with chronometrophobia will go to great lengths to avoid situations where they might encounter clocks, such as covering clock faces in their homes, or avoiding public spaces like train stations. The fear often extends beyond the objects themselves to include anxiety about deadlines, schedules, punctuality, and time-related pressures. Some sufferers report difficulty managing appointments or work situations that involve strict timing requirements. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients learn to challenge their fearful thoughts about timepieces. Exposure therapy gradually introduces clocks in controlled settings to help reduce the anxiety response. Relaxation techniques and breathing exercises can also help manage the physical symptoms of panic when encountering triggering situations. Dementophobia, also known as maniophobia or lissophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of insanity or losing one's mind. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety at the thought of developing mental illness or becoming mentally unstable. The fear extends beyond typical worries about mental health and becomes a persistent, debilitating concern that interferes with daily life. This phobia often manifests as constant self-monitoring of thoughts and behaviors. Sufferers may obsessively analyze their mental state, searching for signs of cognitive decline or psychological breakdown. They frequently worry about losing control of their actions or thoughts. The condition can create a destructive cycle where the anxiety about losing sanity actually mimics symptoms of mental distress. This includes racing thoughts, confusion, difficulty concentrating, and feelings of detachment from reality. These symptoms then reinforce the original fear, creating an escalating pattern of distress. Dementophobia commonly develops in individuals who have witnessed mental illness in family members or close friends. Traumatic experiences involving people with severe psychological disorders can trigger this specific fear response. The phobia may also emerge from cultural stigmas surrounding mental health or exposure to disturbing portrayals of insanity in media and entertainment. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. Exposure therapy may help individuals gradually confront their anxiety about mental health topics in a controlled environment. Domatophobia, also known as icophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of houses or being inside houses and homes. This phobia extends beyond simple discomfort and creates genuine panic when individuals must enter or remain in residential buildings. People with domatophobia experience severe anxiety when approaching houses, whether their own home or others. The fear can manifest as rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and overwhelming urges to escape. Some individuals may feel trapped or suffocated by walls and enclosed domestic spaces. The phobia often develops after traumatic experiences within homes, such as accidents, break-ins, or family conflicts. Childhood trauma occurring in residential settings frequently contributes to this condition. Some cases emerge without clear triggers, developing gradually over time. Daily life becomes significantly challenging for those with domatophobia. Simple activities like visiting friends, attending social gatherings, or even returning to their own residence can trigger panic attacks. Many individuals with this condition prefer outdoor spaces, hotels, or commercial buildings over traditional homes. The fear may focus on specific aspects of houses, including basements, attics, or particular rooms where negative experiences occurred. Others experience generalized anxiety about any residential structure regardless of size or layout. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where individuals gradually spend increasing amounts of time in house-like environments under professional guidance. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the phobia. Medication may supplement therapy in severe cases, particularly when panic attacks significantly impact functioning. Support groups connect individuals facing similar challenges and provide coping strategies for managing daily life with this uncommon but debilitating fear. Epistemophobia, also known as noceophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of knowledge or learning. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety when confronted with new information, educational settings, or situations that require acquiring knowledge. The fear extends beyond simple nervousness about school or studying. Individuals with epistemophobia may develop physical symptoms when exposed to learning environments. These can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, trembling, and panic attacks. The mere thought of having to learn something new or being tested on knowledge can trigger these responses. The phobia often stems from negative educational experiences during childhood or adolescence. Traumatic events in school settings, harsh criticism from teachers or parents, or severe academic pressure can contribute to its development. Some people develop this fear after experiencing public embarrassment related to their knowledge or lack thereof. Epistemophobia can severely impact daily functioning. Sufferers may avoid educational opportunities, refuse job promotions that require training, or withdraw from conversations that involve learning new concepts. This avoidance can limit career advancement and personal growth significantly. The condition differs from general anxiety about learning because it involves persistent, excessive fear that interferes with normal activities. While many people feel nervous about exams or new subjects, those with epistemophobia experience debilitating terror at the prospect of gaining knowledge. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques. Mental health professionals work with patients to identify the root causes of their fear and develop coping strategies to manage anxiety around learning situations. Geliophobia, also known as the fear of laughter. This phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of laughter, whether it's hearing other people laugh or even the act of laughing themselves. People with geliophobia experience severe anxiety when exposed to laughter in any form. The sound of giggles, chuckles, or full belly laughs can trigger panic attacks, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and an overwhelming urge to escape the situation. This condition can manifest in different ways. Some individuals fear only loud or boisterous laughter, while others become distressed by any form of laughter, including quiet chuckling or even their own laughter. The fear often stems from negative associations with laughter, such as childhood experiences of being mocked or ridiculed. For those living with geliophobia, social situations become incredibly challenging. Comedy shows, parties, or even casual conversations where people might laugh can become sources of extreme distress. This can lead to social isolation, as sufferers avoid places where laughter is common. The condition can develop from traumatic experiences, where laughter was associated with humiliation or pain. Some people develop this fear after being the target of cruel laughter, or witnessing others being mocked. In severe cases, even the memory of certain types of laughter can trigger anxiety responses. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy and cognitive behavioral techniques to help individuals process their fear and develop coping mechanisms. Lutrophobia, also known as the fear of otters, is the persistent and irrational terror of these aquatic mammals. This specific phobia affects individuals who experience intense anxiety when encountering otters in person, viewing images of them, or even thinking about these animals. People with lutrophobia may develop their fear through various means. Direct negative experiences with otters, such as aggressive behavior at zoos or aquariums, can trigger the phobia. Others develop the condition after witnessing otters' predatory behavior, as these animals are skilled hunters capable of taking down prey much larger than themselves. The fear often stems from otters' unpredictable nature and their sharp teeth and claws. River otters can weigh up to 30 pounds and possess powerful jaws designed for crushing shells and bones. Sea otters, while appearing more docile, can grow to over 4 feet in length and display territorial behavior when threatened. Symptoms of lutrophobia mirror those of other specific phobias. Sufferers experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and nausea when confronted with otters. Severe cases may involve panic attacks, difficulty breathing, and an overwhelming urge to escape the situation. This phobia can significantly impact daily activities. Visits to aquariums, zoos, or natural waterways become sources of extreme distress. Even nature documentaries or social media content featuring otters can trigger anxiety responses in those affected by lutrophobia. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy and cognitive behavioral techniques to help individuals gradually overcome their fear of these semi-aquatic creatures. Mechanophobia, also known as machine phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of machines, mechanical devices, or anything with moving parts. This condition affects people who experience overwhelming anxiety when encountering or even thinking about mechanical objects. The fear can target a wide range of items. Some individuals fear large industrial machinery like construction equipment, factory machines, or turbines. Others focus on smaller everyday devices such as washing machines, blenders, or even simple mechanical toys with gears and moving components. Physical symptoms typically include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and shortness of breath when exposed to the feared machines. Some people experience nausea, dizziness, or panic attacks. The fear often extends beyond just seeing machines to hearing their sounds, such as grinding gears, whirring motors, or mechanical clicking. The condition commonly develops from traumatic experiences involving machinery. Workplace accidents, getting caught in or injured by mechanical devices, or witnessing someone else harmed by machines can trigger this phobia. Some cases stem from childhood experiences, like being frightened by loud factory equipment or having fingers pinched in mechanical toys. Media portrayals of dangerous or malevolent machines in movies and books can also contribute to developing this fear. Films featuring killer robots, possessed machinery, or industrial accidents may reinforce existing anxieties about mechanical devices. For many sufferers, the fear centers on the unpredictable nature of machines and their potential for causing harm. The complex inner workings, sharp moving parts, and powerful forces involved in mechanical operation create anxiety about loss of control or unexpected malfunction. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address the underlying fears and gradual exposure therapy to reduce sensitivity to mechanical objects. Mental health professionals may also prescribe anti-anxiety medications in severe cases to help manage symptoms during treatment. Melophobia, also known as musicophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of music. This phobia goes far beyond simply disliking certain songs or genres. People with melophobia experience genuine anxiety, panic attacks, or physical discomfort when exposed to musical sounds. The fear can be triggered by any type of music, from classical compositions to modern pop songs, or it might be specific to certain instruments, rhythms, or melodies. The condition can develop from various sources. Some individuals associate music with traumatic memories or overwhelming emotional experiences. Others may have heightened sensitivity to sound, making musical frequencies feel physically uncomfortable or even painful. In some cases, the fear stems from losing control of emotions that music can evoke. For those living with melophobia, daily life becomes a challenge of avoidance. Shopping centers, restaurants, elevators, and even phone calls on hold can become sources of distress. Social gatherings, movies, and television shows often feature background music, making these situations difficult to navigate. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly build tolerance to musical sounds in controlled environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. While relatively uncommon, melophobia demonstrates how deeply music is woven into modern society and how its absence can significantly impact someone's ability to participate in everyday activities. Ombrophobia, also known as pluviophobia or the fear of rain. This specific phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of rain, rainstorms, or even the possibility of precipitation. The name comes from the Greek word ombros, meaning rain, combined with phobos, meaning fear. People with ombrophobia experience anxiety that goes far beyond simply preferring sunny weather. The fear can be triggered by the sound of raindrops, dark storm clouds, weather forecasts predicting rain, or even thinking about getting caught in a downpour. Physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. These include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and in severe cases, panic attacks. Some individuals may feel nauseous or dizzy when exposed to rain or stormy conditions. The fear often stems from traumatic experiences involving rain or storms during childhood. Being caught in a severe thunderstorm, experiencing flooding, or witnessing accidents during rainy conditions can contribute to developing this phobia. Some cases may also develop without a clear triggering event. Ombrophobia can significantly impact daily functioning. Sufferers may obsessively check weather forecasts, avoid leaving home during rainy seasons, or experience distress when plans are disrupted by unexpected precipitation. In extreme cases, people may relocate to drier climates to minimize exposure to rain. The condition becomes particularly challenging in regions with frequent rainfall or during monsoon seasons. Simple activities like walking to work, running errands, or attending outdoor events become sources of intense anxiety. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and in some cases, anti-anxiety medications. Gradual exposure to rain-related stimuli, starting with recordings of rainfall and progressing to actual precipitation, helps individuals overcome their fear response. Papyrophobia, also known as paper phobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of paper in all its forms. This specific phobia goes far beyond simply disliking the feel of paper between your fingers. People with papyrophobia experience intense anxiety or panic when confronted with paper materials. The fear can be triggered by multiple aspects of paper: its texture when touched, the sound it makes when crumpled or torn, or even just the sight of paper products. The texture-based aspect often involves an overwhelming aversion to how paper feels against the skin. Many individuals describe sensations of dry paper as unbearable, particularly when their hands are dry, or when paper sticks to their fingers. Sound sensitivity plays a major role for many sufferers. The rustling of newspaper pages, the tearing of wrapping paper, or the crinkling of documents can trigger immediate distress responses. Some people with this phobia can only handle certain types of paper while finding others completely intolerable. Glossy magazine pages might be manageable, while rough construction paper causes severe reactions. The condition significantly impacts daily functioning since paper products are everywhere in modern society. Simple tasks like handling mail, using napkins, or touching books become sources of extreme distress. Papyrophobia often develops during childhood and can stem from traumatic experiences involving paper, sensory processing differences, or learned behaviors. The exact neurological mechanisms behind texture-based phobias remain an active area of research. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy combined with relaxation techniques, helping individuals slowly build tolerance to paper-related stimuli while managing their anxiety responses. Phobophobia, also known as fear of fear itself or fear of phobias, creates one of the most challenging psychological loops a person can experience. This condition involves an intense fear of developing phobias or experiencing phobic reactions. People with phobophobia become anxious about the possibility of becoming afraid, creating a cycle where the fear of fear becomes the primary source of distress. The condition often develops after someone experiences a particularly intense phobic episode or panic attack. They become so concerned about having another frightening experience that this worry transforms into its own phobia. Individuals with phobophobia may avoid situations, places, or activities where they believe they might encounter something that could trigger fear. This avoidance can severely limit their daily activities and social interactions. The irony of phobophobia lies in its self-perpetuating nature. The more someone fears having a phobic reaction, the more likely they are to experience anxiety and panic-like symptoms. This creates evidence in their mind that their fears are justified, strengthening the phobia. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques. Therapists help patients understand that fear itself, while uncomfortable, is not dangerous. Learning to accept and manage fearful feelings rather than avoiding them becomes the key to breaking the cycle. Phobophobia demonstrates how our relationship with fear can become more problematic than the original fears themselves. Symmetrophobia, also known as symmetrophobia, is the persistent fear of symmetrical objects, patterns, or arrangements. This condition causes intense anxiety when individuals encounter perfectly balanced or mirrored designs. People with symmetrophobia experience distress when exposed to symmetrical elements that most consider normal or even pleasing. This includes architectural features like balanced building facades, geometric patterns in art or decoration, and even naturally occurring symmetrical formations like butterflies or flower petals. The fear extends beyond just visual symmetry. Some individuals may feel uncomfortable with symmetrical sounds, movements, or spatial arrangements. A person might avoid certain buildings, refuse to hang artwork with balanced compositions, or feel anxious in rooms where furniture is arranged in matching pairs. Daily life becomes challenging since symmetrical designs appear frequently in modern environments. Office buildings, home interiors, clothing patterns, and even human faces display various forms of symmetry. This widespread presence of balanced elements can make simple activities like shopping, working, or socializing sources of significant stress. The condition typically develops during childhood or adolescence, though the exact causes remain unclear. Some researchers suggest it may stem from obsessive-compulsive tendencies or past traumatic experiences associated with overly rigid or controlled environments. Treatment usually involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become accustomed to symmetrical objects in controlled settings. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps people understand and modify their thought patterns related to balanced designs. Symmetrophobia demonstrates how the human mind can transform something generally considered harmonious and beautiful into a source of genuine fear and avoidance. Acherophobia, also known as acarinophobia, is the intense fear of small crawling insects and tiny parasites like mites, ticks, and other microscopic creatures. This phobia goes beyond a simple dislike of bugs. People with acherophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when they encounter or even think about these tiny organisms. The fear often centers on the sensation of small creatures crawling on or under the skin. Many sufferers report feeling phantom sensations of movement on their body, even when nothing is actually there. This can lead to compulsive checking behaviors, excessive cleaning, and constant scratching at the skin. The phobia commonly develops after negative experiences with tick bites, mite infestations, or skin conditions caused by these parasites. Some individuals become fixated on the possibility of invisible creatures living on their body, leading to significant distress in daily life. Acherophobia can severely impact a person's quality of life. Sufferers may avoid outdoor activities, refuse to touch certain fabrics or surfaces, and spend excessive time inspecting their skin and surroundings for signs of infestation. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy combined with cognitive behavioral techniques to help individuals challenge their fears and develop healthier coping mechanisms. Afrophobia, also known as Africophobia, is the irrational and persistent fear of Africa, African people, or African culture. This phobia can manifest in several different ways. Some individuals experience intense anxiety when encountering people of African descent, while others develop fear specifically related to the African continent itself. The condition may also involve fear of African cultural elements such as music, art, or traditions. Like other specific phobias, Afrophobia typically develops from negative associations or traumatic experiences. Media portrayals, cultural misconceptions, or isolated negative encounters can contribute to the development of these fears. The phobia often stems from unfamiliarity rather than actual dangerous experiences. Physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, or nausea when confronted with their trigger. In severe cases, individuals might go to great lengths to avoid situations where they might encounter African people or cultural elements. The condition can significantly impact daily functioning, especially in diverse communities. It may limit career opportunities, social interactions, and educational experiences. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and sometimes anti-anxiety medications. Mental health professionals emphasize that this phobia represents an irrational fear response rather than a rational assessment. Successful treatment often focuses on gradual exposure, combined with education about African cultures and communities to reduce unfounded anxieties. Anemophobia, also known as ancriophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of wind or air currents. This phobia extends beyond a simple dislike of windy weather and becomes a genuine source of distress that can significantly impact daily life. People with anemophobia may experience intense anxiety when exposed to even gentle breezes. The fear can be triggered by the physical sensation of wind on their skin, the sound of wind blowing through trees or around buildings, or even the mere thought of being in windy conditions. The severity of anemophobia varies considerably from person to person. Some individuals may feel mild discomfort during breezy days, while others experience full panic attacks when confronted with any air movement. In extreme cases, people may avoid leaving their homes on windy days or refuse to open windows. This phobia can develop from various sources. Traumatic experiences involving strong winds, such as being caught in severe storms or witnessing wind-related damage, may contribute to its formation. Some individuals develop the fear after experiencing or hearing about tornadoes, hurricanes, or other wind-related disasters. The physical symptoms of anemophobia mirror those of other specific phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and nausea when exposed to wind or windy conditions. Treatment for anemophobia typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, gradual exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Mental health professionals work with patients to understand the root causes of their fear and develop coping strategies to manage their anxiety responses. Anglophobia, also known as anti-English sentiment, is the fear or intense dislike of England, English people, or English culture. This phobia can manifest in several ways. Some individuals experience genuine anxiety when encountering English accents, British cultural symbols, or references to England itself. Others develop strong negative reactions to English literature, music, or media. The condition often stems from historical grievances or political disagreements with British policies. In some cases, it develops from personal negative experiences with English individuals, though this can lead to unfair generalizations. Anglophobia differs from simple cultural preference. While someone might prefer their own nation's customs, those with Anglophobia experience genuine distress or anger when exposed to English elements. This can include avoiding British films, refusing to visit England, or feeling uncomfortable around English speakers. The intensity varies greatly between individuals. Mild cases might involve slight discomfort with British accents or customs. Severe cases can trigger panic attacks when confronted with English symbols like the Union Jack, or hearing "God Save the King." Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address underlying prejudices and exposure therapy to gradually reduce the fear response. Mental health professionals work to separate legitimate historical concerns from irrational phobic reactions. In extreme cases, Anglophobia can significantly impact daily life, especially in internationally connected environments where English culture and language are prevalent. Barophobia, also known as the fear of gravity, is an anxiety disorder centered around the terror of gravitational forces and their effects on the body. People with this condition experience intense distress when thinking about gravity pulling them down or the possibility of gravitational changes. The phobia manifests in several ways. Sufferers may become overwhelmed by the constant awareness that gravity is acting upon them at all times. They might fear that gravity could suddenly increase, crushing them, or conversely worry that it could disappear entirely, causing them to float away uncontrollably. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing when confronted with situations that remind them of gravitational forces. Some individuals avoid tall buildings, bridges, or even looking up at the sky because these experiences heighten their awareness of being pulled toward the earth. The condition often develops following traumatic experiences involving falls or accidents where gravity played a role. Others trace their fear to learning about space, black holes, or gravitational anomalies that sparked an obsessive worry about these invisible forces. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients work to understand and reshape their thoughts about gravity. Exposure therapy may also be used, gradually helping individuals become more comfortable with gravity-related sensations and environments. Barophobia represents one of the more unusual specific phobias, as it involves fear of a fundamental force that constantly affects every living being on Earth. Bibliophobia, also known as book phobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of books or reading. This specific phobia goes beyond simple dislike of literature or academic subjects. People with bibliophobia experience genuine terror when confronted with books, libraries, or reading materials of any kind. The fear can manifest in several ways. Some individuals cannot enter bookstores or libraries without experiencing panic attacks. Others feel overwhelming anxiety when asked to read aloud or handle books directly. The physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, or nausea when exposed to books. In severe cases, even the thought of reading can trigger these responses. The causes of bibliophobia often trace back to negative childhood experiences with reading or education. Traumatic school experiences, such as being humiliated while reading aloud, can create lasting associations between books and distress. Learning disabilities that made reading particularly challenging may also contribute to developing this phobia. For some individuals, the fear stems from feeling intellectually inadequate or overwhelmed by the vast amount of information contained in books. The sheer volume of knowledge represented by libraries or bookstores can feel intimidating rather than inspiring. This phobia can significantly impact daily life in our text-heavy society. Simple tasks like checking mail, reading signs, or helping children with homework become sources of extreme stress. Educational and professional opportunities may be limited as sufferers avoid situations involving reading materials. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques. Therapists work with patients to slowly introduce books and reading in controlled, comfortable environments. The goal is to replace fear responses with neutral or positive associations over time. Botanophobia, also known as the fear of plants. This phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of plant life that goes far beyond normal caution around poisonous species. People with botanophobia experience genuine terror when confronted with various forms of vegetation, from simple houseplants to entire gardens and forests. The fear can target all plant life or focus on specific types. Some individuals fear flowering plants due to concerns about pollen or bees, while others become distressed around trees, moss, or even artificial plants. The phobia often stems from worries about contamination, allergic reactions, or the unpredictable nature of plant growth. Botanophobia can severely impact daily functioning. Sufferers may avoid parks, gardens, and outdoor spaces entirely. Grocery shopping becomes challenging when passing produce sections, and even indoor environments with potted plants can trigger anxiety responses. Some people cannot tolerate plant-based foods or natural fibers like cotton and linen. The condition often develops after traumatic experiences involving plants, such as severe allergic reactions, getting lost in wooded areas, or childhood incidents with thorny or toxic vegetation. Media portrayals of carnivorous or aggressive plants can also contribute to the phobia's development. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, starting with photographs of plants and slowly progressing to real plant encounters in controlled environments. Chirophobia, also known as chiroptophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of hands. This phobia can manifest as a fear of one's own hands, other people's hands, or both. People with chirophobia may experience severe anxiety when looking at hands, thinking about hands, or being touched by hands. The fear often extends to specific hand-related activities like handshakes, high fives, or any form of hand contact. The phobia can be triggered by various aspects of hands, including their appearance, texture, movement, or the sensation of touching or being touched. Some individuals focus their fear on particular hand features, such as fingers, palms, knuckles, or fingernails. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and shortness of breath when exposed to hands or hand contact. Psychological symptoms involve persistent worry, panic attacks, and overwhelming dread. Chirophobia can severely impact daily functioning since hands are constantly visible and essential for most activities. Sufferers may avoid social situations, refuse medical examinations, or struggle with basic tasks that require hand visibility or contact. The condition often develops from traumatic experiences involving hands, such as injuries, medical procedures, or negative associations formed during childhood. Some cases stem from contamination fears or concerns about germs transmitted through hand contact. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Gradual exposure to hand-related stimuli helps reduce the fear response over time. In severe cases, medication may be prescribed to manage anxiety symptoms. Crematophobia, also known as chromatophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of money or currency. People with this phobia experience intense anxiety when handling cash, coins, or even thinking about monetary transactions. The fear can extend to credit cards, checks, and any form of financial exchange. This condition manifests in several ways. Some individuals cannot touch physical money due to contamination fears, believing that currency carries harmful germs or bacteria. Others experience panic attacks when required to handle cash during shopping or business transactions. The phobia often stems from obsessive-compulsive tendencies or germophobia, as money passes through countless hands and environments. Paper bills and coins collect bacteria, dirt, and various contaminants throughout their circulation. For some sufferers, the fear connects to deeper anxieties about wealth, poverty, or financial responsibility. They may associate money with negative experiences like debt, financial loss, or family conflicts over finances. Daily life becomes severely impacted when someone cannot handle currency. Simple activities like buying groceries, paying for transportation, or conducting basic business transactions become overwhelming challenges. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually increase their contact with money in controlled settings. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the phobia. The condition remains relatively uncommon, but can completely disrupt normal functioning when severe, forcing individuals to rely entirely on digital payments or other people to handle their financial transactions. Chromophobia, also known as chromatophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of colors. This phobia can manifest in several different ways, ranging from a general fear of all colors to specific fears of particular hues. People with chromophobia may experience intense anxiety when exposed to bright or vivid colors, certain color combinations, or even when simply thinking about colors. The fear can be triggered by colored objects, clothing, artwork, or environments with strong color schemes. Some individuals develop chromophobia after traumatic experiences associated with specific colors. For instance, someone might develop a fear of red after a traumatic accident, or a fear of yellow after a distressing event in a yellow room. The condition can significantly impact daily life since colors are virtually everywhere in the modern world. Those affected might avoid certain locations, clothing, foods, or activities that involve their trigger colors. In severe cases, people may prefer monochrome environments or seek out spaces with muted neutral tones. Chromophobia can also extend to fears of color-changing situations, such as sunsets, rainbow displays, or colorful lighting effects. Some individuals report physical symptoms including rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when confronted with their feared colors. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where individuals gradually become accustomed to their trigger colors in controlled settings. Cognitive behavioral therapy can also help people understand and manage their fear responses to color stimuli. Decaphobia, also known as the fear of justice or righteousness, represents an intense and irrational fear of legal proceedings, moral judgment, or any situation involving fairness and punishment. People experiencing this phobia may feel overwhelming anxiety when confronted with courtrooms, police officers, judges, or even discussions about right and wrong. The fear extends beyond just criminal justice systems to include moral evaluations in everyday situations. The term originates from the Greek word dike, meaning justice or righteousness, combined with phobia, meaning fear. In Greek mythology, Dike was the goddess of human justice and moral order. Those with dikephobia often avoid situations where they might be judged or evaluated. This can include staying away from legal buildings, refusing jury duty, or becoming extremely distressed during workplace performance reviews. Some individuals may even fear fictional courtroom scenes in movies or television shows. The phobia can stem from past traumatic experiences with legal systems, strict upbringings where punishment was severe, or witnessing others being treated unfairly by authority figures. Cultural factors and personal guilt can also contribute to its development. Physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias, including rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and nausea when exposed to justice-related triggers. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and sometimes medication to manage anxiety symptoms. The goal focuses on helping individuals develop coping mechanisms and gradually reduce their fear response to justice-related situations. Eosophobia, also known as the fear of dawn or daylight. This condition involves an intense and persistent fear of the early morning hours when the sun rises. People with eosophobia experience anxiety, panic attacks, or extreme distress when faced with daybreak, or even the thought of morning approaching. The name comes from Eos, the Greek goddess of dawn, combined with phobia, meaning fear. Those affected often develop elaborate routines to avoid being awake during sunrise hours. Symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and overwhelming dread as dawn approaches. Some individuals may stay awake all night to avoid experiencing the transition from darkness to light, while others might use blackout curtains and soundproofing to block out any signs of morning. This phobia can severely impact daily functioning since most of society operates on daytime schedules. Work, school, and social obligations become extremely difficult to manage when someone cannot tolerate daylight hours. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually expose themselves to dawn and morning light in controlled settings. Some cases may benefit from medication to manage anxiety symptoms during the therapeutic process. The condition differs from other light-related fears because it specifically targets the dawn period rather than bright light in general. People with eosophobia might function normally during midday, but experience terror as sunrise approaches. Erythrophobia, also known as erythrophobia, is the intense fear of blushing or turning red in the face. This specific phobia creates a particularly challenging cycle for those who experience it. The fear of blushing often triggers the body's fight or flight response, which increases blood flow to the face and actually causes the very blushing the person is afraid of. People with erythrophobia may avoid social situations entirely, particularly public speaking, meeting new people, or being the center of attention. The condition can severely impact daily life, affecting work performance, relationships, and overall social functioning. The physical symptoms extend beyond just the fear of redness. Sufferers often experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and intense anxiety when they anticipate situations where they might blush. Some individuals become so focused on controlling their facial color that they develop compulsive behaviors like excessive makeup application or choosing clothing that draws attention away from their face. This phobia typically develops during adolescence when social awareness and self-consciousness naturally increase. The condition can persist into adulthood without proper treatment. Treatment options include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and in some cases, medication to help manage the underlying anxiety. Some people also explore medical procedures like endoscopic thoracic sympathectomy, though this surgical option carries significant risks and is typically considered only in severe cases. The fear often stems from past embarrassing experiences or from having naturally sensitive skin that reddens easily, creating a learned response to avoid potential embarrassment. Francophobia, also known as gallophobia, is the irrational fear or strong dislike of French people, French culture, or anything associated with France. This phobia can manifest in several ways. Some people experience anxiety when hearing the French language spoken or when encountering French cultural elements like cuisine, fashion, or art. Others may feel uncomfortable around French individuals or avoid traveling to France entirely. The fear often stems from cultural stereotypes, historical conflicts between nations, or negative personal experiences. During certain periods in history, particularly during wartime conflicts, Francophobia became more widespread in various countries as a form of nationalist sentiment. People with this condition might avoid French restaurants, refuse to learn the French language, or feel distressed when exposed to French media or entertainment. In severe cases, individuals may experience physical symptoms like sweating, rapid heartbeat, or panic attacks when confronted with French cultural elements. The phobia can also extend to French-speaking regions beyond France itself, including parts of Canada, Belgium, Switzerland, and various African nations where French is spoken. Like other cultural phobias, Francophobia can significantly impact a person's ability to engage with international business, travel, or educational opportunities where French culture or language might be present. Heliophobia, also known as solar phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of the sun or sunlight. This condition goes far beyond simply preferring shade or being concerned about sun damage. People with heliophobia experience severe anxiety when exposed to direct sunlight or even when thinking about being in sunny environments. The fear can trigger panic attacks, rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and an overwhelming urge to seek shelter immediately. Unlike normal sun avoidance for health reasons, heliophobia significantly impacts daily functioning. Sufferers may refuse to leave their homes during daylight hours, cover all windows with thick curtains, or only venture outside during overcast weather or at night. The phobia can develop from various sources, including traumatic sunburn experiences, heat-related medical emergencies, or underlying anxiety disorders. Some cases link to cultural or religious beliefs about the sun being dangerous or harmful. Physical symptoms often mirror those of other specific phobias. These include dizziness, trembling, difficulty breathing, and intense dread when confronted with sunny conditions. The fear response activates even when the person logically understands that normal sun exposure poses no immediate threat. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly build tolerance to sunlight in controlled settings. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the thought patterns that fuel the fear, while relaxation techniques can manage the physical symptoms. Heliophobia can severely limit social activities, work opportunities, and overall quality of life, making professional treatment essential for those affected. Ichthyophobia, also known as fish phobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of fish. This condition affects people in varying degrees of intensity, from mild discomfort around aquatic life to severe panic attacks triggered by the mere sight or thought of fish. People with ichthyophobia may experience anxiety when encountering live fish in aquariums, lakes, or oceans. Some individuals also fear dead fish, whether in markets, on dinner plates, or even in photographs and videos. The phobia can extend to specific types of fish or encompass all fish species entirely. Physical symptoms often include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, trembling, and difficulty breathing when exposed to fish or fish-related imagery. Some people report feeling overwhelmed by the texture, smell, or movement patterns of fish. The origins of ichthyophobia vary between individuals. Traumatic childhood experiences involving fish, such as being startled while swimming or having an unpleasant encounter at an aquarium, can trigger the development of this fear. Cultural factors and media portrayals of dangerous fish species may also contribute to its formation. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly acclimate to fish-related stimuli under professional guidance. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps people recognize and change negative thought patterns associated with their fear. This phobia can significantly impact daily life, affecting activities like visiting seafood restaurants, going to aquariums, or even watching nature documentaries featuring marine life. Menophobia, also known as menarche phobia, is the intense fear of menstruation or menstrual cycles. This phobia can manifest in several different ways. Some individuals fear their own menstrual periods, while others experience anxiety around the concept of menstruation in general. The fear may extend to menstrual products, blood, or even discussions about periods. People with menophobia often experience physical symptoms when confronted with anything related to menstruation. These can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks. The fear typically develops during adolescence, particularly around the time when menstruation begins. The condition can stem from various factors, including lack of education about menstruation, cultural taboos surrounding periods, or traumatic experiences related to menstruation. Some individuals develop this fear after hearing frightening stories or misinformation about periods. Menophobia can significantly impact daily life, especially for those who menstruate. It may lead to avoidance of certain activities, social situations, or even necessary medical care. The fear can create additional stress around an already natural biological process. Treatment typically involves therapy techniques, such as cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure therapy. Education about menstruation and addressing underlying misconceptions also play important roles in overcoming this phobia. The condition affects people of various ages, though it most commonly emerges during the teenage years when menstruation becomes a relevant life experience. Mnemophobia, also known as the fear of memories, is a specific phobia involving an intense and irrational fear of remembering past events or experiences. This condition goes beyond normal discomfort with unpleasant memories. People with mnemophobia experience severe anxiety when confronted with reminders of their past, whether positive or negative. The fear can be triggered by photographs, familiar places, certain smells, music, or conversations about past events. The physical symptoms mirror those of other phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and panic attacks when faced with memory triggers. In severe cases, individuals may avoid situations entirely that could prompt recollection of past experiences. This phobia often develops following traumatic experiences, though it can also stem from a general anxiety about confronting one's past decisions or actions. Some individuals fear that remembering will cause them to relive emotional pain or embarrassment from previous experiences. The condition can significantly impact daily functioning. Sufferers might avoid family gatherings, old friends, or returning to familiar locations. They may refuse to look at photo albums, watch home videos, or engage in conversations about shared experiences with others. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where individuals gradually learn to confront memory triggers in controlled environments. Exposure therapy helps patients build tolerance to remembering while developing healthy coping mechanisms. In some cases, medication may be prescribed to manage underlying anxiety disorders that contribute to the phobia. Russophobia, also known as anti-Russian sentiment, refers to the fear, dislike, or prejudice directed toward Russia, Russian people, or Russian culture. This phobia can manifest in several ways. Some individuals experience genuine anxiety or fear when encountering Russian language, cultural symbols, or meeting people of Russian descent. Others may hold negative stereotypes or harbor distrust toward anything associated with Russia. The roots of Russophobia often stem from historical conflicts, political tensions, and media portrayals. During the Cold War era from the 1940s through the 1980s, many Western nations developed deep suspicions about Soviet policies and communist ideology. These feelings sometimes extended beyond politics to encompass broader Russian culture and identity. In some cases, Russophobia appears as cultural prejudice. This might involve negative assumptions about Russian customs, dismissing Russian contributions to art and science, or treating Russian individuals differently based solely on their nationality. The phobia can also emerge from personal experiences or family histories. People whose families fled political persecution or lived through conflicts involving Russia may develop lasting fears or resentments that get passed down through generations. Modern Russophobia sometimes blends legitimate political concerns with irrational fears or blanket prejudices. Someone might conflate the actions of political leaders with the character of ordinary Russian citizens, leading to unfair generalizations. Like other forms of ethnic or national prejudice, Russophobia can create social divisions and prevent meaningful cultural exchange. It may cause individuals to miss opportunities for friendship, learning, or collaboration based on preconceived notions rather than personal experience. Vestophobia, also known as the fear of clothing or being clothed, involves an intense and irrational fear of garments, fabrics, or the act of wearing clothes. People with this condition experience severe anxiety when confronted with clothing items, whether on themselves or others. The fear can be specific to certain types of fabric, particular clothing items, or encompass all forms of dress. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and difficulty breathing when exposed to clothing. Some individuals may experience panic attacks at the sight or touch of garments. The phobia can manifest in different ways. Some people fear tight-fitting clothes due to feelings of restriction or claustrophobia. Others develop anxiety around specific textures like wool, synthetic materials, or rough fabrics that create uncomfortable sensations on the skin. Certain triggers include the smell of new clothing, laundry detergents, or fabric softeners. The sound of rustling fabric or zippers can also provoke intense fear responses. This condition often develops from traumatic experiences involving clothing, such as choking incidents with neckties or scarves, allergic reactions to certain fabrics, or childhood memories of being forced to wear uncomfortable garments. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually expose themselves to clothing items in controlled environments. Relaxation techniques and breathing exercises help manage anxiety symptoms during exposure sessions. The condition can severely impact daily functioning, as clothing is essential for social interaction and protection from weather elements. Pedophobia, also known as pediophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of children or infants. This specific phobia goes far beyond normal discomfort around young people and involves genuine panic responses when encountering children. People with pedophobia experience severe anxiety symptoms when around children of any age, from babies to teenagers. These symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and overwhelming urges to flee the situation. The fear often stems from concerns about being unable to relate to children, worry about accidentally harming them, or feeling overwhelmed by their unpredictable behavior and high energy levels. Some individuals develop this phobia after negative childhood experiences or traumatic events involving children. This condition can significantly impact daily life, making it difficult to visit family members with children, go to public spaces like parks or shopping centers, or pursue certain career paths. Social gatherings become particularly challenging when children are present. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become more comfortable around children in controlled environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. Unlike other phobias that might seem unusual, pedophobia affects a notable number of adults who simply find children's behavior too chaotic or stressful to handle comfortably. Ambulophobia, also known as basophobia, or the fear of walking. This condition involves an intense and persistent fear of walking or standing upright. People with ambulophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when attempting to walk or even thinking about walking. The phobia often develops after a traumatic fall or injury that occurred while walking. It can also emerge from balance disorders, vertigo, or other medical conditions that affect mobility. Some individuals develop this fear without any clear triggering event. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and dizziness when faced with the need to walk. The fear can become so severe that people avoid leaving their homes or rely heavily on wheelchairs or other mobility aids, even when they are physically capable of walking. Ambulophobia significantly impacts daily life since walking is fundamental to most activities. Simple tasks like going to the bathroom, getting food, or moving around the house become sources of extreme distress. The condition differs from normal concerns about falling that many people experience as they age. With ambulophobia, the fear is disproportionate to any actual risk and interferes with normal functioning. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually practice walking in safe environments with professional support. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. This phobia demonstrates how trauma can transform basic human functions into sources of terror, turning something as natural as walking into an insurmountable challenge. Anabophobia, also known as the fear of looking up, is a specific phobia that causes intense anxiety when individuals attempt to direct their gaze upward. This condition goes beyond simple discomfort and can trigger full panic responses. People with anabophobia experience distress when looking at tall buildings, skyscrapers, or even the open sky. The fear often stems from feelings of vertigo, dizziness, or a sensation that objects above might fall down onto them. Some sufferers report feeling overwhelmed by the vastness of what lies above, particularly when looking at an open sky or tall structures. This phobia can significantly impact daily life, making it difficult to navigate urban environments with tall buildings or even enjoy outdoor activities. Simple tasks like checking weather conditions by looking at clouds become sources of severe anxiety. The condition may develop after traumatic experiences involving falling objects, or it can emerge without any clear triggering event. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually work with mental health professionals to become comfortable looking upward in controlled settings. Anabophobia differs from acrophobia, which is the fear of heights themselves. While someone with acrophobia fears being in high places, someone with anabophobia specifically fears the act of looking upward from ground level. The severity varies among individuals, with some people only experiencing mild discomfort, while others may be completely unable to tilt their heads back or raise their eyes toward the sky. Aquaphobia, also known as hydrophobia, is the intense and persistent fear of water. This phobia goes far beyond a simple dislike of swimming or getting wet. People with aquaphobia experience overwhelming anxiety when confronted with bodies of water, whether it's an ocean, lake, river, swimming pool, or even a bathtub. The fear can range from mild discomfort around deep water to complete panic at the sight of any water source. The physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and difficulty breathing. Some individuals may experience panic attacks when forced to be near water, or even when thinking about water-related activities. This phobia often develops during childhood, frequently after a traumatic water-related experience such as nearly drowning, being pushed into deep water unexpectedly, or witnessing someone else struggle in water. However, aquaphobia can also develop without any direct negative experience, sometimes arising from hearing frightening stories about water accidents or from an overactive imagination about what could happen in water. The condition significantly impacts daily life. Basic activities like bathing, crossing bridges over water, or even walking near fountains can become sources of extreme distress. Many people with severe aquaphobia avoid beaches, pools, and water parks entirely, which can limit social activities and vacation options. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly work up from looking at pictures of water to eventually being comfortable around actual water sources. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear, while relaxation techniques teach coping mechanisms for managing anxiety symptoms. Bromidrosophobia, also known as bromidrophobia or olfactophobia, when specifically related to body odors, is the intense and irrational fear of body odors or bad smells emanating from oneself or others. This condition goes far beyond normal concerns about personal hygiene. People with bromidrosophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when they encounter or even think about body odors such as sweat, bad breath, or other natural human scents. The fear typically manifests in two primary ways. Some individuals become obsessively worried about their own body odor, leading to excessive showering, constant use of deodorants and perfumes, and frequent clothing changes throughout the day. Others focus their anxiety on the body odors of people around them, which can severely impact their ability to be in social situations or crowded spaces. This phobia often develops during adolescence when body changes and increased awareness of personal hygiene become more prominent. It can also stem from traumatic experiences involving embarrassing situations related to body odor, either personal or witnessed. The condition can significantly disrupt daily functioning. Sufferers may avoid gyms, public transportation, elevators, or any enclosed spaces where they might encounter body odors. Some individuals become so consumed with their own scent that they repeatedly ask others for reassurance or avoid social interactions entirely. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, which helps individuals challenge their irrational thoughts about body odors and gradually expose them to situations they fear. In severe cases, medication may be prescribed to manage the underlying anxiety that drives the phobic response. Catapetophobia, also known as the fear of jumping from high and low places. This specific phobia involves an intense fear of jumping from elevated positions, whether they are extremely high like cliffs or buildings, or relatively low like curbs or small ledges. Unlike acrophobia, which focuses on the fear of heights themselves, catapetophobia centers specifically on the act of jumping. People with this condition experience anxiety not just from being up high, but from the thought of leaping or falling from any elevated surface. The fear can manifest in everyday situations. Someone with catapetophobia might avoid stepping off curbs, jumping over puddles, or participating in activities that involve any kind of leap or drop. Even the sight of others jumping can trigger intense discomfort. This phobia often stems from a fear of injury or loss of control during the jumping motion. The mind creates vivid scenarios of what could go wrong during the brief moment of being airborne. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, starting with very small heights and slowly building confidence. Mental health professionals may also use cognitive behavioral therapy to help individuals challenge the catastrophic thinking patterns associated with jumping. Kathysophobia, also known as kathysophobia or the fear of sitting down, represents an intense and irrational fear of the act of sitting or being in a seated position. People with kathysophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when faced with the prospect of sitting down on chairs, benches, couches, or any other seating surface. The fear can range from mild discomfort to full panic attacks when confronted with sitting situations. Physical symptoms typically include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and nausea when attempting to sit or even thinking about sitting. Some individuals may also experience dizziness or a feeling of losing control. The phobia often stems from traumatic experiences related to sitting, such as falling from a chair, being trapped while seated, or experiencing pain while in a seated position. In some cases, it may develop from underlying anxiety disorders or generalized fears about being in vulnerable positions. This condition can severely impact daily life since sitting is such a fundamental human activity. People with kathysophobia may avoid restaurants, movie theaters, offices, classrooms, and public transportation. They might stand throughout meetings, meals, or social gatherings, which can draw unwanted attention and create additional stress. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy where patients gradually become comfortable with sitting for short periods, and sometimes anti-anxiety medications. Relaxation techniques and breathing exercises can also help manage the symptoms when sitting becomes necessary. Cheirophobia, also known as the fear of happiness or joy, is the irrational and persistent fear of being happy or experiencing positive emotions. People with cheirophobia believe that feeling happy will inevitably lead to something terrible happening. They associate joy with impending doom or catastrophe, creating a mental connection between positive emotions and negative consequences. This condition manifests in several ways. Individuals may actively avoid situations that could bring them happiness, such as celebrations, achievements, or social gatherings. They might sabotage their own success or relationships when things start going well. Some people with cheirophobia experience physical symptoms like sweating, rapid heartbeat, or nausea when they begin to feel happy or excited. The fear often stems from past traumatic experiences where happiness was followed by significant loss or disappointment. Cultural backgrounds that emphasize suffering as virtuous or view excessive happiness as dangerous can also contribute to developing this phobia. Some individuals grow up in environments where showing joy was discouraged or punished. Cheirophobia significantly impacts daily life by preventing people from fully engaging in positive experiences. They may struggle to form close relationships, avoid career advancement, or decline opportunities for personal growth. The constant vigilance against happiness creates chronic stress and can lead to depression. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients learn to identify and challenge their negative thought patterns about happiness. Exposure therapy gradually introduces positive experiences in controlled settings. Some individuals benefit from medication to manage anxiety symptoms while working through the underlying fears. The condition differs from depression because people with cheirophobia can feel happy, but choose to suppress or avoid these feelings due to fear, rather than being unable to experience joy at all. Sebophobia, also known as cytophobia or food phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of food or eating. This condition goes far beyond simple picky eating or food preferences. People with cybophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when confronted with food, whether it's specific items or food in general. The fear can target particular textures, smells, colors, or even the act of chewing and swallowing itself. Unlike eating disorders that focus on body image or weight control, cybophobia centers purely on the terror of food itself. Sufferers may fear contamination, choking, or becoming ill from eating. Some develop the phobia after experiencing food poisoning or witnessing someone else become sick from eating. The physical symptoms mirror other phobias: rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when exposed to feared foods. In severe cases, individuals may limit themselves to just a handful of safe foods, leading to serious nutritional deficiencies. Children with cybophobia often struggle more than adults, as their limited food choices can severely impact growth and development. The condition can stem from sensory processing issues, traumatic experiences, or genetic predisposition to anxiety disorders. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually work with therapists to introduce feared foods in a controlled environment. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. Without proper treatment, cybophobia can result in dangerous weight loss, malnutrition, and social isolation, as many social activities revolve around food and eating. Ecophobia, also known as oikophobia or domatophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of one's home environment or household surroundings. People with this condition experience intense anxiety when in domestic spaces, particularly their own living areas. The fear can extend to furniture, household objects, or even specific rooms within their home. This phobia often develops after traumatic experiences that occurred in the home, such as accidents, break-ins, or family conflicts. The familiar space that should provide comfort and security instead becomes a source of overwhelming dread. Symptoms include panic attacks, rapid heartbeat, sweating, and an urgent need to escape when inside the home. Some individuals may avoid returning home for extended periods, choosing to stay elsewhere or remaining outdoors. The condition can severely impact daily life, making basic activities like sleeping, eating, or relaxing nearly impossible in one's own space. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually spend increasing amounts of time in controlled home environments while learning coping techniques. In broader usage, ecophobia sometimes refers to fear or anxiety about environmental destruction and ecological collapse, though this represents a different psychological response to external environmental threats rather than the clinical phobia of domestic spaces. The term combines the Greek words oikos, meaning house or home, and phobos, meaning fear, directly translating to fear of the home. Eleutherophobia, also known as the fear of freedom. This unusual phobia involves an intense anxiety toward personal freedom, independence, and having choices. People with eleutherophobia experience distress when faced with decisions or situations where they must take responsibility for their own actions. The fear often centers around the overwhelming nature of choice itself. When presented with multiple options, whether small daily decisions or major life choices, individuals may feel paralyzed by the weight of potential consequences. This creates a cycle where the person actively seeks out structured environments or authority figures to make decisions for them. Common triggers include job interviews, choosing a college major, selecting from restaurant menus, or any situation requiring personal autonomy. The physical symptoms mirror other phobias with sweating, rapid heartbeat, and panic attacks occurring when confronted with freedom-based scenarios. This phobia can develop from various sources. Overprotective parenting styles that discourage independent thinking often contribute to its formation. Traumatic experiences where poor personal choices led to negative outcomes can also trigger this fear response. Some individuals develop eleutherophobia after periods of high stress, where decision-making became associated with danger or failure. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, focused on gradually increasing comfort with small choices before progressing to larger decisions. Therapists work with patients to identify the root causes of their fear while building confidence in their decision-making abilities. The condition can severely impact daily functioning as modern society constantly demands personal choices and independent action. Eremophobia, also known as monophobia, autophobia, or isolophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of being alone or experiencing solitude. This phobia goes far beyond the typical discomfort most people feel when spending time by themselves. Those with eremophobia experience severe anxiety at the mere thought of being left alone, even for short periods of time. The fear can manifest in various ways. Some individuals may panic when their friends or family members leave the house. Others might feel overwhelming dread when they realize they will be sleeping alone in their home for the night. Physical symptoms often accompany the psychological distress. These can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and difficulty breathing. In severe cases, people may experience full panic attacks when faced with solitude. The condition can severely impact daily functioning. Sufferers might avoid activities that require being alone, such as working late shifts, traveling solo, or even using public restrooms without a companion. Some may become overly dependent on others, constantly seeking reassurance and companionship. Unlike the normal human preference for social connection, eremophobia creates a debilitating need for constant presence of others. This fear can stem from various sources, including past traumatic experiences of abandonment, underlying anxiety disorders, or learned behaviors from childhood. The phobia often overlaps with other conditions, like separation anxiety disorder or agoraphobia, making diagnosis and treatment more complex for mental health professionals. Logophobia, also known as verbophobia or the fear of words, represents an intense and irrational fear of spoken or written language. This condition goes far beyond simple stage fright or nervousness about public speaking. People with logophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when confronted with words, whether hearing them spoken aloud, reading them silently, or being expected to speak themselves. The fear can be triggered by specific words, particularly long or complex ones, or it may encompass all forms of verbal communication. The physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and nausea when exposed to their trigger words or speaking situations. In severe cases, panic attacks can occur. This phobia often develops during childhood, frequently linked to traumatic experiences involving language. Being ridiculed for mispronouncing words, struggling with reading difficulties, or experiencing verbal abuse can plant the seeds of logophobia. Some cases stem from underlying learning disabilities or speech impediments that created negative associations with words and speaking. Logophobia differs from selective mutism, though they can appear similar. While selective mutism involves an inability to speak in specific situations despite being able to speak normally in others, logophobia involves active fear and avoidance of words themselves. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually confront their fear of words in controlled environments. Speech therapy may also be beneficial, particularly when the phobia stems from pronunciation difficulties or speech impediments. The condition can severely impact daily life, affecting education, career prospects, and social relationships, making professional intervention crucial for recovery. Nomatophobia, also known as onomatophobia, is the intense fear of names. This phobia can manifest in several different ways. Some people with nomatophobia experience panic when hearing their own name spoken aloud. Others become anxious when they need to say someone else's name or introduce themselves to strangers. The fear can extend to specific types of names as well. Certain individuals may only fear particular names that hold negative associations, while others develop anxiety around all names in general. For those affected by this condition, everyday social interactions become challenging. Simple activities like answering the phone, attending meetings, or making introductions can trigger intense anxiety responses, including rapid heartbeat, sweating, and difficulty breathing. The phobia often develops from traumatic experiences connected to names. Someone might associate their name with being called out for punishment during childhood, or they may have experienced bullying where their name was used mockingly. In severe cases, people with nomatophobia may avoid situations where names are commonly used. They might struggle with job interviews, networking events, or even casual conversations where introductions are expected. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become comfortable with names again through controlled, supportive environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy can also help address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. Panophobia, also known as pantophobia or omniphobia, is the fear of everything. This condition represents one of the most severe and all-encompassing anxiety disorders in existence. Unlike specific phobias that target particular objects or situations, panophobia creates a state of constant terror toward virtually all aspects of life. People experiencing this condition live in perpetual fear of their surroundings, other people, objects, sounds, thoughts, and even their own emotions. The term combines the Greek words pan, meaning all or everything, and phobia, meaning fear. Mental health professionals consider this an extremely rare but devastating condition that can completely paralyze a person's ability to function in daily life. Those affected often experience intense physical symptoms, including rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing when confronted with almost any stimulus. The fear can extend to seemingly harmless things like sunlight, gentle sounds, or even the act of breathing itself. Treatment typically requires intensive therapy and medication management. Cognitive behavioral therapy focuses on gradually exposing patients to manageable fears while building coping mechanisms. The process demands careful medical supervision due to the overwhelming nature of the condition. Some researchers debate whether true panophobia exists as a standalone disorder or represents an extreme manifestation of generalized anxiety disorder combined with multiple specific phobias. The distinction becomes academic for those suffering from this overwhelming state of universal fear. Recovery remains challenging but possible with proper professional intervention and support systems. Philophobia, also known as the fear of love, or fear of falling in love, is a specific phobia that involves an intense and irrational fear of romantic feelings and emotional intimacy. People with philophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when faced with the possibility of developing romantic feelings for someone or having someone fall in love with them. This fear extends beyond typical nervousness about dating and relationships. The condition can manifest in several ways. Some individuals may avoid dating entirely, while others might sabotage promising relationships when they begin to develop deeper feelings. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when confronted with romantic situations or even the thought of love. Philophobia often stems from past traumatic experiences in relationships, such as betrayal, abandonment, or emotional abuse. Some people develop this fear after witnessing destructive relationships in their family during childhood. Others may have underlying attachment disorders that make forming close emotional bonds feel threatening. The fear creates a significant barrier to forming meaningful romantic connections. Individuals with philophobia may isolate themselves socially or maintain only superficial relationships to avoid the risk of deeper emotional involvement. This can lead to loneliness and depression over time. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients work to identify and challenge the negative thought patterns that fuel their fear. Exposure therapy may also be used, gradually helping individuals become comfortable with romantic feelings and situations in a controlled environment. Unlike simple relationship anxiety, philophobia is persistent and significantly interferes with a person's ability to form romantic bonds, even when they consciously desire love and companionship. Somnophobia, also known as hypnophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of sleep or falling asleep. This phobia goes far beyond typical bedtime anxiety and can severely impact a person's daily functioning and overall health. People with somnophobia experience overwhelming dread at the thought of going to sleep. The fear often stems from a loss of control that comes with unconsciousness. Many sufferers worry about what might happen while they're vulnerable and unaware during sleep. Common triggers include fear of nightmares, concern about not waking up, or anxiety about missing important events while asleep. Some individuals develop this phobia after experiencing sleep paralysis, where the body becomes temporarily immobilized upon waking or falling asleep. The condition can also emerge from traumatic experiences that occurred during sleep, such as break-ins, medical emergencies, or natural disasters. Media portrayals of danger during sleep can reinforce these fears in susceptible individuals. Physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing when bedtime approaches. The anticipation alone can trigger panic attacks hours before sleep time. The irony of somnophobia creates a vicious cycle. The more someone fears sleep, the more sleep-deprived they become. This exhaustion then increases anxiety and makes rational thinking more difficult, which intensifies the phobia further. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients learn to challenge irrational thoughts about sleep. Relaxation techniques and gradual exposure therapy can help rebuild positive associations with bedtime routines. Uranophobia, also known as uranophobia, is the intense fear of heaven or the heavens themselves. This phobia encompasses several related fears. Some people with uranophobia experience terror at the thought of heaven as a religious concept or afterlife destination. Others fear the physical sky above, feeling overwhelmed by its vastness and the celestial bodies it contains. The condition can manifest in different ways. Individuals might avoid looking upward at the sky during the day or night. They may feel panic when contemplating spiritual concepts related to divine realms or heavenly places. For some, the fear extends to religious discussions about the afterlife or paradise. Church services, spiritual texts, or conversations about what happens after death can trigger intense anxiety responses. The phobia often connects to deeper existential concerns about mortality, spirituality, and the unknown. People with uranophobia might feel small and insignificant when confronted with concepts of infinite heavenly realms or eternal existence. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become more comfortable with sky imagery, religious concepts, or discussions about heavenly themes. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel these fears. The name comes from the Greek word uranos, meaning sky or heaven, combined with phobia, meaning fear. Urophobia, also known as orophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of urine or urination. This phobia can manifest in several different ways. Some people with urophobia experience severe anxiety around their own bodily functions and the act of urinating. Others may fear coming into contact with urine from other people or animals. The fear can extend to bathroom environments, the sight or smell of urine, or even just thinking about urination. People with urophobia often develop elaborate avoidance behaviors. They may severely limit their fluid intake to reduce the need to urinate, which can lead to dehydration and kidney problems. Some individuals become unable to use public restrooms or any bathroom outside their own home. The condition can develop from various triggers, including traumatic bathroom experiences during childhood, embarrassing incidents involving urination, or contamination fears related to germs and cleanliness. Medical conditions that affect urination can also contribute to developing this phobia. Urophobia significantly impacts daily life and social functioning. Sufferers may avoid traveling, social events, or any situation where bathroom access might be limited or uncomfortable. Work and school performance can decline when individuals spend excessive mental energy managing their fear. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address the underlying thought patterns and gradual exposure therapy to reduce avoidance behaviors. In severe cases, medication may be prescribed to manage anxiety symptoms. With proper treatment, most people can overcome urophobia and return to normal bathroom habits and social functioning. Triskaidekaphobia, also known as turdicaphobia, is the persistent fear of the number 13. This phobia goes far beyond simple superstition and can cause genuine anxiety and distress in those who experience it. People with triskaidekaphobia may avoid anything associated with the number 13. They might refuse to stay on the 13th floor of a hotel, skip appointments scheduled for the 13th of the month, or feel uncomfortable when 13 people gather in one place. The fear has deep cultural roots across many societies. In Western culture, Friday the 13th is considered particularly unlucky, combining two separate superstitions. Many buildings skip the 13th floor entirely, jumping from 12 directly to 14 in their numbering systems. Airlines frequently omit row 13 from their seating charts, and some hospitals avoid assigning room number 13 to patients. These accommodations show how widespread the superstition has become in everyday life. Several theories attempt to explain the origins of this fear. Some point to the Last Supper, where 13 people were present before the crucifixion. Others reference Norse mythology, where the god Loki was the 13th guest at a dinner party that ended in tragedy. For individuals with severe triskaidekaphobia, the fear can significantly impact daily functioning. They may experience physical symptoms like rapid heartbeat, sweating, or panic attacks when confronted with the number 13. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy and cognitive behavioral techniques to help people understand that the number itself poses no actual threat. Alcinophobia, also known as alcohol phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of alcohol or alcoholic beverages. People with this condition experience severe anxiety when exposed to alcohol in any form. This can include being around alcoholic drinks, seeing others consume alcohol, or even just thinking about alcohol consumption. The phobia often develops from traumatic experiences related to alcohol. This might include witnessing alcohol-related violence, having negative experiences with drunk individuals, or growing up in a household affected by alcohol dependency. Those with alcinophobia may avoid restaurants that serve alcohol, social gatherings where drinking occurs, or entire sections of grocery stores. The fear can extend beyond the liquid itself to include alcohol-related paraphernalia like bottles, glasses, or bar equipment. Physical symptoms mirror other specific phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, or panic attacks when confronted with their trigger. Some people may feel dizzy or experience shortness of breath. The condition can significantly impact social life, as alcohol is present in many adult social situations. This isolation can lead to additional anxiety or depression over time. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients learn to challenge their irrational thoughts about alcohol. Exposure therapy may gradually introduce alcohol-related stimuli in controlled environments. In severe cases, anti-anxiety medications might be prescribed to help manage symptoms during treatment. Unlike alcohol dependency issues, alcinophobia involves fear rather than problematic consumption patterns. Siderodromophobia, also known as train phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of trains, train travel, or railway systems. This specific phobia affects millions of people worldwide and can range from mild anxiety to complete avoidance of anything train-related. People with siderodromophobia experience overwhelming dread when encountering trains, whether seeing them, hearing them, or even thinking about riding one. The fear often stems from concerns about derailments, collisions, being trapped in a confined space, or the loud noises trains produce. Common triggers include the sound of train horns, the sight of railway tracks, train stations, or even images of trains in media. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and panic attacks when exposed to these triggers. The phobia can develop from various sources. Some people trace it back to childhood experiences, such as being startled by a loud train horn or witnessing a train accident in person or on television. Others develop the fear after hearing stories about train disasters or experiencing a traumatic event while traveling by train. This condition can significantly impact daily life, especially for people living in areas with extensive railway systems. Many sufferers go to great lengths to avoid train stations, choose alternative transportation methods regardless of cost or convenience, and may even avoid certain neighborhoods or cities known for their train networks. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and in some cases, anti-anxiety medication to help manage the symptoms and gradually reduce the fear response. Scelerophobia, also known as the fear of bad men or criminals, is the intense and irrational fear of burglars, thieves, and other people who commit crimes. People with this phobia experience overwhelming anxiety when thinking about or encountering situations where they might come into contact with criminals. This can include walking alone at night, hearing about break-ins in their neighborhood, or even watching crime shows on television. The fear often stems from traumatic experiences, such as being the victim of a crime or witnessing criminal activity. Media exposure to violent crime stories can also contribute to developing this phobia. Some individuals may have grown up in high-crime areas where the threat of encountering dangerous people was a daily reality. Symptoms typically include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and panic attacks when exposed to crime-related content or situations. Many people with scelerophobia go to extreme lengths to avoid potential encounters with criminals, such as installing excessive security systems, avoiding certain neighborhoods, or refusing to go out after dark. This phobia can severely impact daily life, causing people to become prisoners in their own homes. Treatment usually involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where individuals learn to challenge their irrational thoughts about crime and gradually expose themselves to their fears in controlled settings. The name comes from the Greek word skelero, meaning wicked or criminal, and phobia, meaning fear. Nosocomophobia, also known as nosocomophobia, is the intense fear of hospitals and medical facilities. The name comes from the Greek word nosokomeion, which means hospital, combined with phobia, meaning fear. This condition goes beyond normal nervousness about medical visits and becomes a debilitating terror that can interfere with a person's ability to seek necessary health care. People with nosocomophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when thinking about or visiting hospitals. The fear can stem from multiple sources within the hospital environment. Some individuals fear the medical procedures themselves, while others are terrified of the equipment, the sterile atmosphere, or the association with illness and death. The smell of disinfectant, the sound of beeping machines, and the sight of medical personnel in scrubs can all trigger intense panic responses. Many sufferers also worry about contracting infections or diseases from other patients in the facility. This phobia often develops after traumatic medical experiences, particularly during childhood. A painful procedure, a frightening emergency room visit, or witnessing a loved one suffer in a hospital setting can create lasting psychological associations. The consequences can be severe. People with nosocomophobia may delay or completely avoid medical care, even when facing serious health conditions. They might refuse routine checkups, postpone surgeries, or ignore symptoms that require immediate attention. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly become accustomed to hospital environments in controlled settings. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps individuals recognize and change the thought patterns that fuel their fear. Some people find success with relaxation techniques and medication to manage anxiety symptoms during necessary medical visits. Genophobia, also known as coitophobia or the fear of sexual intimacy, is an anxiety disorder characterized by an intense and persistent fear of sexual contact or intercourse. People with genophobia experience overwhelming anxiety, panic attacks, or avoidance behaviors when faced with the possibility of intimate physical contact. This fear can range from mild discomfort to complete avoidance of romantic relationships. The symptoms typically include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, trembling, and an urgent need to escape situations that might lead to physical intimacy. Some individuals may also experience difficulty breathing or feelings of detachment from reality. Several factors can contribute to the development of genophobia. Past traumatic experiences, including physical or emotional abuse, can create lasting associations between intimacy and danger. Religious or cultural upbringing that portrays physical intimacy as shameful or forbidden may also play a role. Medical conditions that cause pain during intimate contact can lead to anticipatory anxiety that develops into a full phobia. Additionally, general anxiety disorders or depression can make someone more susceptible to developing specific fears around intimacy. The condition significantly impacts relationships and quality of life. Many people with genophobia struggle to form or maintain romantic partnerships, leading to feelings of isolation and loneliness. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where individuals learn to identify and challenge negative thought patterns about intimacy. Exposure therapy, conducted gradually and safely, can help reduce the fear response over time. In some cases, medications for anxiety or depression may be prescribed to support the therapeutic process. Couples therapy can also be beneficial when the phobia affects an existing relationship. Agliophobia, also known as algophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of pain. While most people naturally want to avoid pain, agliophobia goes far beyond normal self-preservation instincts. People with this phobia experience overwhelming anxiety at even the thought of experiencing pain. This fear can be triggered by medical procedures, physical activities, or any situation where pain might occur. The anticipation of pain often becomes worse than the actual sensation itself. The phobia can develop after traumatic experiences involving severe pain, such as medical procedures, accidents, or injuries. Some individuals may develop it without any specific triggering event, possibly due to genetic predisposition to anxiety disorders or learned behaviors from childhood. Agliophobia significantly impacts daily life. Sufferers often avoid medical checkups, dental visits, or necessary treatments, which can lead to serious health consequences. They may also avoid physical activities, sports, or even simple tasks like cooking or exercising due to fear of potential injury. The condition creates a cycle where the fear of pain causes muscle tension and stress, which can actually increase sensitivity to pain when it does occur. This reinforces the original fear and makes the phobia stronger over time. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly become accustomed to mild discomfort in controlled environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps individuals recognize and change their thought patterns about pain. Relaxation techniques and medication may also be used to manage anxiety symptoms. Disabiliophobia, also known as undressing phobia, is the intense fear of undressing in front of others or being undressed by someone else. People with this condition experience severe anxiety when faced with situations where they need to remove their clothing, even in appropriate settings like medical examinations or changing rooms. The fear extends beyond normal modesty and can significantly impact daily activities. This phobia often stems from body image concerns, past traumatic experiences, or social anxiety disorders. Individuals may worry about judgment of their physical appearance, scars, or perceived imperfections. Some develop the fear after experiencing medical procedures or situations where they felt vulnerable while undressed. Common triggers include doctor visits, swimming activities, intimate relationships, and any scenario requiring clothing removal. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and panic attacks when confronted with undressing situations. The condition can severely limit social interactions and medical care. Many sufferers avoid routine health screenings, swimming, or changing in locker rooms, which can impact both physical health and social relationships. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually work through their fears with professional guidance. Exposure therapy may help individuals slowly become more comfortable with undressing in controlled, safe environments. Some cases benefit from addressing underlying body image issues or past trauma through specialized counseling approaches. Disposophobia, also known as the fear of throwing things away. This phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of disposing of possessions, regardless of their actual value or condition. People experiencing disposophobia feel overwhelming anxiety when faced with the prospect of getting rid of items, even broken or clearly useless objects. The fear extends beyond normal attachment to meaningful belongings. Instead, sufferers develop emotional connections to virtually everything they own, from old newspapers and empty containers to worn-out clothing and expired food items. This condition often overlaps with hoarding behaviors, though disposophobia specifically focuses on the act of disposal itself rather than the compulsive acquisition of new items. The person may recognize that their living space is cluttered or that certain items serve no purpose, but the thought of throwing them away triggers severe distress. Daily life becomes increasingly difficult as possessions accumulate. Basic activities like cleaning, cooking, or even moving through living spaces can become nearly impossible. Relationships may suffer as family members or friends struggle to understand why the person cannot simply throw away obvious trash. The phobia can stem from various psychological factors, including past trauma related to loss, extreme poverty experiences, or obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Some individuals develop the fear after experiencing significant life changes or periods of instability, where possessions represent security and control. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, gradually exposing the person to disposal situations while teaching coping mechanisms to manage the associated anxiety. Coprophobia, also known as scatophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of feces or anything related to defecation. This specific phobia goes far beyond normal disgust responses that most people have toward waste materials. People with coprophobia experience severe anxiety, panic attacks, and avoidance behaviors when confronted with feces, toilets, or even the thought of bowel movements. The fear can extend to changing diapers, cleaning up after pets, or using public restrooms. This condition often develops during childhood and can stem from traumatic experiences related to toilet training, witnessing unsanitary conditions, or having an overly sensitive disgust response. Some individuals may also have underlying contamination fears or obsessive-compulsive tendencies that contribute to the phobia. The impact on daily life can be substantial. Parents may struggle to care for their children, pet owners might avoid cleaning responsibilities, and some people may develop severe constipation from avoiding bathroom use entirely. Social situations become challenging when restroom facilities are involved. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques. Therapists work with patients to slowly desensitize them to their triggers, starting with less threatening stimuli like pictures or words, then progressing to more direct exposure as tolerance builds. The condition affects both children and adults, though it often begins in early childhood around the time of toilet training. While exact prevalence rates are not well documented, coprophobia is considered one of the more uncommon specific phobias treated by mental health professionals. Seismophobia, also known as earthquake phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of earthquakes and seismic activity. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety at the thought of the ground shaking beneath their feet. The fear extends beyond just major earthquakes to include minor tremors, aftershocks, and even the possibility that an earthquake might occur. Those affected often develop hypervigilance toward any vibrations or movements. A passing truck, construction work, or even someone walking heavily upstairs can trigger panic attacks. They may constantly monitor earthquake monitoring websites, check seismic activity reports multiple times daily, and obsess over fault line maps. The phobia typically develops after direct exposure to earthquakes, but can also form through media coverage of major seismic disasters or growing up in earthquake-prone regions like California, Japan, or parts of the Mediterranean. Physical symptoms mirror other anxiety disorders and include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and difficulty breathing. Some individuals experience what they describe as phantom earthquakes, where they feel the ground moving even when no seismic activity is occurring. Daily life becomes severely restricted as sufferers avoid certain buildings, refuse to live in high-rise structures, or relocate entirely from earthquake-prone areas. Some people sleep with emergency kits next to their beds or develop elaborate escape plans for every building they enter. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy using earthquake simulators, and relaxation techniques. Gradual desensitization helps individuals distinguish between actual seismic activity and normal vibrations, allowing them to regain control over their daily routines. Oneirophobia, also known as the fear of dreams or dream anxiety disorder, is the persistent and irrational fear of dreaming or the content of dreams. The term comes from the Greek word oneiros, meaning dream, and phobos, meaning fear. People experiencing this condition feel intense anxiety about entering dream states during sleep. This phobia typically develops after experiencing particularly disturbing or traumatic dreams, recurring nightmares, or night terrors. Some individuals become so fearful of dreaming that they actively avoid sleep altogether, leading to severe sleep deprivation. The fear often stems from a loss of control during the dream state. Unlike waking life, dreams can contain unpredictable scenarios, disturbing imagery, or memories that feel completely beyond the person's ability to manage or escape. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, and panic attacks when thinking about sleep or dreams. Many sufferers report feeling exhausted but unable to allow themselves to fall asleep naturally. Some people with oneirophobia specifically fear lucid dreaming, where the dreamer becomes aware they are dreaming. While many consider lucid dreaming desirable, those with this phobia find the concept terrifying because it highlights their vulnerability during sleep. The condition can severely impact daily functioning. Chronic sleep avoidance leads to concentration problems, mood changes, and physical health issues. Work performance and relationships often suffer as exhaustion builds over time. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address the underlying fears and anxieties. Sleep hygiene education and relaxation techniques help establish healthier sleep patterns. In some cases, medication may be prescribed to reduce anxiety and improve sleep quality. Gypherophobia, also known as bridge phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of bridges. This specific phobia affects millions of people worldwide and can range from mild discomfort to complete panic when approaching or crossing any type of bridge structure. People with gypherophobia experience a variety of physical and psychological symptoms when confronted with bridges. These symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, dizziness, and shortness of breath. In severe cases, individuals may experience full panic attacks that make it impossible for them to cross bridges at all. The fear often stems from several underlying concerns. Many people with this phobia worry about the bridge collapsing while they are on it. Others fear losing control of their vehicle and driving off the side. Some individuals become overwhelmed by the height and open space surrounding bridges, particularly those that span large bodies of water or deep valleys. Gypherophobia can significantly impact daily life, especially for people who live in areas with many bridges. Some individuals will drive hours out of their way to avoid crossing bridges, while others may refuse to travel to certain locations entirely. The condition often develops after a traumatic experience involving bridges, such as being in an accident or witnessing one. However, it can also develop without any direct negative experience, sometimes triggered by media coverage of bridge collapses or accidents. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually work up to crossing bridges while learning coping techniques. Cognitive behavioral therapy and relaxation techniques are also commonly used to help manage the intense anxiety this phobia creates. Sedate phobia, also known as the fear of silence. This phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of quiet environments or periods without sound. People with sedate phobia experience significant anxiety when exposed to silence, whether complete or partial. The fear typically stems from the discomfort that silence can bring. Without background noise or conversation, individuals may become hyper-aware of their own thoughts, breathing, or heartbeat. This heightened self-awareness can trigger panic attacks or overwhelming anxiety. For those with sedate phobia, silence can feel oppressive or threatening. The absence of sound may create a sense that something is wrong or that danger is approaching. Many sufferers associate quiet moments with negative experiences from their past. Common symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing when exposed to silent environments. Some people may compulsively fill silence with noise, constantly playing music, television, or engaging in conversation to avoid quiet moments. The condition can significantly impact daily life. Simple activities like meditation, studying in quiet libraries, or sleeping in silent bedrooms become challenging. Many sufferers sleep with fans, music, or white noise machines to maintain constant sound. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly build tolerance to periods of silence. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps individuals understand and manage their fear response to quiet environments. Tetraphobia, also known as the fear of 4. This phobia involves an intense fear or avoidance of the number 4. Tetraphobia is most commonly found in East Asian cultures, particularly in China, Japan, Korea, and Vietnam. The fear stems from a linguistic coincidence. In Mandarin, Chinese, Cantonese, Japanese, and Korean, the word for 4 sounds very similar to the word for death. In Mandarin, 4 is pronounced sai, while death is pronounced sai with a different tone. This sound similarity creates a strong cultural association between the number 4 and mortality. Tetraphobia has real-world consequences in these cultures. Many buildings skip the 4th floor entirely, jumping from the 3rd floor directly to the 5th floor. Hospitals often avoid room numbers containing 4. Some elevators use alternative labeling systems to avoid displaying the number. In residential areas, house numbers containing 4 may be avoided or sell for lower prices. Gift giving also reflects this phobia, as giving 4 of anything is considered deeply inappropriate and potentially offensive. The fear extends beyond single digits. Numbers like 14, 24, and 44 are also avoided because they contain the unlucky digit. Some people experience genuine anxiety when encountering these numbers in daily life. Modern technology has adapted to accommodate tetraphobia. Phone numbers, license plates, and product serial numbers are often designed to exclude sequences containing 4 in regions where this phobia is prevalent. Phagophobia, also known as the fear of swallowing or eating, affects individuals who experience intense anxiety around the act of consuming food or liquids. This condition goes beyond typical pickiness with food and creates genuine terror around the swallowing process itself. People with phagophobia often fear they will choke, vomit, or experience pain when attempting to swallow. The fear can focus on specific textures, temperatures, or types of food, or it may extend to all forms of eating and drinking. Some individuals become fixated on the mechanics of swallowing, becoming hyper-aware of every sensation in their throat. The physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and nausea when faced with food. The anticipation of eating can trigger panic attacks, creating a cycle where the fear of the fear response becomes part of the phobia itself. This condition can severely impact nutrition and social functioning. Individuals may lose significant weight, avoid social gatherings centered around food, and experience isolation from friends and family. In extreme cases, people may limit themselves to only liquid nutrition or require medical intervention to maintain proper nourishment. Phagophobia can develop after traumatic experiences like severe choking incidents, but it may also emerge without clear triggers. The condition often requires specialized treatment, combining exposure therapy with nutritional support to help individuals gradually rebuild their relationship with eating and swallowing. Radiophobia, also known as radiation phobia, is the intense fear of radiation and radioactive materials. This phobia encompasses a broad fear of X-rays, nuclear energy, radioactive substances, and even everyday items that emit low levels of radiation. People with radiophobia often experience severe anxiety when faced with medical procedures involving X-rays, CT scans, or radiation therapy. They may refuse necessary medical treatments or delay seeking healthcare due to their fear of radiation exposure. The phobia can extend beyond medical settings. Some individuals avoid living near nuclear power plants, refuse to use microwave ovens, or express concern about cell phone radiation. In extreme cases, people might avoid certain geographic areas they believe have elevated radiation levels. Major nuclear incidents like Chernobyl in 1986 and Fukushima in 2011 have intensified this fear for many people. Media coverage of these events often amplifies concerns about radiation exposure and its long-term health effects. Radiophobia differs from reasonable caution about radiation in its intensity and impact on daily life. While radiation safety is a legitimate concern in certain contexts, this phobia causes disproportionate anxiety that interferes with normal activities and medical care. The fear often stems from a lack of understanding about different types of radiation and their actual risk levels. Background radiation exists naturally in the environment, and many common activities involve minimal exposure that poses no significant health risk. Treatment typically involves education about radiation safety, exposure therapy, and cognitive behavioral techniques to help individuals distinguish between genuine risks and irrational fears. Iconophobia, also known as icon phobia or image phobia, is the intense fear of icons, religious images, or symbolic representations. This condition primarily involves an overwhelming anxiety toward religious imagery, such as paintings of saints, crucifixes, statues of deities, or sacred symbols. The fear extends beyond simple discomfort and creates genuine distress when encountering these visual representations. Iconophobia often stems from deeply held religious beliefs about idolatry. Some individuals develop this fear due to teachings that condemn the worship or veneration of images as violations of divine commandments. Historical iconoclastic movements, particularly during the Byzantine period in the 8th and 9th centuries, promoted the destruction of religious images. These movements viewed icons as obstacles to proper worship and spiritual connection. The condition can manifest in various intensities. Some people experience mild uneasiness around religious artwork, while others suffer panic attacks when confronted with any form of sacred imagery. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing. In modern contexts, iconophobia may extend to computer desktop icons, app symbols, or any representational imagery that carries symbolic meaning. This broader interpretation affects daily technology use and digital navigation. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy combined with cognitive behavioral techniques. Therapists work with patients to understand the root causes of their fear, while slowly introducing them to less threatening images, before progressing to more challenging visual stimuli. The condition highlights the powerful psychological impact that visual symbols hold in human consciousness and religious experience. Scopophobia, also known as the fear of being stared at or looked at by others. This condition involves an intense and irrational fear of being the center of attention or feeling watched by other people. People with scopophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when they believe others are looking at them, even in normal social situations. The fear goes beyond typical shyness or self-consciousness. Those affected may avoid making eye contact entirely, refuse to speak in public, or stay away from crowded places like shopping centers, restaurants, or public transportation. The physical symptoms can be severe. Sufferers often experience rapid heartbeat, excessive sweating, trembling, nausea, and difficulty breathing when they feel observed. In extreme cases, panic attacks may occur simply from the thought of being watched. This phobia can develop from various sources. Some people trace it back to embarrassing experiences in childhood, such as being laughed at or humiliated in front of others. Social anxiety disorders and low self-esteem also contribute to its development. From an evolutionary perspective, being watched by others historically signaled potential danger, so this fear response may be hardwired into human survival instincts. Scopophobia significantly impacts daily life. Sufferers may struggle with job interviews, dating, shopping, or attending social events. Some people become so isolated that they rarely leave their homes, leading to depression and further social withdrawal. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients learn to challenge their fearful thoughts and gradually expose themselves to situations involving being looked at. Relaxation techniques and breathing exercises help manage the physical symptoms. In severe cases, anti-anxiety medications may be prescribed alongside therapy. Escalophobia, also known as escalator phobia, is the intense fear of escalators and moving staircases. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety when approaching, using, or even thinking about escalators. The fear often stems from concerns about falling, getting clothing or body parts caught in the mechanism, or losing balance while the steps are moving. Common triggers include the sound of escalator machinery, the sight of the moving steps, or being in spaces where escalators are present. Some individuals worry specifically about the gaps between steps, or the points where the escalator disappears into the floor or ceiling. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and nausea when confronted with escalators. In severe cases, People may go to great lengths to avoid buildings or areas where escalators are commonly found, including shopping malls, airports, and subway stations. This avoidance behavior can significantly impact daily life, especially in urban environments where escalators are frequently encountered. Some individuals will take stairs, elevators, or longer routes to avoid using moving staircases entirely. The condition can develop after witnessing or experiencing escalator accidents, though it may also emerge without any specific traumatic event. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy and cognitive behavioral techniques to help individuals manage their anxiety and safely use escalators when necessary. Anthophobia, also known as flower phobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of flowers. This specific phobia causes individuals to experience intense anxiety, panic, or distress when encountering flowers in any form. People with anthophobia may react fearfully to fresh flowers, artificial flowers, flower patterns on clothing or wallpaper, or even photographs and drawings of flowers. The fear can extend to specific types of flowers or encompass all flowering plants. Symptoms range from mild discomfort to severe panic attacks. When exposed to flowers, individuals may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, or an overwhelming urge to flee the situation. Some people develop such intense reactions that they avoid gardens, florists, weddings, or any location where flowers might be present. The phobia can develop from various sources. Traumatic childhood experiences involving flowers, such as bee stings while near blooms or allergic reactions, may trigger the condition. Some individuals develop the fear after associating flowers with negative memories, particularly those connected to funerals or hospital visits. Cultural factors can also contribute to anthophobia. Certain flowers carry symbolic meanings related to death or misfortune in different societies, which may reinforce fearful associations. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients learn to challenge their fearful thoughts about flowers. Exposure therapy gradually introduces individuals to flower-related stimuli in controlled environments, starting with less threatening representations like photographs, before progressing to real flowers. The condition can significantly impact daily life, limiting social activities, and causing distress in environments where flowers are commonly present. Urotophobia, also known as colpophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of female genitalia. This specific phobia can affect individuals of any gender and often stems from traumatic experiences, cultural or religious upbringing, or general anxiety disorders. People with urotophobia experience intense anxiety, panic attacks, or physical symptoms when confronted with images, discussions, or direct encounters with female anatomy. The fear can be so severe that it interferes with intimate relationships, medical examinations, and even educational contexts. The condition frequently develops during adolescence or early adulthood, though it can manifest at any age. Common triggers include fear of the unknown, negative cultural messaging about female sexuality, past traumatic experiences, or generalized anxiety about intimacy and vulnerability. Those affected may avoid gynecological care, intimate relationships, or even basic health education. This avoidance can lead to serious health complications and relationship difficulties over time. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually confront their fears in controlled environments. Exposure therapy, combined with relaxation techniques and education about anatomy, has shown significant success rates. Mental health professionals emphasize that this phobia is treatable, and those experiencing it should not feel ashamed about seeking help. The condition affects more people than commonly discussed, making professional support essential for recovery and maintaining healthy relationships. Gerontophobia, also known as geraskophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of aging or elderly people. This phobia can manifest in two distinct ways, either as a fear of growing old oneself, or as fear and avoidance of older individuals. People with gerontophobia who fear their own aging often become obsessed with maintaining a youthful appearance. They may spend excessive amounts of money on anti-aging products, cosmetic procedures, or treatments designed to slow the aging process. The sight of wrinkles, gray hair, or age spots can trigger intense anxiety attacks in these individuals. Those who fear elderly people specifically may avoid nursing homes, senior centers, or even family gatherings where older relatives are present. They might cross the street to avoid passing an elderly person, or feel overwhelming discomfort when required to interact with someone significantly older than themselves. The fear often stems from deeper anxieties about mortality, physical decline, or loss of independence. Some people develop this phobia after witnessing the deterioration of a loved one through illness or dementia. Others may have grown up in environments where aging was portrayed in extremely negative terms. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and nausea when confronted with reminders of aging. Some individuals experience panic attacks when looking in mirrors or seeing photographs that highlight their own aging process. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address the underlying fears and misconceptions about aging. Exposure therapy can help those who avoid elderly people by gradually increasing contact in controlled settings. Medication may be prescribed for severe cases where panic attacks interfere with daily functioning. Haplophobia, also known as thixophobia or aphophobia, is the intense fear of being touched by other people. This phobia goes far beyond simple personal space preferences. People with haplophobia experience genuine terror when faced with physical contact, even from family members or close friends. The fear can trigger panic attacks, rapid heartbeat, sweating, and an overwhelming urge to escape the situation. The severity varies greatly from person to person. Some individuals only fear intimate or unexpected touch, while others cannot tolerate any physical contact whatsoever. Even the anticipation of being touched can cause severe anxiety. Common triggers include handshakes, hugs, pat on the back, or accidental bumping into someone. In extreme cases, even medical examinations become nearly impossible without significant preparation or sedation. The roots of haplophobia often trace back to traumatic experiences, particularly physical or intimate abuse during childhood. However, it can also develop from sensory processing disorders, cultural upbringing that discouraged physical contact, or certain medical conditions that make touch painful. This phobia creates significant challenges in daily life. Simple social interactions become obstacles. Romantic relationships suffer tremendously, and even basic medical care requires special accommodation. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become accustomed to different types of touch in a controlled, safe environment. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. Support from understanding friends and family members plays a crucial role in recovery, as does working with mental health professionals who specialize in anxiety disorders. Phallophobia, also known as the fear of male reproductive organs or phallic objects. This specific phobia involves an intense, irrational fear of penises and phallic-shaped items. People with phallophobia experience severe anxiety when confronted with male anatomy, whether in person, in medical contexts, or even in artistic representations. The fear extends beyond just anatomical encounters. Sufferers may avoid phallic-shaped objects entirely, including everyday items like bananas, hot dogs, or cylindrical tools. This avoidance can significantly impact their daily activities and relationships. Phallophobia often develops from traumatic experiences, negative sexual encounters, or cultural and religious conditioning that creates shame around male sexuality. Some cases stem from general anxiety about intimacy or sexual performance. The condition manifests through typical phobia symptoms: rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, panic attacks, and overwhelming urges to flee when confronted with triggering objects or situations. Many sufferers experience anticipatory anxiety, becoming distressed simply thinking about potential encounters. This phobia can severely strain romantic relationships and make medical examinations extremely difficult. Partners may struggle to understand the intensity of the fear, while routine healthcare becomes a source of significant distress. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually expose themselves to their fears in controlled environments. Therapists may use visualization techniques, photographs, or medical models to help desensitize patients over time. The condition remains relatively uncommon, but can be successfully managed with professional intervention and support. Osmophobia, also known as olfactophobia, is the intense fear of smells and odors. This phobia can manifest in two primary forms: a general fear of all scents or a specific fear of particular odors. People with osmophobia experience significant anxiety when exposed to various smells, even those typically considered pleasant like flowers, perfumes, or cooking food. The fear can be triggered by both strong and subtle odors, making everyday environments challenging to navigate. Common triggers include household cleaning products, gasoline, food aromas, body odors, and chemical scents. Some individuals develop an aversion to specific smells following a traumatic experience or negative association, while others experience a more generalized sensitivity to all olfactory stimuli. The condition can severely impact daily functioning. Simple activities like grocery shopping, using public transportation, or visiting restaurants become sources of distress. Many people with osmophobia carry masks or scarves to filter air, avoid certain locations entirely, or limit their social interactions. Osmophobia sometimes develops alongside other conditions such as migraines, pregnancy-related sensitivities, or certain neurological disorders that heighten smell sensitivity. The phobia can also emerge from contamination fears, where individuals associate odors with germs, toxins, or uncleanliness. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly build tolerance to different scents in controlled environments. Breathing techniques and cognitive behavioral therapy help manage the anxiety response when encountering unavoidable odors. Optophobia, also known as the fear of opening one's eyes, is a specific phobia that involves an intense and irrational fear of the act of opening the eyes or keeping them open. This condition goes beyond simple light sensitivity or discomfort with bright environments. People with optophobia experience genuine terror at the thought of opening their eyes, which can create significant challenges in daily functioning. The fear typically stems from anxiety about what might be seen when the eyes are opened. This could include fears of witnessing something disturbing, being overwhelmed by visual stimuli, or experiencing physical discomfort from light exposure. Some individuals develop optophobia following traumatic experiences where opening their eyes led to seeing something distressing. Others may have the condition linked to other anxiety disorders or sensitivities to light and visual input. The phobia can manifest in different ways. Some people may be able to open their eyes briefly, but feel compelled to close them quickly. Others may keep their eyes tightly shut for extended periods, relying on other senses to navigate their environment. Treatment for optophobia typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques. Therapists work with patients to slowly increase their comfort level with opening their eyes, starting in controlled, safe environments and progressively working toward normal eye function. The condition can severely impact a person's ability to perform basic daily activities, making professional treatment essential for those who experience this uncommon but serious phobia. Masklophobia, also known as maskophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of masks. This specific phobia extends beyond simple discomfort and creates genuine distress when encountering any type of facial covering or disguise. People with masklophobia experience intense anxiety when confronted with theatrical masks, Halloween costumes, medical face coverings, or even decorative masks used in art or cultural displays. The fear often stems from the way masks conceal facial expressions and identity, making it impossible to read someone's intentions or emotions. The phobia typically develops during childhood, often triggered by frightening encounters with masked figures in movies, at theme parks, or during holiday celebrations. Some individuals trace their fear back to specific incidents involving clowns, Halloween decorations, or surprise encounters with people wearing masks. Physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders and can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and difficulty breathing. In severe cases, people may experience panic attacks or go to great lengths to avoid situations where masks might be present. The fear becomes particularly challenging during certain seasons and events. Halloween, masquerade parties, medical appointments, and even theatrical performances can trigger intense anxiety. Some individuals also struggle with protective masks used in hospitals or during health emergencies. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly become accustomed to masks in controlled environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps individuals understand and reshape their thought patterns around masked faces, while relaxation techniques provide coping mechanisms for managing anxiety symptoms. Kumpunophobia, also known as button phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of buttons. This specific phobia centers around the small fasteners commonly found on clothing, though it can extend to buttons on electronics, furniture, or other objects. People with kumpunophobia experience genuine distress when encountering buttons. The fear can manifest in different ways depending on the individual. Some cannot tolerate touching buttons at all, while others may feel uncomfortable simply looking at them. The texture of buttons often plays a significant role in triggering the phobia. Many sufferers report that certain materials like plastic, wood, or metal buttons cause more intense reactions than others. The size and shape can also matter, with some people finding smaller buttons more disturbing than larger ones. This phobia can create practical challenges in daily life. Getting dressed becomes complicated when dealing with button-up shirts, coats, or pants. Shopping for clothes requires careful attention to fastener types. Some individuals with kumpunophobia specifically seek out clothing with zippers, Velcro, or elastic instead. The physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. Encounters with buttons can trigger rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks. In severe cases, even thinking about buttons or seeing them in photographs can cause distress. The exact origins of kumpunophobia vary from person to person. Some trace their fear back to childhood experiences, while others develop it without any clear trigger. Like other specific phobias, treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy combined with relaxation techniques to help manage the anxiety response. Phrygophobia, also known as cryophobia or chemophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of cold temperatures, cold objects, or the sensation of being cold. People with this phobia experience severe anxiety when exposed to cold weather, ice, snow, or even cold foods and beverages. The fear extends beyond normal discomfort with chilly conditions and becomes a debilitating response that interferes with daily life. Those affected might refuse to go outside during winter months, avoid air-conditioned spaces, or dress in multiple layers even in mild weather. Some cannot tolerate cold drinks or ice cream, while others panic at the thought of touching frozen surfaces. The phobia often develops after traumatic experiences involving extreme cold, such as being trapped in freezing weather, falling through ice, or experiencing hypothermia. However, it can also emerge without any direct cold-related trauma. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing when confronted with cold stimuli. The anticipation of cold weather or situations can trigger panic attacks weeks in advance. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where patients slowly acclimate to cooler temperatures in controlled settings. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. This phobia can significantly impact where people choose to live, limiting them to warmer climates and affecting their career choices, recreational activities, and social interactions during colder seasons. Nudophobia, also known as gymnophobia or nudophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of nudity or naked bodies. This phobia can manifest in several different ways, from fear of being naked oneself to fear of seeing others without clothing. People with nudophobia experience intense anxiety when confronted with nudity in any form. This includes their own naked body, other people's bodies, or even artistic depictions of nude figures. The fear can be triggered by medical examinations, locker rooms, beaches, art galleries, or intimate situations. The physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, nausea, and panic attacks when exposed to nudity. Some individuals may go to extreme lengths to avoid situations where nudity might occur, impacting their daily lives and relationships. Several factors can contribute to the development of nudophobia. Traumatic experiences involving nudity during childhood, strict religious or cultural upbringing that associates nudity with shame, or negative body image issues can all play a role. Some cases stem from sexual trauma or abuse, creating lasting associations between nudity and danger. The condition can significantly interfere with medical care, as patients may avoid necessary examinations or procedures. Romantic relationships can also suffer when the phobia prevents normal intimacy. In severe cases, individuals may even struggle with basic hygiene tasks like bathing or changing clothes. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually confront their fears in a controlled environment. Exposure therapy helps desensitize individuals to nudity through progressive steps, starting with less threatening images and slowly working toward real-life situations. Relaxation techniques and mindfulness practices can help manage anxiety symptoms during treatment. Marinthophobia, also known as the fear of being bound or tied up, is a specific phobia that involves an intense and irrational fear of restraints, ropes, chains, or any form of physical binding. People with this condition experience extreme anxiety when confronted with situations involving restraints, even in completely safe contexts. This can include seeing rope, handcuffs, seat belts, tight clothing, or even medical restraints used in hospitals. The fear typically stems from a deep-seated need for freedom of movement and control over one's body. Individuals may panic at the thought of being unable to escape or move freely, even when the restraint is temporary or necessary for safety. Common triggers include escape rooms, roller coaster safety harnesses, medical procedures requiring restraints, or even watching movies with binding scenes. Some people cannot wear tight jewelry, watches, or fitted clothing without experiencing distress. Physical symptoms mirror those of other anxiety disorders and include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and in severe cases, panic attacks. The person may also experience nausea, dizziness, or an overwhelming urge to flee the situation. Marinthophobia differs from claustrophobia, though they can overlap. While claustrophobia focuses on enclosed spaces, marinthophobia specifically targets the fear of physical restraint, regardless of the surrounding environment. The condition can significantly impact daily activities, making medical procedures, certain jobs, or recreational activities extremely challenging for those affected. Scriptophobia, also known as the fear of writing in public or graphophobia, is the intense fear and anxiety surrounding the act of handwriting, particularly when others might observe or judge the writing. People with this condition experience significant distress when required to write by hand in front of others. This fear often stems from concerns about handwriting quality, spelling mistakes, or having illegible penmanship that others might criticize or mock. The phobia typically develops during school years when children face pressure to produce neat, readable handwriting. Negative experiences like being embarrassed by teachers or classmates about poor handwriting can create lasting psychological associations between writing and shame. Physical symptoms include trembling hands, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and muscle tension when faced with writing tasks. The anxiety often becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, as nervousness makes handwriting even shakier and less controlled, reinforcing the person's fears. In modern times, this condition has become more complex due to decreased emphasis on handwriting in education and increased reliance on digital communication. Some individuals who rarely write by hand may feel their skills have deteriorated, intensifying their anxiety when handwriting becomes necessary. Scriptophobia can significantly impact daily activities like signing documents, filling out forms, writing greeting cards, or taking handwritten notes during meetings. Many sufferers avoid situations requiring public writing or request alternative methods like typing when possible. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals practice writing in progressively more challenging situations, combined with relaxation techniques to manage the physical symptoms of anxiety. Angrophobia, also known as the fear of anger or the fear of becoming angry. This phobia involves an intense and persistent fear of anger in all its forms. People with angrophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when confronted with angry situations, angry people, or even the possibility of becoming angry themselves. The fear extends beyond just witnessing anger in others. Many individuals with this condition become terrified of their own potential for anger, leading them to suppress normal emotional responses. They may go to extreme lengths to avoid any situation that could trigger anger, whether in themselves or others. Symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and panic attacks when exposed to angry voices, heated arguments, or confrontational situations. Some people experience nausea, dizziness, or difficulty breathing when they sense rising tension in their environment. This phobia can severely impact daily functioning. Sufferers often avoid workplaces with high stress, family gatherings where conflicts might arise, or any social situations where disagreements could occur. They may become people pleasers to an extreme degree, never expressing their own needs or opinions to prevent any potential conflict. The condition can stem from traumatic experiences with anger during childhood, witnessing domestic violence, or being raised in environments where anger was either explosively destructive or completely forbidden. Some individuals develop angrophobia after experiencing their own anger in ways that felt dangerous or out of control. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques to help individuals develop healthier relationships with anger as a normal human emotion. Koinonophobia, also known as room phobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of rooms or being inside enclosed spaces with walls and ceilings. People with this condition experience intense anxiety when entering any type of room, from small closets to large auditoriums. The fear typically stems from feelings of being trapped, confined, or unable to escape quickly if needed. This phobia differs from claustrophobia in that it specifically focuses on rooms as architectural spaces, rather than just tight or cramped areas. Someone with koinonophobia might feel comfortable outdoors or in open-air structures, but become overwhelmed when stepping into any enclosed room. Symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, and an overwhelming urge to flee immediately upon entering a room. In severe cases, people may avoid buildings entirely, making daily activities like work, school, or shopping extremely challenging. The condition often develops after traumatic experiences that occurred in enclosed spaces, such as being locked in a room during childhood, or experiencing panic attacks in confined areas. Some cases may also be linked to other anxiety disorders, or develop without any clear triggering event. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly work up to spending time in rooms of increasing size and complexity. Cognitive behavioral therapy and relaxation techniques can also help manage the intense fear responses associated with this phobia. Phronomophobia, also known as the fear of thinking. This condition involves an intense and irrational fear of one's own thoughts, or the process of thinking itself. People with phronomophobia experience severe anxiety when they become aware of their mental processes or when they try to engage in deliberate thought. The fear can manifest in several ways. Some individuals become terrified of specific types of thoughts, particularly intrusive or unwanted ones. Others develop anxiety around the very act of contemplation or deep thinking. This can lead to attempts to keep the mind constantly occupied with distractions to avoid quiet moments where thoughts might arise. Those affected often report feeling overwhelmed by the contents of their own minds. They may fear losing control over their thought patterns, or worry that thinking too deeply will lead to disturbing realizations or mental breakdown. Some develop compulsive behaviors designed to interrupt or prevent thought processes. The condition can severely impact daily functioning. Simple tasks requiring concentration or decision-making become sources of intense distress. Academic or professional work involving analysis or problem-solving may become nearly impossible. Social situations can trigger anxiety if they require thoughtful responses or reflection. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to help individuals develop healthier relationships with their mental processes and gradual exposure techniques to reduce the fear response to thinking. Teratophobia, also known as the fear of monsters or deformities, affects individuals who experience intense anxiety when confronted with abnormal physical appearances or the possibility of giving birth to a deformed child. The term derives from the Greek word teros, meaning monster or marvel, combined with phobos, meaning fear. This condition manifests in several distinct ways depending on the individual. Some people with teratophobia experience panic when encountering individuals with physical deformities or birth defects. Others focus specifically on monsters from fiction, horror movies, or folklore. A third group fears the possibility of conceiving or delivering a child with developmental abnormalities. The phobia often develops during childhood after exposure to frightening imagery in movies, books, or real-life encounters. Medical professionals note that this fear can severely impact daily functioning, causing sufferers to avoid hospitals, certain neighborhoods, or even reproductive decisions. People with teratophobia may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and overwhelming urges to flee when confronted with their triggers. The condition can interfere with medical care, as individuals might avoid necessary treatments or screenings. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually confront their fears in controlled environments. Exposure therapy helps individuals build tolerance to images or situations they previously found terrifying. The fear often stems from deeper anxieties about mortality, bodily integrity, and societal acceptance rather than the specific trigger itself. Singultophobia, also known as the fear of hiccups or hiccuping, describes an intense and irrational fear of experiencing hiccups or witnessing others hiccup. This phobia centers around the involuntary spasms of the diaphragm that create the characteristic hiccup sound. While most people view hiccups as a minor annoyance, those with singultophobia experience genuine terror at the thought of hiccuping. The fear often stems from the unpredictable nature of hiccups and the loss of control they represent. Hiccups can strike without warning and persist for minutes or even hours in rare cases. This unpredictability triggers anxiety in sufferers who feel helpless against their own bodily functions. Some individuals develop this phobia after experiencing prolonged hiccup episodes that caused embarrassment in social situations. Others may have witnessed someone else struggle with persistent hiccups, creating a lasting fear response. The physical sensations of hiccuping can also contribute to the phobia. The sudden chest contractions, the involuntary sounds, and the disruption to breathing patterns can feel overwhelming to those predisposed to anxiety. Singultophobia can significantly impact daily life. Sufferers may avoid carbonated drinks, eating too quickly, or consuming hot foods that commonly trigger hiccups. They might also experience anticipatory anxiety in quiet environments where hiccups would be more noticeable. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure techniques. Relaxation methods and breathing exercises help manage the anxiety response when hiccups do occur. Lutphobia, also known as the fear of dirt or mud, involves an intense and persistent fear of coming into contact with muddy or dirty substances. People with this condition experience significant anxiety when faced with situations involving mud, soil, or dirt. This can include walking through muddy areas after rain, gardening activities, or even seeing others covered in dirt. The fear often stems from concerns about contamination, getting messy, or losing control over cleanliness. Some individuals may worry about the germs or bacteria that could be present in dirt and mud. Physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and trembling when exposed to muddy environments. In severe cases, people might avoid outdoor activities entirely, especially during wet weather when mud is more likely to form. This phobia can significantly impact daily life, particularly for those who work outdoors or live in rural areas. Simple activities like hiking, camping, or even walking through parks after rainfall can become sources of extreme distress. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly become accustomed to dirt and mud in controlled settings. Cognitive behavioral therapy can also help people challenge their fears and develop coping strategies for managing their anxiety around muddy substances. Ovophobia, also known as oophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of eggs. This phobia extends beyond just eating eggs and can include fear of touching, seeing, or even thinking about eggs in any form. People with ovophobia may experience panic attacks, nausea, sweating, and rapid heartbeat when confronted with eggs. The fear can be triggered by raw eggs, cooked eggs, eggshells, or even images of eggs. Some individuals cannot tolerate the smell, texture, or appearance of eggs. The phobia often develops during childhood, sometimes after a negative experience involving eggs. This could include food poisoning, choking, or simply being forced to eat eggs when the texture was unpleasant. The brain then associates eggs with danger or discomfort. Ovophobia can significantly impact daily life since eggs are common ingredients in many foods. Sufferers may avoid restaurants, grocery stores, or social gatherings where eggs might be present. They often become skilled at reading ingredient labels and asking detailed questions about food preparation. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly work up to being comfortable around eggs. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps people understand and change their thought patterns about eggs. In severe cases, anti-anxiety medications may be prescribed to help manage symptoms during treatment. The condition affects people of all ages and backgrounds, though exact numbers are difficult to determine since many cases go unreported. Rectophobia, also known as proctophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of the rectum or rectal diseases. This specific phobia centers around anxiety related to the final portion of the large intestine and any medical conditions that might affect this area. People with rectophobia experience overwhelming dread when thinking about rectal examinations, hemorrhoids, or other conditions involving this part of the body. The fear often extends beyond personal concerns to include discomfort with medical discussions or procedures involving the rectum. This phobia can significantly impact healthcare decisions, leading individuals to avoid necessary medical screenings like colonoscopies or routine checkups. The avoidance behavior can create serious health risks, as early detection of colorectal issues becomes nearly impossible when someone refuses examination. The condition typically develops through negative medical experiences, embarrassing situations, or exposure to graphic medical information at a young age. Cultural taboos surrounding this part of the body can amplify the fear, making it difficult for sufferers to seek help. Treatment usually involves gradual exposure therapy combined with relaxation techniques. Medical professionals work with patients to normalize discussions about rectal health while addressing the underlying anxiety. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps challenge the irrational thoughts that fuel the phobia. The fear can be so severe that some individuals develop related anxieties around bathroom habits or digestive health in general, creating a cycle of worry that affects daily functioning. Nygophobia, also known as the fear of choking or being choked, represents an intense and often debilitating anxiety disorder centered around anything related to throat constriction or airway blockage. People with nygophobia experience severe distress when confronted with situations involving choking hazards, tight clothing around the neck, or even witnessing others eat certain foods. The fear extends beyond just the physical act of choking to include scenarios like wearing turtlenecks, necklaces, or scarves. Common triggers include watching someone cough or gag, eating foods with small pieces like nuts or pills, medical procedures involving the throat, and even fictional depictions of choking in movies or television. Some individuals develop such severe symptoms that they avoid solid foods entirely, switching to liquid diets to eliminate any perceived choking risk. Physical symptoms mirror those of panic attacks, including rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing. The irony lies in how the fear of choking can actually cause throat tightness and breathing difficulties, creating a cycle where the phobia produces the very sensations the person fears most. This condition often develops after a traumatic choking incident, either personally experienced or witnessed. Medical professionals treating throat conditions, emergency responders, and healthcare workers show higher rates of developing nygophobia due to repeated exposure to choking emergencies. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where individuals gradually confront their fears in controlled environments, combined with relaxation techniques and cognitive behavioral therapy to address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the phobia. Helminthophobia, also known as vermiphobia or scolecophobia, is the intense and irrational fear of worms, particularly parasitic worms. The term comes from the Greek word helmins, meaning worm, and phobos, meaning fear. This phobia specifically focuses on helminths, which are parasitic worms that can infect humans and animals. Helminths include tapeworms, roundworms, and flukes. These organisms live inside host bodies and feed off nutrients, potentially causing various health problems. The fear often centers around the idea of these creatures entering and living within the human body. People with helminthophobia may experience extreme anxiety when thinking about or encountering worms. They might avoid eating certain foods, especially undercooked meat or unwashed vegetables, due to contamination concerns. Some individuals become obsessive about hygiene and food preparation. The phobia can develop from various sources. Childhood experiences with worms, whether real encounters or disturbing images, often contribute to this fear. Medical documentaries or educational content about parasitic infections can also trigger the development of this phobia. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks when confronted with worms or even discussions about them. Some people experience intrusive thoughts about worms crawling inside their bodies. This fear extends beyond just seeing worms. Many sufferers worry constantly about infection, leading to compulsive behaviors around food safety and personal cleanliness. The phobia can significantly impact daily life and dietary choices. Linonophobia, also known as the fear of string or rope, is a specific phobia that causes intense anxiety when encountering these common materials. People with this condition experience overwhelming fear when they see, touch, or even think about string, rope, yarn, or similar fibrous materials. The fear response can be triggered by everyday items like shoelaces, electrical cords, or crafting supplies. Physical symptoms often include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing. Some individuals may experience nausea or feel the need to immediately leave the area when confronted with the feared object. The exact causes of linonophobia remain unclear, but like other specific phobias, it may develop from traumatic experiences involving string or rope during childhood. Some cases appear linked to concerns about entanglement, strangulation, or feelings of being trapped or restrained. This phobia can significantly impact daily activities. Simple tasks like tying shoes, using computer cables, or shopping for household items become sources of distress. Some people avoid certain clothing with drawstrings or refuse to participate in activities involving rope or string. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy, where patients gradually expose themselves to the feared materials in a controlled environment. Relaxation techniques and breathing exercises help manage anxiety symptoms during exposure sessions. With proper treatment, most individuals can overcome their fear and return to normal functioning around string and rope materials. Textophobia, also known as fabric phobia or texture phobia, is the intense fear or aversion to specific fabrics and textures. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety, disgust, or panic when touching, seeing, or even thinking about certain materials. Common triggers include velvet, corduroy, cotton balls, wool, microfiber, suede, and silk. The texture rather than the appearance typically causes the strongest reaction. Some individuals cannot tolerate rough fabrics like burlap or canvas, while others struggle with smooth materials like satin or polyester. Physical symptoms often include nausea, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and trembling when exposed to triggering textures. Many people describe a crawling sensation on their skin or an overwhelming urge to wash their hands after contact. The fear can be so severe that some individuals avoid clothing stores, fabric shops, or even certain areas of their own homes. This phobia can significantly impact daily activities. Choosing clothing becomes challenging, as people must carefully select fabrics they can tolerate. Shopping for household items like towels, bedding, or furniture requires extensive planning. Some individuals ask family members to handle certain fabrics for them, or use gloves when contact is unavoidable. The condition often develops during childhood and may be linked to sensory processing differences. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly build tolerance to triggering textures under professional guidance. Cognitive behavioral therapy can also help manage the anxiety and avoidance behaviors associated with textophobia. Syndonglobophobia, also known as cotton ball phobia or cotton wool phobia, is the intense fear of cotton balls and similar cotton-based materials. People with this condition experience genuine distress when encountering cotton balls, cotton pads, or cotton swabs. The fear often centers around the texture and sound that cotton makes when compressed or rubbed together. Those affected typically describe cotton balls as producing an unbearable squeaking noise when touched or manipulated. The dry, fibrous texture can trigger immediate anxiety responses, including nausea, sweating, and panic attacks. The phobia extends beyond just touching cotton balls. Many individuals cannot even look at cotton balls or hear others handling them without experiencing discomfort. Some people report physical reactions like goosebumps or feeling their teeth on edge when exposed to cotton materials. This fear commonly develops during childhood, often after a negative experience with cotton balls during medical procedures or first aid situations. The association between cotton and medical settings can intensify the phobia for some individuals. Syndonglobophobia can interfere with daily activities, particularly when visiting doctors or pharmacies where cotton products are commonly used. Treatment typically involves gradual exposure therapy and cognitive behavioral techniques to help individuals manage their fear response. While this phobia might seem unusual to those who do not experience it, the physical and emotional reactions are very real for those affected. Albuminurophobia is the persistent and irrational fear of kidney disease, specifically the fear of developing albuminuria, which is the presence of albumin protein in urine. The term combines the word albumin, referring to a type of protein normally found in blood, with the Greek root euro meaning urine. People with this condition live in constant worry that albumin appearing in their urine signals serious kidney problems. Those affected by albuminurophobia become hyper-focused on monitoring their urinary habits and bodily sensations. They may frequently check their urine for changes in color, consistency, or frequency. Even normal variations can trigger intense anxiety and panic attacks. The fear often extends beyond just urination itself. Sufferers may interpret any back pain, abdominal discomfort, or changes in bathroom routines as signs of impending kidney failure. This leads to excessive self-monitoring and frequent medical consultations. The phobia can develop after witnessing a family member or friend experience kidney disease, or from learning about the connection between protein in urine and kidney problems. Medical information that should be reassuring instead becomes a source of persistent dread. People with albuminurophobia may avoid certain foods, medications, or physical activities they believe could harm their kidneys. They often become isolated due to their preoccupation with potential kidney symptoms, refusing to travel far from medical facilities or bathrooms. The condition significantly impacts daily life, as the fear of kidney disease overshadows normal activities and relationships. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to address the underlying anxiety and help distinguish between rational health awareness and pathological fear. Antlophobia, also known as flood phobia, is the intense and irrational fear of floods and flooding. This specific phobia affects individuals who experience overwhelming anxiety when confronted with rising water levels, heavy rainfall, or even the mere thought of potential flooding. People with antlophobia may experience severe panic attacks when weather forecasts predict heavy rain or storms. They often avoid living in flood-prone areas and may refuse to travel to regions with histories of flooding. The physical symptoms can include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing when exposed to flood-related triggers. This fear typically develops after direct exposure to flooding events, witnessing flood damage through media coverage, or hearing traumatic flood stories from others. Some individuals develop antlophobia without any direct experience, simply from learning about the destructive potential of floods. The condition can severely impact daily life, causing people to obsessively monitor weather patterns and avoid certain geographical locations. Many sufferers experience heightened anxiety during rainy seasons or when living near bodies of water. Treatment options include cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and relaxation techniques. Mental health professionals often help patients gradually confront their fears in controlled environments while developing coping strategies for managing flood-related anxiety. Anuptophobia, also known as the fear of remaining single, or the fear of never marrying, is an intense and persistent fear of being alone romantically for the rest of one's life. People with this phobia experience overwhelming anxiety at the thought of never finding a romantic partner or getting married. The fear goes beyond normal concerns about relationships and becomes a debilitating condition that can interfere with daily functioning. Those affected may constantly worry about their relationship status, feel panic when single friends get married, or rush into unsuitable relationships just to avoid being alone. They might obsessively use dating apps, attend every social event hoping to meet someone, or stay in unhealthy relationships rather than face the possibility of being single. The phobia can stem from various sources, including cultural or family pressure to marry, fear of social judgment, or deep-seated beliefs that personal worth is tied to having a romantic partner. Some individuals develop this fear after experiencing painful breakups or watching others struggle with loneliness. In severe cases, a nuptophobia can lead to depression, social isolation, or poor decision-making in relationships. The irony is that the desperate behavior driven by this fear can actually push potential partners away, creating a cycle that reinforces the original anxiety. Treatment typically involves therapy to address underlying beliefs about self-worth and relationships, along with techniques to manage anxiety and develop a healthier relationship with being single. Basophobia, also known as the fear of walking or standing. This phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of the act of walking itself or maintaining an upright standing position. People with basophobia experience overwhelming anxiety when they need to walk or stand for any period of time. The fear often stems from a deep concern about falling, losing balance, or being unable to support their own body weight. This can create a paralyzing cycle where the fear of walking makes the person more unsteady, which then reinforces their original fear. The condition typically develops after a traumatic fall or injury that occurred while walking. Some individuals develop basophobia following medical conditions that affect their balance or coordination, such as inner ear problems or neurological disorders. In other cases, the phobia can emerge without any clear physical cause. Those affected may experience physical symptoms including trembling, sweating, rapid heartbeat, and dizziness when faced with the need to walk or stand. The fear can become so severe that individuals may refuse to leave their homes or rely heavily on wheelchairs or other mobility aids, even when they have no physical impairment. Basophobia can significantly impact daily life, making simple activities like grocery shopping, attending work, or social gatherings extremely challenging. The condition often leads to increased isolation, as sufferers avoid situations that require walking or standing. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where individuals gradually practice walking in safe, controlled environments while learning coping techniques to manage their anxiety. Iophobia, also known as toxicophobia or toxophobia, is the persistent and irrational fear of poison or being poisoned. People with this condition experience intense anxiety when encountering substances they perceive as potentially toxic. This can include household cleaning products, medications, certain foods, or even water that seems contaminated. The fear often extends beyond obvious poisons to everyday items like expired food, tap water, or unfamiliar substances. Sufferers may obsessively check expiration dates, avoid eating at restaurants, or refuse to take prescribed medications. Physical symptoms during episodes include rapid heartbeat, sweating, nausea, and panic attacks. Some individuals may experience these reactions simply from thinking about potential poisoning scenarios. The phobia can develop from various triggers, including food poisoning experiences, media reports about contamination, or witnessing someone else become ill from a substance. Childhood exposure to stories about poisoning or overly cautious caregivers can also contribute to its development. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy to help patients recognize and challenge their irrational thoughts about poison. Exposure therapy may gradually introduce safe substances to reduce anxiety responses. In severe cases, iophobia can significantly impact daily functioning. Sufferers might lose weight from restrictive eating, avoid social situations involving food, or refuse necessary medical treatments due to fear of medication side effects. Lilapsophobia, also known as cyclonophobia or astrophobia in some contexts, is the intense and irrational fear of tornadoes, hurricanes, and severe weather systems. This phobia goes beyond normal concern for dangerous weather conditions. People with lilapsophobia experience overwhelming anxiety at the mere mention of storm forecasts, or when seeing dark clouds forming in the sky. The fear typically develops after experiencing or witnessing a severe weather event firsthand. Television coverage of tornado damage, hurricane destruction, or even fictional portrayals in movies can trigger intense panic responses in those affected. Physical symptoms include rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and difficulty breathing when confronted with weather warnings or storm imagery. Some individuals become so distressed that they constantly monitor weather reports, while others avoid them entirely. During storm season, people with this condition may refuse to leave their homes, even when evacuation is recommended. They often seek out basements or interior rooms at the first sign of changing weather patterns. The phobia can severely impact daily functioning, especially for those living in areas prone to severe weather like Tornado Alley in the central United States. Many sufferers relocate to regions with more stable climates to avoid triggering situations. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where patients gradually confront weather-related images and sounds in controlled environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps individuals challenge catastrophic thinking patterns about weather events. Emergency preparedness education, when delivered sensitively, can also help reduce anxiety by providing concrete action plans rather than leaving individuals feeling helpless against natural forces. Onomatophobia, also known as the fear of specific words or names. This phobia involves an intense and irrational fear of particular words rather than language in general. People with onomatophobia typically fear specific names, certain words, or even particular sounds that words make when spoken aloud. The fear can be triggered by hearing the word spoken, reading it in text, or even thinking about the word itself. Common triggers include personal names, place names, or words that carry negative associations from past experiences. Those affected may experience physical symptoms like rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, or difficulty breathing when exposed to their trigger words. The fear often leads to avoidance behaviors where individuals go to great lengths to avoid situations where they might encounter these specific words. Unlike logophobia, which involves fear of words in general, onomatophobia is highly specific and usually limited to a small number of particular words or names. The feared words often have personal significance or are connected to traumatic memories or negative experiences. Treatment typically involves cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure therapy, where individuals slowly work up to being able to hear or say their feared words in a controlled therapeutic environment. The goal is to reduce the anxiety response and help people manage their reactions when they encounter these words in daily life. Taphophobia, also known as taphophobia, is the intense fear of being buried alive or of graves and cemeteries. This phobia stems from a very real historical concern that plagued societies for centuries. During the 18th and 19th centuries, medical knowledge about determining death was limited. Doctors often struggled to distinguish between deep unconsciousness and actual death. This led to documented cases of premature burial, where people were mistakenly declared dead and interred while still alive. The fear became so widespread that it influenced burial practices and coffin design. Safety coffins were invented with bell systems, breathing tubes, and escape mechanisms. These contraptions allowed a person to signal for help if they awakened underground. Some coffins included windows, speaking tubes, or even small supplies of food and water. Historical records describe people like Angelo Hayes, who survived being buried alive for 2 days in 1937 after a motorcycle accident left him in a coma. Medical professionals had declared him dead, but he awakened during his own wake preparation. The phobia extends beyond the fear of premature burial itself. Many people with taphophobia also fear enclosed spaces, suffocation, and loss of control. Some individuals become anxious around funeral homes, graveyards, or even discussions about burial practices. Modern medical advances have made premature burial extremely rare, but the phobia persists. Some people with taphophobia specifically request cremation in their wills to avoid any possibility of being buried alive, even though contemporary death verification methods make such scenarios virtually impossible. Versophobia is the fear of graphical errors, distortion, and visual glitches, particularly those found in video games. The term comes from the German word Verzerrung, which means distortion. People with versophobia experience intense fear and discomfort when they encounter visual glitches in digital media. The phobia is most commonly triggered by glitches involving humanoid characters, such as non-player characters or player avatars that glitch through walls or floors. These individuals also become distressed when they see characters moving in unnatural ways, or when digital figures suddenly change their shape, size, colors, or visual details without explanation. The fear extends beyond simple technical malfunctions. Versophobes often feel genuine terror when witnessing the breakdown of visual reality in digital spaces, as if the fundamental rules of the virtual world are collapsing. Interestingly, some people with versophobia can tolerate intentional glitch effects in media when they know the distortions are deliberate artistic choices. Games like Doki Doki Literature Club, which uses glitch effects as part of its narrative design, may not trigger their fear if they understand the effects are purposeful. However, other versophobes cannot distinguish between intentional and unintentional glitches, and will avoid any media containing visual distortions entirely. The phobia has become more recognized in recent years as gaming culture has expanded, and digital media has become more prevalent in daily life. Online communities have formed around this shared fear, with many people discovering they are not alone in their distress over visual glitches. Versophobia demonstrates how our relationship with technology can create new forms of anxiety, particularly as we spend increasing amounts of time in digital environments where visual stability feels essential for comfort and safety. Agyrophobia, also known as dromophobia, is the intense fear of crossing streets or roads. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety when faced with the prospect of crossing any roadway, from quiet residential streets to busy intersections. The fear extends beyond just heavy traffic situations and can occur even on empty roads. This phobia often stems from concerns about being struck by vehicles, losing control while crossing, or being trapped in the middle of traffic. Some individuals develop agyrophobia after witnessing or experiencing a traffic accident, while others may have no specific triggering event. The physical symptoms mirror those of other specific phobias. Sufferers may experience rapid heartbeat, sweating, trembling, and shortness of breath when approaching a crosswalk or intersection. In severe cases, even the thought of crossing a street can trigger these responses. Agyrophobia can severely limit a person's independence and mobility. Simple tasks like walking to work, visiting friends, or running errands become major challenges when crossing streets is unavoidable. Some people with this fear will take extremely long detours to avoid crossings, use underground passages exclusively, or rely entirely on others for transportation. Treatment typically involves exposure therapy, where individuals gradually work up to crossing streets in controlled environments. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps address the underlying thought patterns that fuel the fear. This phobia demonstrates how specific fears can create significant barriers to everyday functioning in urban environments. Anginophobia, also known as the fear of angina or choking, centers around an intense dread of chest pain and breathing difficulties. People with this condition experience overwhelming anxiety when they encounter anything that reminds them of heart attacks, chest tightness, or throat constriction. The phobia typically develops after someone witnesses or experiences a cardiac event, choking incident, or severe breathing problems. Medical professionals note that anginophobia often overlaps with health anxiety disorders, where individuals become hypervigilant about normal bodily sensations. Sufferers may avoid physical exercise, spicy foods, or stressful situations that could potentially trigger chest discomfort. They frequently check their pulse, monitor their breathing patterns, and seek repeated medical reassurance even when doctors confirm their heart health is normal. The fear extends beyond personal experience to watching others in distress. Movies depicting heart attacks, news stories about cardiac events, or even hearing someone cough violently can trigger panic responses in those with anginophobia. Treatment approaches include cognitive behavioral therapy to address catastrophic thinking patterns and gradual exposure techniques. Medical professionals often work alongside mental health specialists to help patients distinguish between actual cardiac symptoms and anxiety-induced sensations. The condition can significantly impact daily life, leading people to restrict their activities and avoid social situations where they might witness someone experiencing chest pain or breathing difficulties.